Bam! We are here on our live feed, just kicking off Hot Rod Drag Week 2015, which is presented by Gear Vendors, and we're going to have this live feed coming to you all week long, presented by the Eastwood Company.
Yeah, it's a great day here. We're here at the home of the U.S. Nationals at Lucas Oil at Indianapolis, formerly known as Indianapolis Raceway Park, and this is the site of some of drag racing's greatest triumphs and some of drag racing's most heart-rendering moments. Speaking of those heart-rendering moments, we're going to go through a lot of what has happened over the last couple of days here at Drag Week, including a lot of the stuff we ran into last night on the road as we drove the same route as the competitors did, arrived at our hotel about the same time the competitors did, and dragged our butts out of bed at the same time the competitors did this morning.
So we've already got cars going down track this morning, but we're getting word that some of our top guys have not even made it here yet. Jeff Lutz and Jeff Jr. with his Civic apparently are 75 miles down the road, and Schroeder is 4 miles down the road and lost.
And I'm wondering how he knows he's 4 miles away and lost, because wouldn't that mean you know where you're going, but you can't find it?
Excellent point.
Yes.
Maybe that makes him more lost than he knows that he is.
He's lost, but he's making good time, as we like to say around here. It was a fantastic day yesterday at Raceway Motorsports Park. And it was kind of a dramatic day as Jeff Lutz went down, ran the fastest pass in the history of the street legal automobiles. 6:05 was the quickest pass in drag week history, but the elusive 5:94 that he was looking for evaded him yesterday. Is he going to get here in time today? Is there some sort of a problem they're dealing with 75 miles away? Who knows? But we do know it took several hours for them to travel 75 miles in the first place last night.
And will that car dip into the fives after the abuse that it went through last night? We were running through a section of road on the way here last night that was like the Baja 1000. It was so bad. Literal rocks and gravel on the road.
Yeah, we're waiting for the torches and pitchforks to come out from some of the competitors about that one this morning. But it's Indianapolis Raceway Park, or it is Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis where we are this morning. The action's going on behind us. I think we should spin our guns around and pay attention to that. We'll keep you informed of everything that's been going on overnight. And once again, thank you to Eastwood for sponsoring the live feed. And thank you for the Gear Vendors Company, Under and Overdrive Company, for sponsoring Drag Week yet again for our long-standing partner at this great event.
And while you're watching the feed today, if there's a break in the action, you might want to hit bestofeastwood.com. They're holding a sweepstakes every 2 weeks where you can win Eastwood Company tools. You can get like a plasma cutter, paint gun kit, welder, all sorts of cool stuff. Just sign up for that sweepstakes at bestofeastwood.com.
And one last thing. My name's Brian Lones, in case you weren't watching yesterday. He's David Freiberg. You know him from the Roadkill show. I'm an NHRA announcer guy, and I do all kinds of junk on the internet, and they invite me to show up here every year, so it's good. This is a spot that I was standing about 7 days ago, so back again after the U.S. Nationals. The glorious day here in Indy. I'm Brian, he's David. You know us, you love us, and stay with us until Saturday, because we're going to be here every day till then.
All right, let's have a look at some cars going down the track.
Ray Myers heads down 10:19.7, 132 in the Barracuda as Tom Franks goes 12:02 with an 8 at 111 miles an hour. Darren Pape coming up. Pape is actually kind of hot lapping this thing. He was the first car down the racetrack this morning. He has come back up right now, and Bob Admire is lined up next to Pape. Admire, one of those guys I've said about 100 times, but he was one of the racers racing up at the Norwalk NFCA Finals a couple of weeks ago. He was actually racing at LS this weekend, too. I don't know how he did the jump. I guess it was only 4.5 hours to get from LS up to St. Louis, but he did it in time to get through tech inspection. Admire goes 10:84.1 at 126 miles an hour in the GTO, and Pape goes 11:64.4 at 116. Racers, second floor of the tower. You're going to go into the press room to turn in your time slips. Second floor of the tower in the press room, you're going to see Tanya. You're going to go in there, she's going to take your time slip, and you're going to be in business. In trouble for Herbert Hirschfield. Hirschfield tried to come off the starting line. Okay, just bogged it. Didn't know if he had broken the rear end or a transmission there, but Hirschfield came off the starting line and is... Oh, I think he broke the rear end, because that thing is doing that kind of walking motion with a broken, maybe a broken axle or something out there. If you got a locked rear end, of course, the thing will make it down on one axle, but it's certainly not behaving nicely. Scott Smith goes 11:69.8 at 94 miles an hour. Hirschfield 20:78 with a 3 at just 57 miles an hour. And again, competitors, if you want to turn in your time slip, it is the second floor of the tower. You come to the press room, you hand in your slip. We already have a racer in there. A lot of racers, again, come to Drag Week. They make one pass in the morning and hit the deck.
Now, when we left the track yesterday, we had 11 cars that were running in the 7s, and I need to do the math and add it all up, but there's got to be 30 cars in the 8s. This is the biggest field of hardcore cars that we have seen, I think, ever at Drag Week.
Yeah, and there are some surprises in here, too. I mean, we'll try to break this down for you over the course of the day, but when you look at the top 10 cars, as far as the current elapsed times, they're certainly not all clumped in the unlimited category. We have some really fast small tire stuff. The George Gallamore machine, which we always talk about and will continue to today, went 192 miles an hour, way down deep in the 7s. He's one of the top 10 cars. Of course, we have the Chevette with the turbocharged big block running at unlimited that came down and kind of set the world on its ear. The Canadian 1972 Dart that is kind of rough looking on the edges, but also a twin turbo entry that went down in the deep 7s. So it is wild to see the different combinations, the different body styles, and really a whole bunch of new faces at this event this year that are really laying down some numbers.
And I just did the math. It is 26 cars that ran in the 8s yesterday.
You did ask me yesterday to do a mathematical computation that added up to 15. So I am not that I don't trust you, but you're close, I'm guessing, on this. I don't know if it's totally accurate in this thing. Tom McGilton, the ZL1 Camaro. Undoubtedly, many of you have seen that car as it was featured on Hot Rod or in Hot Rod. That is the 2014 or 2013 ZL1 Camaro that Tom McGilton handed to Larry Larson, and Larry turned it into a wild Pro Street machine. That thing almost touched 190 yesterday at Gateway Motorsports Park outside of St. Louis. There's Rich Guido back up again, and Gary Holberg. Holberg headed down to the Pontiac on the National Dragster side, and Guido on his Pontiac G8 on the Summit side. This old school Pontiac power taking on the late model Woodbridge GM LS engine. 13.26.9 for Guido as Holberg goes 14.55.8 at 93. Pretty evil 1966 Chevelle of Jake Bauer coming up here. This car looks really good. Black wheels, really nice black paint. And Matt Bunal coming up, or Bunal rather, on the 3rd generation Camaro on the National Dragster side. Bauer was second off the starting line with the 66 Chevelle, really digging in out here. 113 miles that 3rd gen Camaro, 955.5, 141. Matt goes 12.84.1 at 108 miles an hour. David, you gotta love this one, baby. Ken Stasiak driving the Chisholm and Stasiak 1955 Chevy.
This thing is famous for putting it way up on the bumper, but I think they've got that dialed back, trying to put real numbers down. And at the end of the week, it's going to be really good.
Went 941 yesterday, lined up next to the Mercury Capri on the National Dragster side of John Puckett. So Puckett driving the Capri and Stasiak driving the 55 Chevy. David looking at me concerned how I knew the guy's name. It's because I haven't been to this. Stasiak comes out the starting line with the front end of the year. Again, a more controlled wheel spin than we've seen, but a car that is running better than we've also seen. 109.14 in the 8th, goes 9.49 with a 7 with some smoke wisping out of it at the top end. 138 miles per hour.
I did some more morning math. We have 40 cars that left St. Louis yesterday in the 9s.
Wow. Puckett went 10.39.8 at 142 miles an hour in the Capri. And we got that big 1966 Galaxy on the Summit side and the LS-powered Fox Body Mustang on the National Dragster side. The 66 Galaxy was out by a long shot as the driver of the Mustang was spooling the turbos on the LS motor. The LS-powered Mustang goes 8.73 with an 8.156. The Galaxy goes 11.91.4 at 111 miles an hour. So the next pair coming up now, this gorgeous first generation Camaro going to line up next to the second gen Camaro. The second gen car running Pro Street naturally aspirated, and the first gen car competing in the modified naturally aspirated category. So again, if you're following the heavy hitters, the big guns, you want to know who's leading the overall charge. And again, that's big wheel spin coming out of that Camaro. There is something going on the back end of that car, as it did the same thing last time. And there is some good traction out there this morning. We've already seen some good runs. 10.53.7, 127 for the first gen Camaro. And the Pro Street naturally aspirated machine, 13.39.2 at 116. Well, we're going to really crank the wick up on fast right now. A couple of real runners out here. Frank Saponaro's beautiful Chevy 2 station wagon rolls up on the National Dragster side. This car ran down in the mid-7-second range at over 180 miles an hour yesterday, and it is a showpiece. Frank built this car himself in his own home shop, and he did a magnificent job of it. It has been featured in several places around the internet, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Got the small radial tire on the back. First time he had this car out at Cecil County in Maryland, he put it on the bumper and dragged it a long way. He's going to spool the turbo. Oh, there he goes again. He had to pedal it. It was really starting to climb up there. A nice catch by Saponaro to keep that thing from going completely vertical as they go to the top end. 826.5, 178. The competition goes 885, 257 in the Nova. The pink Mustang. This is a brutal car. This thing ran in the 750s yesterday. Note all the tires shoved up under the back of this thing. You could not get another half a millimeter of radial under the back of that car without starting to rub on the fender well, which already appears to have been clearanced liberally with a cutting device. And the gorgeous Yenko Nova clone over there on the National Dragster side. Oh, here he goes in the Mustang. Good launch. Can the car keep up the momentum here down through the 8th mile at 147? And the Mustang flying goes 758 with a 9 at 183 miles per hour. A gorgeous car and another great run for him, backing up what he did yesterday. The Yenko clone over there on the National Dragster side did not really move much of anywhere. They're going to pop the trunk and see if they can figure out what's going on with that. So again, the fuel station is open for business. If you need fuel, it's over on the National Dragster side. It is a pay at the pump deal. You swipe your card, you buy your fuel, and you're done. So once again, if you need race fuel, you're going to get it on the National Dragster side. 110, 112, and 116 octane fuel available for purchase. All you got to do is go over there, swipe your card, and juice up your car, and you're in business. So Paul Kwiatkowski is the driver of that gold Yenko Clone Nova. He's going to come back in again here. A regular in the NMCA True Street program. So Paul is a guy who relishes the idea of taking your car in the street, pounding on it, and then bringing it onto the drag strip. And that car is a showpiece. Just a beautiful example of a Chevy Nova over there. Kwiatkowski is his last name. It is spelled in a way that would literally make somebody sprain their tongue if they try to read it, but thankfully somebody sent me a text and gave me the phonetical spelling. And Paul, again, having some trouble getting this thing staged up. I'm not sure how much, there we go, he's going to move ahead now. Those of you that are new to the Drag Week experience, one thing you will notice is that reaction times are not really part of the program here. This is a time trial situation. Everybody's trying to make their best run. And as you know, when you get the car in the stage beams, you can sit there for 10, 15 seconds, and the timer doesn't start on the racetrack until you break the stage beams. And it looks like problems again for the Nova, and they are going to push him out of the way. We also don't group the cars by class. They come up side by side. You may see a naturally aspirated car versus an unlimited car or something along those lines. What we do is break the thing into two groups. We have our class cars, which you're watching right now. There's Frank Saponaro's wagon coming up the return road. Boy, did that thing try to climb for the sky when he came off the starting line. We have our morning group here. Then we will move into what we call Street Machine Eliminator. 100 of our competitors are in Street Machine Eliminator. They will be coming onto the racetrack early this afternoon. After Street Machine Eliminator runs, we move into an all-run session to close out the day. Yesterday, because of some of the theatrics we had on the racetrack, including fires and glass and everything else, we ended up running till almost 5 o'clock out there to get things done. The plan is to be buttoned up here right around 2, but we make adjustments depending on what happens out there. We want to make sure everybody gets runs in, everybody gets the track time. Next pair begins to make their way to the starting line. This is Fred Simmons Jr. from Massachusetts, a friend of mine here in the Summit Racing Equipment Lane. Fred is a really cool kid. He went to school. I met him back in the day in New England Dragway. He was racing a front-wheel drive Cavalier, went to Indiana State University, got a degree and basically like a motorsports degree from there, and then he's opened his own shop. He actually has won multiple Wallies back during the NHRA Sport Compact Series. He was racing a car and actually had some factory support from Chevrolet for a while. Won a national Sport Compact event down in Englishtown. He won another one down in Virginia, and he is here in his trusty Camaro. That is a LS1 power machine. Got a set of ported Edelbrock heads on it. The MSD Air Force intake atop it. Ran down in the 1170s yesterday. Strange S60 rear axle in it with, I believe, 430 gears. The 750 Mustang in pink comes up the return road. That car is really quick as the Corvette going to muscle down first. Goes 986.9, 135, 1171.1 at 115 miles an hour for Fred Simmons Jr. out of Massachusetts.
Now the 55 Nomad in the right lane here, you would expect to see running in our gasser class, but he actually is not because he wanted to put some nitrous on that car, which was a real good plan right up to the point where he thinks he probably broke a ring. And so he's no longer on the bottle, and let's see if he's going to clear out the mosquitoes for us or not.
We ran into him on the side of the road last night. He was there as there was some work being done with Rick Prospero was in the same area as Jeffrey Lutz and as Tom Bailey was, so there was a whole contingent of racers in a cornfield yesterday afternoon fixing their stuff. I mean, it's only drinking a quart of oil every 150 miles. I think I have stuff at home that's worse than that. The Monte Carlo SS goes past the 8th mile and goes 10:39.3 at 108 miles an hour. And that well-worn 55 Chevrolet goes 13:72.7 at 99.
Blowing body parts off it as it goes. That thing is about vaporized with rust.
Now, I was thinking this was a Gallamore deal, but it's not, because I don't see Jeff Ferguson out by the car. We have a couple of these big Monte Carlos. George's car is very similar in appearance to this one. They all run. That's the thing. These are 4,000-pound cars, and you see the parachute hanging out the back. You know he's got a whole bunch of power there. Fox body Mustang as well as the Monte Carlo rips the tires out the back. The driver has to pedal it. A whole bunch of blow-by happening there as he goes down the racetrack. A little trail of oil smoke wisping out of the exhaust. 937.1 at 158 miles an hour as the Mustang goes 975.5 at 139.
Mark Vinson is the name of that guy with the George Gallamore clone that we keep getting confused. The cars look identical other than side pipes.
I think the battery's fucking dead in this thing. Perfect. Yeah, so their program of putting the names in apparently didn't happen.
Yeah, I saw that.
Or they put them in the wrong category.
Here.
I got it here.
Yeah, the name. They have some names there, but now they don't. If you do a search on here for the...
Yeah, just do a control F or
Yeah, if you do.
So Bob Williams, 1187, 123 miles an hour. Certainly not the run he was looking for out of the Pork Chop Express. Williams is the defending champion in his category this year. He came out of the 2014 race, cleaned house, and he's trying to do it again, but he will not be able to do it with 1187, so he's going to have to make another run at some point today. We normally have about 10% dropout rate in the first day, and I think I don't know if we have a complete count on that yet, but boy, just kind of mentally doing some of the math and tallying up some of the flies that have dropped out of this guy. We got to be getting close. Chris Bashir coming up, that S10 pickup truck. It's going to go low 8s, and it's going to have no problem outsprinting that Pontiac Firebird on the National Dragster side. As Chris Bashir, 854.8, 153 miles an hour. I think Bashir actually has that thing turned down a little bit to make sure it survives the week, and the fact that it's fogging for mosquitoes there at the top end, maybe a little bit of a telltale that that engine is starting to get unhappy with him.
To answer your question, when we left St. Louis yesterday, we knew that we had 13 cars that had dropped out. But as you know, that's a light number because there's a lot of guys who are so busy thrashing, they don't bother to tell us. And then the real test of these cars happens on the street, and there's a bunch of them that frag on the road. So I'm guessing we lost about 30 yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that is a very fair estimate. As Rick Anderson from Hawley comes up now. Anderson in the non-beauty contest winning 79 Mustang, but it sure runs good. Comes out, plants the tires, and pulls the front end up in the air. At the 8th mile, Anderson hustling at 125 miles an hour. And a radial-equipped Fox body goes 870 with a 6 at 156 miles an hour in this good air and on this beautiful racetrack here at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. For those fans in the stands this morning, thanks for coming out and hanging with us here at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive. And those of you that are watching from around the globe, please go to www.bestofeastwood.com. The Eastwood Company sponsoring our live feed. More than that, they have a great sweepstakes going on. They're going to be giving away stuff. They're going to be giving away all kinds of stuff. Welders, parts, equipment, all the stuff that you want and love and crave for your shop. Go to www.bestofeastwood.com. Sign up for the sweepstakes now. Like 1.5 million people entered yesterday. You want to get in on this thing. So one of the very few cars we have out here running a route-style blower is sitting there in the Summit equipment, or the Summit Racing equipment lane. The National Dragster side, the matching paint scheme, but completely different powertrain option in that car. The naturally aspirated machine of the National Dragster side was out of the hole first, but the blower car really started to make up room at the top end. 1043.2 at 124 for the blown machine. 1072.7, 123 for the NA Camaro.
Bob Kripe is the guy in that 69 Camaro with the blower.
Chevy 2 wagon rolling up now. That wagon is a nice car. Made a few hits yesterday. And the very clean Chevy Nova on the Summit side of the drag strip here. That is BJ Bax driving that car. That is the Nova wagon for BJ Bax. And Ed Schwartz driving the 1972 Nova. Schwartz won a best of 9.69 at 138 yesterday. He's got the shoot. He wants to see about 150 out of that baby. And Schwartz takes the time to spool the turbos. Bax had a full second starting line advantage. And Schwartz goes 9.68.7 at 137. That's consistency. Within 100th of a second, 2 days in a row, a good-looking run for Schwartz. So Josh Norris, the 1967 Chevy 2 with the Hilborn-style stacks coming up through the hood, but we're fairly convinced that the stacks may be present, but there's some EFI, there's some electronic injection happening to feed that thing, as tuning and feeding a mechanically injected car for a 1,000-mile ride would break Donald Trump. And Daniel Warren, the 1958 Chevy Del Rey. That does have an engine in it, but it just doesn't make all that much power.
If you want to take a break while he's going down the track, bestofeastwood.com is a good call.
Or the first chapter of War and Peace. 10-11 with a 431 miles an hour for the Nova, as the 58 Chevrolet goes 15.29.7 at 91. But wait, that 15.29 is a top fuel run as compared to a couple of the cars we have here so far this week.
The battle to the bottom is big.
Mark Cicino coming up now. Cicino going to be in the gold Pontiac, and Dennis Raley. Raley, the 1995 Ford Mustang. Raley running in the street race small block naturally aspirated category. And Cicino, the nitrous injected small block Chevrolet powering his Ponte Carlo. 110 in the 8th mile. And he's not Mike Cicino, he's Mark. 973.5, 137 for Mark. The runner from New Jersey, as the Mustang goes 14.73.4 at 93 miles an hour. Travis Ray coming up now. Ray from Nantucket, Massachusetts, on the Summit Racing side of the drag strip. So to get his car here, Ray had to put his car in a ferry it over to the mainland, and then begin his trip. And it's Bob Ricci, the 1988 Camaro, on the National Dragster side. Is that 55 Chevrolet coming up the return road. Imagine how many 1955 Chevy Nomads have come up the return road here at Lucas Oil Raceway, Indianapolis over the years. The amount of these cars that used to be raced in junior stock and everything else, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them.
You know what I'm not sure of is, they started racing here in 1961 when the track was brand new, and that's when the NHRA Nationals came here from Detroit. And they had that iconic yellow tower that was over there on the left-hand side of the track. And I don't know if the return road was over there.
I'm not sure it was either, but I can tell you where the tower is.
Where?
At the circle track right behind us.
Really? I did not know that. That's cool.
They chopped it off. They took the bottom floor off and airlifted it off the ground with a helicopter and plunked it down over there. It is the control tower at the circle track now.
Okay, Mr. Trivia, I'm going to have to challenge you on the tower that is currently in the parking lot at the Fairplex in Pomona. We'll get that after this pair goes down.
And that pair is the third generation Camaro going to take on. That's a Chevy C20 truck. And what's interesting about that thing, it still has the stock full floater rear end in the back of it. 1284.0108, and the big pickup goes 14.23.7 at 94 with that big heavy duty rear axle anchoring the whole program.
So there's a little glass, cool looking tower that is in the far corner of the Fairplex, which is where they run the Winter Nationals. This thing started life at Ontario Motor Speedway.
Okay.
It was the drag tower that was there when they ran on the front straight there, which I went there when I was a kid. It was pretty cool. So when that shut down, it moved to Riverside.
Oh, wow, okay.
And it was out there. And when that shut down, it was the starting line tower at Pomona.
The little narrow column looking one?
Okay. Exactly. And when they built the new tower at Pomona, they moved this thing into the parking lot.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. 973.8, 140 for Puckett. 1016.4, 122 for the racer here on the Summit side. So we got that Mercury Marquis wagon. Don't call it an LTD. That is a Marquis. The luxury level of the Marquis, the extra $400 you had to pay for that car back in the day, Jason Dosher would be very offended if you called it an LTD. And it is a very fast piece. An LS-powered Mercury wagon as the LS-powered early 70s Camaro, the second-gen car, heads down. 9:14.9 and an even fucking a half for Dosher as the Camaro goes 9:43.0 and 143 down the Summit Racing Equipment side. You know, we saw Tom Bailey stopped on the side of the road yesterday, and it was for a fairly minor, in the grand scheme of things, a fairly minor issue. Bailey had stopped. The oil temperatures of the car were getting hot. That thing runs kind of a belly pan under it. They were detaching the belly pan to see if they can get a little bit more airflow around the oil pan in that area of the motor.
It was the required engine diaper, which
okay.
came in a few years ago, which is probably a good thing. Probably keeping us rolling here at Drag Week more than we know.
Absolutely, yeah. The amount of carnage that stopped us yesterday versus what could have stopped us, probably two very different things. There goes that big, naturally aspirated Pro Street El Camino leaving the starting line. The Camaro goes 10:53.8 at 127 miles an hour as the El Camino goes 12:02.4 at 115 on the Summit side. But we need to, do we have, anybody have contact with Randy at the racetrack? Did Randy set up a category for these guys? Because you said all the names got entered in yesterday.
Well, here we go.
Starting line, this is Mike Roth. Roth has made a couple of runs or a couple of attempts, and each time he stepped on the throttle, that thing has absolutely lit those rear slicks up. The traction out there is very good. We've not had anybody really other than Roth having the issues that he's had. As soon as he stands on the gas, the car doesn't move an inch. It just wipes the tires out. It's very strange as compared to some of the other stuff we've seen. So Roth apparently is just going to drive the car down the racetrack. Not 100% sure what the scene is there with Roth, but he's going to take it down to that
I can hear you.
top end and then make the left-hander and get off the track. Again, all competitors are turning left at the top end. If you've not made a run yet, all competitors are turning left at the top end of the racetrack. Well, we talked about how that 15-second pass we saw a little bit earlier would compare favorably to some of the other stuff we'd see, and this little inline 6-powered Rambler is one of those cars. It is a one-barrel, 232-inch? Would that be the 232-inch variant of the
That would be a
AMC
good call
inline
if it's
6?
what came in that vehicle, yeah. You know, those things, that body style ran a flathead 6 way, way longer than anybody else did. AMC on the ball.
I can't quit you, flathead 6. AMC on the ball. And so 1184, 615 miles an hour on the National Dragster side. And here comes that fire-breathing, inliner-powered Rambler American on the Summit Racing side of the drag strip. It looks like Bob Guido rolling up on the National Dragster side.
Dan Ashlock in the Rambler ran a steaming 19.36 seconds.
And he's not done yet. A 60-foot time that it nearly matches the 8th mile time of some of our unlimited cars at 2.905 seconds. And so the Rambler goes 19.4 at 70 miles, 79.5 miles. 127 on the National Dragster side.
70 miles an hour. So drag strip, also known as on-ramp.
And there's no grade on this thing. If he was going uphill, we can only imagine what the damage would have been. So here comes one of our hot rod competitors now. The good-looking little coupe over there.
Herbert Hirschfield, 37 Ford Humpback. I am digging that thing.
The trunk lid flopping open and a 4-speed in there. You can see it bobbing around every time he grabs a gear. The Pontiac GTO convertible on the National Dragster side goes 12.99.6 at 100, and Hirschfield goes 11.21.0 and 124 in the Humpback.
This green Roadrunner 70 model, it was here last year, but he has stepped up his program a little bit. He's got, I believe, 526 Hemi in the thing. Really, really nice car.
Pretty much impossible to beat body-colored steel wheels on anything. It just is a great look for all this different stuff. And here comes the man of the hour. Into the water box is George Gallamore in that mighty, mind-bending Monte Carlo with Jeff Ferguson out in front of the automobile. But here comes our Hemi-powered Plymouth and the Monte Carlo SS heading down the National Dragster side.
Mike Chenoweth in the Mopar went 10.91 yesterday. Let's see if he improves.
So Chenoweth goes 11.38, rather the Monte Carlo goes 11.38, 1.123, and Chenoweth goes 10.94, 129.
You're jumping the gun.
So the large barge out there for George Gallamore, the Summit Racing Equipment side. This car went 192 miles an hour on those little itty-bitty radial tires yesterday. It will 60 foot like that AMC Rambler we just saw, and then it will disappear into the morning light like it has a rocket strapped to the roof. And we have the second gen Camaro over there on the National Dragster side.
We got into the hotel at 2 a.m. last night, but even so, Brian had to spend a few moments alone with thoughts of the Gallamore car.
Stand back, kids. And here comes George Gallamore, pouring on the coals at the 8th mile, 151. He's going 190 again. He goes 7.69 with an 8 at 188 with a parachute out early. Gallamore goes down the racetrack. A little bit of smoke pouring out of the back end of the thing, but Gallamore 7.69, 8, 188.
Backing up a 7.64 yesterday. That is a car to watch. It is in the top 10. Let me see. It is the 6th quickest car yesterday.
I got to start my 4-hour kitchen timer, and if it's not fixed by then, I got to go see a doctor. 10.62, 8, 128 in the other lane for the Camaro. It's getting weird.
2 hours of sleep. Oh, there he goes.
Nice wheel stand over there for that Yanko Nova clone that was a regular in the NMCA True Street side of the program, and the NMCA True Street Class A variant here. Paul runs down there. I had the phonetical pronunciation of Paul's name. I'm going to sprain my jaw if I try to say it the way it's written. 9.72.0, 138 for Paul. Ed Hohenberg goes 15.90 with a 6 at 87. So this is one of our big tire Pro Street cars there in the National Dragster lane. That is Jeff Scholes. And Scholes, the 67 Camaro in blue, did not have a whole lot of luck out there yesterday at Gateway Motorsports Park. The thing was just not wanting to come off the starting line for him. He never really got a clean pass out of the car.
And still rolled a 960.
Little small tire silver Nova here on the Summit Racing side of the drag strip. Again, that is what Scholes was looking to do all day yesterday. Plant the big tire, hit the wheelie bar, and make a pull. The Nova, though, might have enough to catch him. If they get down to 1,000 feet, he goes 8.68 with an 8 at 159, 9.65.3 at 141 with Camaro Scholes. So we got Steve Forester, the 1993 Mustang, went 7.94 with an 8 at 182 yesterday. You see that ERL Performance logo on the rear quarter panel. That is an outfit out of Ohio. I'm wondering or guessing that this car has an LS motor in it. Is that they are LS specialists over there at ERL, and this thing just makes a ton of power. Tree comes out. Oh, look at him. He's going to pedal the thing. It was way up. And again, no wheelie bars in the back of that car. A beautiful job to catch it before it got bad for him. 146 in the 8th. Goes 7.88 with a 2 at 181 miles an hour with the pedal.
Glenn here in the close lane has been made famous in the pages of Hot Rod Magazine, where they went and drove this thing around the streets of Manhattan. Now, he's competed at Drag Week a bunch of times with a blower on the car. He's now got twin 88s on that big block Chevy. He has been in the 780s at our test and tune earlier in the week. I think he put down something in the neighborhood of an 8.0 yesterday. We'll see if he improves on that right now.
Certainly a different combination. He used to have that massive Whipple Charger on top of the big block Chevy, and he's got Doug Flynn in the other lane. And Doug Flynn from Holly Performance, that sleepy-looking little Nova. Do not be fooled. Flynn has had all different types of combinations in this car, and he has gone to the big block style engine in there right now. So here we go. Flynn comes off the starting line. Hunter's going to spool the turbos, and the big 56 Chev starts to make the power as he gets to the 8th mile at 147. Flynn goes 853, 157. And Hunter goes 763 to 3 at 184 miles an hour. A very nice run for Glenn Hunter in that steel 56 Chevy. Speaking of Chevys, this one a 55 model coming into the water box area. Lined up next to the Chevy Nova. So once again, a Tri-5 Chevy and a 68 to 72 Nova lined up side by side at the beginning of the racetrack. Nova to the 8th mile, going to have just enough to lead that 55 down the racetrack as the Nova goes 11.22.7, 121. The Chevy goes 12.006 at 110.18 miles per hour. The Wagzilla machine, the 11-second CTSV wagon, relying on that supercharged LSA V8 and the 1995 Mustang on the National Dragster side. The Mustang had a huge starting line advantage, but now the wagon pouring on the coals goes past 330 feet, and the wagon pulls up next to and surpasses the Mustang on the Summit side. 12:01.7 at 84 miles an hour. Maybe a problem out there for dragging the wagons. He only 84 miles an hour. He was out of it way early. 14:55.6 at 94 for the virtually stock Mustang. Josh Doshier coming up, and again, don't call it an LTD. This is a Mercury Marquis, the luxury, the prestige that comes with the Marquis name. You can't discount that. Lined up next to that 70 El Camino, running in the naturally aspirated Pro Street class. Doshier passed the 8th mile in 121. He went 150 on the nose last time. Now he goes 152. 908 with the 2 and 152. Doshier is inching his way towards the 8 in that wagon. During Drag Week 2014, this Nova pulled some hellacious wheel stands, just massive front-end pogo stick and stuff. The wheelie bars added to the back of the car to try to contain that. And our man Paul coming up here, Paul Whalen on the Summit side of the drag strip. Paul, a racer, this turbocharged Mustang has been at virtually every Drag Week along the way. Missed a couple of them, but he's been to virtually all of them. The Nova heading down with Whalen giving chase. It's the Nova, 896.6 at 150 miles an hour as Whalen goes 902 with a 1 in the Mustang. We have a pair of blue Chevys, a little Chevy wagon of Mr. Bax, BJ Bax driving the wagon, and the clean first-gen Camaro. I like the wagon. The way the wagon leaves, just kind of hikes the front end up a little bit. Again, you don't see too many of the wagons left over. You don't see too many of them on the drag strip, just in general. First gen Camaro goes 11:07.1, 130 as the wagon goes 10:77.7 at 124 as Doug Garrison comes to the starting line. Garrison, the 1964 Pontiac GTO, one of the cars that many people blame or honor or give the accolade of kind of kicking off the muscle car revolution of the 1960s. And the Camaro on the National Dragster lane. So this pair headed down the racetrack. It is the Camaro past the 8th mile at 100 miles an hour. And it will be Doug Garrison slowly coasting down the summit lane. The stick-shifted big block Chevy-powered Pontiac not getting done, but he needs to get done there. 1498 at just 83. 1086 with an 8 at 123 on the National Dragster side. It is the Tribute AAR CUDA on the National Dragster side. This is the purple car over there. It's a strong runner. It has made some good laps yesterday. And again, what you're seeing here is, in many ways, a triumph for each one of these racers, because not only did they run good enough to kind of get out of the racetrack on time, maybe get some sleep last night, they also made and survived the drive, which was a variation of some highway driving and some very remote rural backwoods or back road driving. We went through some stretches for 20, 30 miles and nothing. 129. Randy Behar coming to the starting line now. And David, you mentioned a fact yesterday. You know, we remember Behar is coming out with these big giant Pontiacs, and as you understand it, he took the drivetrain out of the big giant Pontiac and stuffed it into the much more svelte first-gen Pontiac Firebird. He will have another Firebird lined up next to him on the National Dragster side. So Randy, going to come in here. He pulls a couple of big wheel stands yesterday. You saw him purge the nitrous earlier. Once again, he brings the front end up, but gently puts it down. A very controlled launch there from Behar. Randy, 121 in the 8th mile, and the Poncho goes 889 with a 3 at 149 miles an hour after carrying that front end about 60 feet down the racetrack. So, you know, David, you mentioned the varying driving conditions we had last night. You know, we went off. We were literally in the corn for some 20, 30-mile stretches, and I think both of us at one point looked at each other and said, man, if you have problems out here and you're by yourself, no one's going to be able to hear you scream.
Well, there was big sections that had no shoulder. Guys were working literally off the side in the corn. We know that last night, Jeff Jr. in his Civic was there and froze up a front wheel bearing. Who saw that one coming? And they actually had spares with them, even though they had welded the inner race to the spindle, which is what they were fighting.
Which he was cutting off, or attempting to cut off with a Dremel tool. I think they were trying to use a chisel to knock it off, and it did not move. So he was in the midst of using a Dremel tool, which if you've ever cut anything other than, you know, a piece of wire with a Dremel tool, it's like a 9-hour operation. Those discs, the little Dremel cutting discs, literally disappear in front of your eyes if you just spin them around in thin air. So using them to cut the hardened steel race off certainly with a long-running operation.
Steve Fagan here is like a regular at Drag Week, and what's interesting about this vehicle is that it's not actually a Blazer. This thing is an S10 that he welded together and turned into a Blazer-looking device.
So Fagan comes off the starting line with the handcrafted two-door Blazer, 115 in the 8th mile, and Fagan, 943.3, 143 miles an hour in the truck, and he is, you know, backing up what he did yesterday at some degree, pick up actually a little bit. He went what, a 29 yesterday, goes a 43 now, so.
That would not be picking up, Brian.
He gave a little bit. I was looking at the wrong line. I was looking at the guy that went the 960. If he was Jeff Schultz, he'd be ecstatic right now, but he's not. But wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all be ecstatic to be Jeff Schultz? We have not seen any of our unlimited competitors come up. We have seen Frank Saponaro make the quickest run so far of the day, down in the 7s at nearly over 180 miles an hour. Does anybody have a location on Tom Bailey? Is Bailey in the pits this morning? We don't know that for fact. Be sure to check out Eastwood.com for all your paint, tools, and auto supply needs. Eastwood is offering a 10% off to Hot Rod Drag Week viewers by using the source code DRAGWEEK. So if you need to buy stuff at Eastwood.com, use the source code DRAGWEEK and get a 10% discount on any purchase from Eastwood.com.
Which is not quite as good as joining the sweepstakes at bestofeastwood.com, where you can win the stuff for free.
Third-gen Camaro and the naturally aspirated Pro Street El Camino. And right down there to the stripe, 1196.6, 150 on the National Dragster side. Look like Mark Covey over there in the Buick, running the true Buick-powered Buick Remember, Mark, last year they were like building an air pan out of like a trash can lid and stuff. We ran into them in the pits, and they were they chopped the entire exhaust system off the car. They were building an air pan. They were trying to pick up like 3 hun last year and doing whatever possible to do it.
That was that battle with the AAR Mopar with
Yes.
the 440, and it was so tight. If you go through drag week, a lot of people focus on Unlimited, but the races in some of these other classes are amazingly tight.
So Kobe in the low RPM big torque Buick heads off the starting line, the National Dragster lane, but he is going to get outrun by the first generation Camaro, 927, 156. Kobe goes a very stout 1030 with a 3, 128 miles an hour. Man, you gotta love Kobe Sanchez.
Yes, you do. You know what's interesting to me is how many people are backing up their numbers within, you know, a tenth or a hun. After driving last night, what did we roll? 200 miles, 250?
Yeah, 250, 260, somewhere in that zone.
We'll see how they do with another 800 under their belt.
I'll tell you what, and it speaks to a couple things. It certainly speaks to the track prep, as we've talked about a lot yesterday, but you know, if you got guys running this consistently, it means the surface is consistent as well. Sanchez, the tunnel ram equipped, AMC powered, 7172 AMX over there in the National Dragster lane. And Sanchez, 104 in the 8th mile. And Tony, who was 1039 with a 9 at 129 miles an hour. He ran 1040 with an 8 yesterday. So again, the air conditions of the track, virtual mirror image of what we saw in St. Louis yesterday. Ooh, Brian Goldstone is right there. He's back, lurking in the shadows. Brian Goldstone was the first guy to run in the 6s so far this year, and he is just a couple pair back. So if you're away from the grandstands or if you're across your office trying to placate your boss and pretend you're doing work, get back in front of your computer screen and watch, because Goldstone just a couple pair back. So trouble making the gear changes over there in the National Dragster lane in the stick-shifted 2nd gen Camaro, as the murdered out 4th gen Camaro goes 11:47.6 at 117, 13:55 forward 80, not the run that they wanted in that 10 the starting line. And boy, this is a battle that has played itself out on drag strips across America for the last 15 or so years, which is the 4th generation Firebird taking on the Fox Body Mustang. And testing 2 nights at events like this across the country, it's been Fox Body Mustangs and these 4th gen Camaro and Firebirds for as long as anyone can remember, and it will be going on for many years to come. Although I'd have to say there's a lot more of those Mustangs and So the Mustang comes off the starting line first, and plenty of muscle over there, National Dragster side. The Mustang goes 9:58 with a 4, 140 miles an hour, as the Firebird goes 12:09 with a 4 at 110. And here comes Bryant Goldstone on the Summit Racing Equipment side of the dragster. 698 at 208 miles an hour was the tally for this AMC AMX yesterday. Goldstone has repowered the thing with a turbocharged big block Chevy engine, and he's lined up next to an absolutely beautiful 1971 Demon on the National Dragster lane. The Demon is a gorgeous car. It is finished perfectly. It is really spectacular, and everyone's going to be looking at the guy in the right lane, which also is a great-looking car to boot.
Goldstone currently the 2nd quickest car on site. Jeff Lutz is number 1 with a 6:05. Goldstone rolled a 6:98 yesterday. Will somebody go home with an all 6-second average?
We were so excited to watch this car last year, and unfortunately he blowed it up during the test and tune session at Tulsa. This year he came in prepared, had more time to get the car ready, and he is going to try to lay down another 6-second number here. And it really is a wild-looking car. Again, the visual impact of these things on the racetrack is one thing. When you see them driving down the highway, people's jaws hit the ground. We go through these small towns and cities, and there are people lining the streets to watch them come by.
Radically different visual program than he had going on with the 70 Chevelle he used to have.
So Goldstone's going to take his time and spool the turbo. There goes the Demon. Goldstone turning the tire hard in the first 60 feet. Goes a 117 to the 8th mile, 169. Bryant Goldstone, 678 with an 8 at 210 miles an hour. So there he goes again, the first 6-second pass of the day. And Goldstone is certainly proving himself as a very worthy competitor, not only in the Ultimate Iron category, but overall here at Drag Meet. He is the 2nd quickest car. And unless a couple other guys step up their program, Bryant Goldstone could be the dark horse to watch for the rest of the week. Those of you that saw it, good job, because likely he is going to pack the parachutes, pack his bags, and skedaddle after that run. And he actually gave some up on the beginning of that run. You saw it get out there, and you could actually, if you were paying attention to those big rear slicks, the first 60 feet of the racetrack, they were churning pretty hard. 117 short time is nothing to sneeze at, but that car will likely go down a couple hundreds if he's able to control that wheel speed. Now, I don't think he's going to try and go, you know what, I think he can go quicker than that. He's 2/10 quicker than yesterday. He's going to be ecstatic.
Did he run 210?
Yeah.
Isn't that a little like light on the mile an hour?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say for the combination he has in that thing, yeah, 210. There's probably more speed in that thing, and but still, man, nice. Always good to get that first 6-second pass of the day out of the way.
It's already been tweeted out to the world.
Nice.
Yep.
Good. We're on top of things here. Media Hub Central.
Speaking of which, if you are either sitting in the grandstands or you're at home watching the live, take a minute and visit hotrod.com. We've got literally hundreds of photos up from Tech Day, from racing yesterday. We got videos, we got stories, we got some inside info on some of these cars. Hotrod.com.
Drag Week epitomizes the use of gear vendors, under and overdrives, the most reliable transmission you can buy coupled to the highest horsepower handling overdrive in the world. It is a great 1-2 punch. If you can take a very stout transmission, put a gear vendors behind it, get the best of both worlds on the performance and economy side, as Tina Pierce-Jones and Doug Garrison come off the starting line. Doug Garrison lets the clutch out in all kinds of trouble for the GTO. Tina Pierce spools the turbos. Heads on down at her Colorado at 131 in the 8th mile, and Tina goes 854 with a 5 at 166 in that very clean truck. Tina had a wild ride for herself earlier this year in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It is great to see her out here at Drag Week and great to see her out here in that brand new truck. So the Mustang Notch, or the Mustang Coupe, I should say, coming up next to the Pontiac G8. As I don't know if you just saw that. The driver of the El Camino was a little aggressive coming over our speed bump that we've added here. The back of the thing bounced off the ground a couple of times as he came over it.
As long as he doesn't cut our cable, I'm good with that.
So 1350 with a 9-106 and 1045 9-127 on the summit. That's a wicked little piece. It's a manual transmission car, and it gets it. The driver yesterday had ripped off a couple of very solid laps. The driver of the Pro Street El Camino looking to better his average here. He has made several laps this morning. He is obviously very confident in his ability to hustle down the racetrack. So that's Terry Converse, one of best at 10:55 yesterday. Great launch. It was awesome to watch that thing bob and weave as he makes the gear changes. To watch that independent rear suspension work and settle down 103 in the 8th mile. Converse goes 10:62 with a 2 at 130, shifting his own out there. 12:02 with a 3 at 114 miles per hour. NOS is proud to be the official nitrous system of Drag Week. Be sure to use your coupon to get one free bottle fill-up this week, compliments of NOS. And be sure to discuss your nitrous setup with NOS technical representative Monty Smith. Monty is a racer himself, chassis expert, as well as one of the world's foremost experts in nitrous tuning. Monty will be cruising the pits looking to assist you with your setup, compliments of NOS, the undisputed leader in nitrous.
Randy Heiselman here in the close lane in the AAR Cuda. Despite the fact it's an AAR, which would have been a 346 pack car, this thing's got a 440 in it and was part of the battle for the quickest big block NA car last year.
So 1050 with the deuce at 129 miles an hour. Here comes Frank Saponaro and Jeff Sias. Jeff from Springfield, Massachusetts, and Frank from down to Maryland way. Mid 7-second wagon. He had to pedal his way out of a dead hook wheel stand the first time down. Jeff has not made a run yet in the Mustang. Jeff is a former class champion here at Drag Week. Back to defend his title. He took a year or two off, but he is back to give it hell again in this notchback Mustang. And there he goes again. Saponaro has to once again pedal the car, and he does so in a beautiful fashion. Sets it down gently. 130 in the 8th mile. Saponaro goes 8:53 with a 7 at 160 miles an hour. 990 with a 3, 136 for Jeff.
I'm thinking we're going to see Saponaro again. He rolled a 785 yesterday. That is the 7th quickest car here at Drag Week. That 853 sounds a lot like getting back in the staging lanes.
And a very healthy looking Fox body Mustang rolls up here on the Summit side. Again, you look back, you see a radial car like that with all the tire tucked in the wheel well, and you see the parachute hanging out the back. You know you got somebody that is got a program together down there, so to speak. And that somebody is Pete Johnson. The 87 Mustang is off 131 short time. Johnson, 546 in the 8. That's a 150 mile an hour car all day long. How about 160 mile an hour car? 844 with a 3, 161.79 miles an hour. Pete Johnson, 941, 950 on the outside of the strip. We certainly do not give out awards for best appearing here at Drag Week, but boy, if we did, this Chevy Nova on the Summit side would be in the running. It is magnificent.
That's Leslie Smith, a new player at Drag Week, and he is in Pro Street Power Adder. Yesterday he rolled an 837 at 181.
So pre-stage is the big black Monte Carlo. In goes the Nova. Nova, busted the tires loose. He gets it gathered up. Ooh, and smoke coming out of the Monte Carlo at about the 1,000-foot mark. Kind of weird out there. 10:02.9, 114. The Nova goes 8:42 with a 0 at 181 miles an hour on the Summit side. Comes one of our gasser entries out here. The high-riding 55 Chevrolet with the newspaper mailbox style scoop. Proudly jutting ahead of that tilt nose on the front of the high-riding 55 Chev.
Jay Grabiak in A gas, which is our faster gas class. We also have B gas for the more basic cars. This thing rolled a 1080 yesterday.
Of course, the 55 Chevy during the gasser era would have more likely been found in the C and D gas. He actually has D gas on the door. Small block powered cars were very popular in those lower gas classes, whereas the tiny little foreign cars with the engines, the Hemis, and the big blown big blocks were very popular in the AA and A gas categories. 1080 with the 2 at 120 miles an hour. Actually, this is the 50th anniversary of Jim Oddie, who is a Pro Mod legend, winning he won I think a C gas or D gas at the 1965 Nationals in his Austin, which kind of launched his career. Joe Lunati actually won Joe Lunati won the AA modified sports category at the 1965 NHRA Nationals, and of course Lunati, you know that name from the Lunati company of cam and crankshafts and pistons and all that kind of stuff. For late model LS racers, MSD is excited to offer their new Atomic Air Force composite intake that is a true bolt-on horsepower product. It's available for the new LT1 engine platform as well. 10:07.9, 131 on the National Dragster side, 13:46 on the Summit side. Boy, Jim Forbes had an eventful evening for himself. Forbes is running for the sealed hood. He sealed his hood, okay? He's running that blown big block Chevy powered high riding gasser Nova. Well, he's going down the highway and the supercharger completely locked up tight on this thing. We believe he removed it and fixed it without actually opening the hood.
I sure hope that's true.
He's a really brainy guy. He's from Arizona, a very smart individual, and he repaired his blower on the side of the road, got his 427 running, and he is back in business out there on the Summit side. 10:51.5 at 119 miles an hour, 10:65.9, 124 on the National Dragster side. Man, here comes a gorgeous car out here, the Roadrunner on the Summit Racing side. Do you know if this car is Hemi powered or we got wedge power in there?
Oh no, it's absolutely a Hemi. This is a factory appearing stock tire car that we forced to run on slicks here at Drag Week because you gotta go down the track on a drag tire at Drag Week.
For those people just tuning in right now, you're listening to Brian Loans and David Freiberger. This is day 2 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week presented by Gear Vendors. You're watching a live feed that is being presented by the Eastwood Company. 11:67.0, 117 miles an hour, and 10:49.6, 127 as that factory appearing stock tire machine. 11:67. He probably would have got 11:50s if you let him run on the bias bars.
I know. Yeah, you know, the real speed secret these days is that red line bias play. That's what people are doing.
I'll tell you what, man, you get that red line, that is where it's at.
Yeah, X235 was the new thing.
Yeah.
We've now gone to red line.
We've gone to X buy. That's the new category that's coming, X buy. Which I think, I'm stopping myself.
Yeah.
Okay, the Chevy Nova is now coming up on the National Dragster side.
Kurt Bayer in that car, he ran 982 yesterday. Modified power adder car. Modified means this thing likely does not have a stock rear suspension. Cars in modified are small tire, but they've got a ladder bar in them or a 4-link or something non-stock about the rear suspension configuration.
Interesting is the car looked like it hooked pretty good, came out, but he obviously didn't like the way it felt. He pedaled it, came down, and he pedaled it one more time to get it straightened out. 993, 734 miles an hour down the National Dragster side.
Just a tenth off his pace from yesterday.
And a great parade of cars coming up the return road there as that gorgeous Chevy 2 makes its way up, as well as the Johnson-driven 87 Mustang GT.
Randall Burns here in the 77 Skylark. Has he still got the 455 EFI 5-speed deal in this thing?
Yes, he does.
Yep.
A Tremec transmission in here, a Buick 455 engine, and a Mega Squirt fuel injection system on it.
And has driven this car everywhere.
This time he's traveling with his wife, so they've made the vacation out of this deal, as a lot of husband and wife tandems do. 85 miles an hour in the 8th mile, and Randall Burns goes 1263.4 at 110 miles an hour. That's a really nice run out of that car.
That's very nice. He went a 13-14 yesterday.
So here it is.
Oh, is this the unit you were telling me about?
This is the unit I was telling you about.
Where's the trailer mirrors?
They're off because he's not towing the trailer car.
Ah, okay. So this is Jeremy Stelford in that 84 Caprice. And I guess the gag on this thing is it looks like an old man car. If you see, it's got the wire wheel covers on it, white walls. He's got some plaid shirts hanging in the rear window. It's pretty good.
The addition of the white wall on the drag radial is genius. And it's got a 502 under the hood as well.
That thing's got a little bit of Buck McCoy vibe rubbed off on it.
I don't know if it smells like cheap cigars or not, but he goes 13.057 at 105 in the 1680 at just 55 miles an hour in the Crown Victoria. So I'm getting word from Lonnie Grimm that Street Machine Eliminator will be hitting the racetrack at 10 a.m. So we're going to apparently close the lanes on this session in just a couple of minutes. We're going to call them in at 9:45. So Street Machine Eliminator competitors, we don't need you right yet, but we will need you in a couple of minutes. They're going to give a few minutes of track touch-up time, and then we'll be into our Street Machine Eliminator session, which is apparently what the program is.
Car in the left-hand lane here, Keith Harrison in a 34 Ford, one of our hot rod class cars. Pretty liberal class, basically a 28 to 48 American car. Knock the fenders off of it, make it run. This thing went 11-16 yesterday. Today, 15-17 and out of it at 55 miles an hour.
And Harrison was a competitor for several years in our gasser category. Ran a white 55 Chevy, likely the highest riding gasser we ever had. That was way up there.
Yeah, they might as well just put a transfer case in the thing, basically.
Speaking of transfer cases, here is another truck that does not have one. This is the short bed, half-ton Chevy truck. They're doing drag week right. There's 3 of them that ride race to race in this thing.
Jacob Kronk's in the thing right now. Yesterday, this truck went 1076, so keep an eyeball on this thing. Street race big block power adder.
And it was not a clean 1076 either, so I believe there might be more lurking in the shadows for the square Chevy pickup truck.
Well, it does say 134 miles an hour right here.
Wow. There's Bryant Goldstone making a run down. I bet I know where he's going, the gas pump. Touch up that thing, roll up the chutes, and get after it. Trouble for the truck on the starter line, just annihilating the rear tires. Second gen Camaro shifting his way down to a 10:35.8, 129 mile an hour run. That's far better than the 14-second hit that we saw last time. 12:95.7, 127 for the truck.
And we got another pair of stick cars here on the starting line. Doug Harrison, Frank Romano.
So you got the dude with the Yinzer, Pennsylvania accent, And then you got Saponaro that sounds like he stepped right out of the cast of Welcome Back Cotter over here.
Not Saponaro.
I'm sorry, Romano.
Romano, yeah.
The guy's name's
Welcome back, Cotter. Did you pull it up? Welcome back, Cotter.
He's got a horse
Wow. We haven't gone full loony just yet, but we're working on it.
our way there. This is what we were looking to see out of both of these cars. A great side-by-side drag race. Big block Chevys on both sides, and both guys pull them in a high gear, and it will be the 10-58-8-129 hole shot for Romano, 10-48-0-130 for Garrison and the Chevy-powered Goat. All right, we need Street Machine Eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Street Machine Eliminator to the staging lanes, please, per Lonnie Grimm. Lonnie calls for the action, and we make it happen. So Street Machine Eliminator to the lanes, please.
So Darce Laws, who is here in the left-hand lane, has a 65-442. He's running Super Street small block power adder. He came here for the first time last year, dropped out on the first day. He does have a turbo small block Chevy in that thing.
All right, we have a car, a racer in need, the Fox Body coupe that says LS Tuner on the side. That's James. He needs a methanol fuel pump, a methanol-capable fuel pump for that white Fox Body Mustang. He's the guy that shut the window across the racetrack yesterday. Go find him in the pit. So 873.9, 164 for Laws, 1068.5 at 128 down the Summit lane. And there goes the Old Man Caprice, moseying its way up the return road. Beautiful Chevelle going to roll up or try to roll up next to that Nova. Chevelle did not leave the starting line as planned, so the Nova can run down the National Dragster side uncontested. We need Street Machine Eliminator. Street Machine Eliminator to the lanes, please. 11:07.2, 121. We need our Street Machiners to the lanes, please, as Lonnie Grimm has called for you. He called for you. We're calling for you. We need Street Machine Eliminator to the staging lanes, please. So the second-gen Camaro makes its way back up toward the starting line area, and the Caprice is right there as well. That thing is so good. So Bob Smokowski coming up in the 1972 Nova. Well, actually, Smokowski just ran down the racetrack. So it is going to be Jeff Richardson in the 1970 Chevelle. Richardson was the guy yesterday who had the Manton push rods over. This is Brian Goldstone coming back out the return road. Just get a load of that thing. It is mean. It is mean, and likely it is the last you're going to see of it here at Lucas Oil Raceway, Indianapolis, as I am, in my mind, I am virtually sure that he will pack up and go on to the next track. There are certain things you gotta take into consideration here at Drag Week. When you have a car like that and you make the clean run, well, it may be difficult. You need to grit your teeth and say, listen, we got to survive to the end of this thing. There's always the consideration of survival at this race. Getting out of a track early is a big benefit. And having an opportunity to run the next day is, of course, the ultimate, because if you can't, you're out. MSD's Tech Trailer will be at every track to help you make the best pass possible. Be sure to stop by the trailer and check out our new products, or ask our performance specialist for direction on your setup. MSD Performance, celebrating 11 years of Drag Week fun. Boost your way straight to the winner's circle with a turbocharger from Precision Turbo and Engine, the leader in turbocharger technology for street and race applications. Since 2008, Precision boosted vehicles have set over 256 world records and helped win more than 119 world championships, including Drag Week champs Larry Larson, Jeff Lutz, Tom Bailey.
So we were here in the booth when this guy walked up, and it's James at the white Fox Body coupe with the LS motor, says tuner on the side. He was asking for a methanol pump. And I was looking at Brian here in the booth. I was going, methanol is not legal in any class except for unlimited. But to clarify, he's got a legal meth injection kit on the thing. So he's looking for a little fish tank pump for the meth injection on that car. Terry Kiefer taking a little bit of a lunch break there before he goes on down the track in a Super Street Big Block Power Adder car. 67 CUDA. The thing went 11:16 yesterday.
1081.7, 122 out of the Camaro, and he goes 11:17 with a 4.120. Yeah, you're right, David. These guys really do have him dialed in.
It is pretty amazing that they can do that. And, I mean, we know that our rental car probably couldn't compete like that with the abuse that it's been going through.
I'll tell you what, though, if we went with the low friction belt in that CVT, look out. The Nissan Anguish has been renamed. The Nissan Anguish that we are pummeling. Well, you see, you can't even pummel it.
No, you can't.
You can't.
The CVT drives like it's got an $8,000 converter in it that just never hooks up.
Yeah, the CVT
it's
is
hideous.
The emo kid that locks himself in his room and cries himself to sleep every night of transmissions. It is a sad, sad piece. So here comes Glenn Hunter Jr., the turbocharged big block Chevy. He wanted another swing at it. Ran in the mid-sevens at over 180 miles an hour last time. And he is honking, but he's got the shootout early. 783.9 at 159.
That's what we're looking for. He did that in a test and tune, but that is the first time he's run sevens in right.
Except for the last pass he made that was 2/10 quicker.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. But
except for that.
Yeah, except for that. He
Yeah.
did this one. I don't know. Something was weird out there. He got the parachute was fully blossomed when he went through the traps with that speed of only 159.
So that will put him in the top 10 quickest cars here, probably bumping out Hayward's car with a 794. So 780s and quicker for the top 10 fastest cars at Drag Week thus far.
Very, very nice. Mr. Converse coming up with the Corvette with the gear jammer in it and the Buick Grand National on the National Dragster side. Bad Jay Brown comes into the water box. We'll talk about him in a second. Converse goes 11:15.6, 126, as the Buick goes 10:77.1, 127. Fair to say, David, that Jay Brown is one of the world's foremost experts in engineering.
He's one of the world's foremost experts in showing up at Drag Week with a bunch of cars and going home on the first day. But he's
Oh my God! Ah!
He knows it's true. He's had a string of bad luck, but he is about to make it happen. This thing ran hard yesterday. I'm trying to look up the number here as we speak.
The feels, man. That was hateful. We went to we talk about the CVT transmission and you turn into this monster.
So this thing does have a sock motor in it. Watch it go.
You're going to have a sock party tonight. Jay Brown's going to beat you with a sack full of pennies. The seventh lane. How about 888 with a 5 at 149 miles an hour for that sock-headed Ford FE motor on the Summit side for Jay Brown.
You're only as good as your last pass, and he's making some good passes, so I'm guessing we'll all be eating my words by the end of the week. I hope he survives.
That
I really
pass
do.
was fueled by a giant middle finger towards the tower as he went down the racetrack with the radio on. Oh, the guy's got
that was
kids,
solid.
man. Ooh, Brad Johnson.
Brad Johnson is here, partner of Keith Turk as well as ours at Bonneville, and he just held up a sign that said the route goes right by his house and he's offering beer. So everyone, come on down.
Put up a sign like a lemonade
Brad will
stand.
hook you up. At this point, you might need to be buying the Bud Light, so it'll be near beer, but you can come by.
Well, that gorgeous Pontiac Firebird GTA, the third-gen machine, heads down the Summit Racing side, 107 in the 8th mile, 10:21.0, 136 miles an hour, 13:62.7 at 108 for Randall Burns in the stick-shifted Buick. Man, what other hateful, multi-generational, family-damaging insults did you queue up for somebody else?
That was like Al Tucci level right there, wasn't it?
It sounded better than Tucci, and it had a little bit more hate behind it than Tucci.
Really?
Yeah.
Less anger, though.
Little less on the-
no
well,
anger.
When you say it with a smile, that's what makes it really hurtful. But it was good. That was good. I like it.
Oh, nice.
Man, listen to that thing scream. That's one of our naturally aspirated small block cars, and he is really working that thing to the beans out there. 9:59.5 at 140 miles an hour for the first generation Camaro. I did receive a text message that simply said, ouch.
From who?
From Andy Warren, who's an NMCA racer that's been watching and listening at home.
This is quality, you know. If you can't be good, be memorable.
That's it. And so it looks like the last couple of our class cars are run down. Now, again, we're going to go back to these class cars, which means we haven't seen Lutz, we haven't seen Bailey, we haven't seen the Chevette, and that makes my soul bleed a little bit because I want that car to be survived. 1082 with the 9-125. We will see those cars back again in a little while. We're going to run our Street Machine Eliminator guys and girls through here. And we'll just talk a little bit about Street Machine Eliminator, what that category represents, why the name change, and what they're going to be seeing when the cars come out.
Yeah, this class was formerly called Daily Driver, and it's amazing how many people said that that just wasn't cool, and then this year going, why'd you change it? Because Daily Driver was starting to seem like a little bit weak for some of the cars that were really fast that were showing up. We decided to go with Street Machine Eliminator. It's got a little bit more muscle to it. We also took the ET cutoff from 1080 all the way down to 10.
It was actually Robin Lawrence who said ouch from Holly. I only got two 270 numbers on my phone. It's either Warren or Lawrence, so it was Uncle Robin over there.
He liked it. You know he did.
970 with a 3-139 for the Mustang. Hot Rod Magazine is proud to welcome back Rocket Brand Racing Fuel as the longest continuous sponsor of Drag Week. Rocket Brand will provide to the overall winner of Drag Week a 55-gallon drum of the Rocket Brand Racing Fuel of his choice, or her choice, as the case may be. And of course, when we have a moment of quiet, they're going to touch up the racetrack before our Street Machine Eliminator. Oh no, we have Rick Prospero is snuck in the back right there, so Prospero will be running down momentarily. Well, we do have a second. Thank you to Rick Johnson and the entire crew at Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive Transmissions. If you're unfamiliar with what a Gear Vendors unit is, it is basically an auxiliary planetary style transmission that you can attach to the back or even remotely behind and basically any automatic transmission you can think of or any manual transmission. Why would you want this thing? It does a couple things for you. You can split your gear shifts, as we talked about yesterday, if you'd like to do that. And it also adds an overdrive, and it's a very, very strong piece. There are racers out here running their Gear Vendors units on the racetrack and literally punching the button to put their cars into overdrive at full throttle at the top end of the racetrack. Applications for trucks, applications for motorhomes, but really the high horsepower stuff where you can run that steep rear end gear, that traditionally very strong transmission, and put your gear vendors in the middle. It is a very good combination.
Yeah, they have what's called their Pro Mod option, which is all hardened parts, all the good stuff, and you see it in some of the fastest cars that are here at Drag Week.
I'll tell you, I have a buddy at home, John Sandahl, runs a very successful chassis business, and he does all kinds of different work, but he has done a lot of gear vendors installs over the years and some really weird stuff. Their remote mount kits, are pretty interesting, as you can get them where if you're not going to have room to directly attach it to the transmission, you can actually remote mount it in the car, kind of in a cage setup. And you know, Rick Johnson and the whole crew over there, it's interesting to me because there are a lot of companies that make a whole different wide range of products. Gear Vendors concentrates on one thing. The guy literally has woken up every day of his life for decades and looked at that thing and tried to figure out how to make it better, and he's done it.
Interesting true fact. Now, we were talking a minute ago about the Street Machine Eliminator program. Let's get back on that. That's the only class at Drag Week that you don't win by having the single lowest overall ET of the week. In this class, you are fighting for a low ET on the week to get on a ladder because we run an open comp bracket race at the very end. You'll see that on Friday when we return to St. Louis. So these guys are trying to get as close to 10-0 as they can so that they can get onto this ladder, and basically anyone can win at the end of the day because it's a bracket race. It turns into an actual race at the tree instead of a race to the stripe.
It is a very kind of it's a dual purpose deal. You got to be fast, and then when we get to that bracket race, you really got to know how to hit the tree. And the funny, maybe ironic thing is, this is where we do see the best reaction times because guys know they have to get ready for it, whereas in our other classes, you really don't see it. You know, one of the elements that Drag Week brings back into the sport of drag racing is something that changed in 1984, especially if we look at formalized racing like the NHRA. As you saw this morning, there's all these, basically every different category kind of runs up and runs next to each other. In today's world of drag racing, we always think about, okay, we're going to call these individual classes to the staging lanes. Well, up until 1984, NHRA qualifying was wide open. Whatever showed up in the lanes ran. And Shirley Muldowney was here at the U.S. Nationals about a week ago, and I got to sit down and talk to her with her for a little while, and she told stories about how they would, you know, hop the fence at 4:30 in the morning, or there'd be guys fist fighting in the staging lanes trying to be the first car up. So it's kind of fun when we see all these different cars lined up next to each other out here on this drag week format because you really don't see it anywhere else.
And in this case, we're seeing our very first Street Machine Eliminator car in the right-hand lane, Jason Billings in this 57, and of course Rick Prospero in the RX-7. Oh, and following right behind this pass, we've got Bailey in
Tom Bailey is coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Tell everybody on your Facebook, on your Twitter feed, Tom Bailey is in the staging lanes. He will be the next car down the racetrack. So make sure you spread the word and get to a grandstand seat if you've abandoned. Yeah, guys literally running towards the grandstands. You were making the right move, even though, sir, it doesn't look like you've run in years. That was a good time to become a merchant of speed over there.
And this is going to be good right now as well. Prospero there in the green RX-7. This is a twin-turbo 460-inch big block Chevy. Used to be in a 65 Nova wagon.
Fat and way up, making the boost, 142 in the 8th mile, and Prospero, 813 with a 0, 174 miles an hour through the lights, a 142.60 foot time. That is the safe tune-up to get it down the racetrack and not have to worry about blowing the tires off. Speaking of blowing the tires off, this is a guy that needs to put in a big number today. As you well know, things at Drag Week compound on top of each other. If you have a bad day Monday, you have no option but to have a really, really good day Tuesday and pray that your competition falls on his or her face while you succeed. The reason is if you go bad days 2 days in a row, your really only hope of recovery is if your competitor drops out. Tom Bailey went a best of a 7-odd. He went a 727 to 217 yesterday, which was a sideways, lifting, tire-shaking, mental house run that was just anything he could do to try to get the car down the track. They are hoping for a better run today. The reality is, David, we talked a little bit about it. We made a big deal of it yesterday morning and it didn't happen, but this could be the moment. Again, we could see that 594 go flying out the window, and we could also see Jeff Lutz's speed of 251 vaporized by this car that has more than 3,000 horsepower, probably verging on close to 4.
We have already lost the opportunity to have somebody run in the 5s every single day of Drag Week, so that'll hold on for next year. Lutz is on a 605, but what we're looking for is the quickest street legal car on the planet. So he's going to have to beat a 594 to get that credit.
The tree comes down, and he is going to take his sweet, blessed time, building boost, spooling the turbos, and here he goes. 103 short time. Bailey, 417 to the 8th mile. He goes 635 with a 6, a whole bunch of smoke, 224 miles an hour. But here's what you got. You got 635.5, 224 down the summit lane, and you have data from the starting line to the finish line in that car. The one thing they never got yesterday was an attempt to go any better. They can go back. The 60-foot is very promising there. That 103 is a pretty aggressive number. They were unable to get anywhere close to that yesterday. Something happened, though, between the 60-foot and the 8th mile. The 8th mile speed of 180 was not really what we were expecting to see, so there was maybe some conservatism in that tune-up. But they did go 635.5, 234, and it's amazing to be discounting that number, but that's what we have to do these days with those cars.
So I'm thinking you'll see him back second session?
Oh,
probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have an option at this point. Lutz doesn't run. So if he decides to pack up and leave, he could be hanging himself.
We don't know where Lutz is. He could still be 60 miles away.
He could be. We've hired the skywriting plane that says, Jeff, where are you? And no one has responded yet. We have not seen him come into the pits. We have no response yet from our boots on the ground, so to speak, out there. None of the Hot Rod staffers have reported him pulling in yet. So here comes a replay of Tom Bailey's run. For those of you watching the live feed at home, we're watching David and I are staring at a little screen. For those of you in the stands, you cannot see this. Very clean past 60 feet. Moved around a little bit the 8th mile mark, but let's see. 635.5. And you know what? The way those guys celebrated that number, that 635.5, 224, a little bit on the telling side, because for guys like that, they go up to the starting line with a plan. They didn't go up there going, oh, I hope this thing goes down the racetrack. I would bet you dollars to donuts they went up there and said, let's go with 30, let's go about 220 and see what happens. The way they reacted tells me that they did exactly what they wanted to do.
There's a definite strategy that goes on now where they go, do we put that in the bag and hit the road and hope to get there? Are they more interested in finishing the week, or are they more interested in going quicker than 594? These are all questions they're probably asking themselves down there.
Yeah, and that's a great point. The motivations really could be different on both sides of this thing. I think, in my mind anyway, the Lutz camp may be a little bit less enticed to try to run the whole week, and maybe it's more of a deal of trying to run the big numbers. Who knows? Everybody wants to win Drag Week, but when it comes down to the bottom line, do you want to leave here with the hero number, or do you want to leave here with the guitar and that iconic Gear Vendors trophy at the end of the week? That trophy is certainly at the end of motorsports. In the world of street legal drag racing, there is no equal.
David Burke in the right-hand lane in that 79 Le Mans. He is running Street Machine Eliminator. All the cars you see right now are in Street Machine Eliminator. He's got 11:44 out of that car yesterday.
Hit that Dodge Dart GTS running down the National Dragster side. The GTS is going to get left in the dust by the Le Mans. They're 12:03.6 at 117 miles an hour and a very solid stream of races that are going to get their time slips. Have been made, the air being cool.
Now you can see this Grand Cherokee in the left-hand lane. We've done a pretty good job of eliminating the bone stockers from Drag Week. You don't see any more stock pickup trucks, stock SUVs, Subaru station wagons out here. So watch this one, because you might think that's what it is, but it's going to impress you right now.
And so what's that, about a 6,500-pound SUV? The late model Gen 3 Hemi under the hood goes 10.82.6 at 126 miles per hour, 12.14.9 at 108 on the summit side. You were going to have bracket race at the end of the week in Street Machine Eliminator. Bar none, no doubt about it.
Well, I can tell you that right now, when we rolled in this morning, the cutoff was an 11:53, but well more than half the field is in the 10s.
Okay, so I've just gotten a report. Jeff Lutz needs an Aeromotive Stealth fuel pump. He's 40 to 50 miles outside the racetrack. So Jeff Lutz needs a Aeromotive Stealth fuel pump. If you can have a contact with Jeff, if you have a fuel pump rolling around, laying around, there is a guy with a very fast Camaro that needs your help. Jeff Lutz, 50 miles out, and he needs an Aeromotive Stealth fuel pump. 11:37.5, 118. 13.17.3 at 108 miles an hour on the summit side of the strip. The Pontiac Formula Firebird comes up on the National Dragster lane, and the Z06 Corvette rolls into the summit side. Man, C5 Z06 Corvettes are selling for ridiculously short money now. It's incredible. You can look on eBay and buy like a clean version. They'll have miles on it for like less than 20K. That's nuts.
I know. Really high quality car there. They're super impressive. Can you imagine getting out of like a 69 Camaro bone stock and getting into that?
You know, LS7 under the hood, that factory makes great power, but with some very minor improvements, you can make humongous power out of. And that third-gen Pontiac Firebird, the Formula model there in the National Dragster lane, going to hustle down. 12.18.1, 113 miles an hour, 11.98.5, 150. You know, one thing I want to correct myself on from yesterday, those of you watching the live feed, I was talking a lot about Alex Taylor's Camaro, and I did not know if it had an LS or it had a small block in it. It is a 6-liter style LS motor that is in that car with twin turbos, and we have not seen Alex, her dad, or the Ranchero run it all today. I'm not sure if they're in the pits yet or what their program is, but again, Alex's car does have LS power under the hood, and I apologize for botching that yesterday.
Now here in the left-hand lane, we've got Lynette Jankuski in the 2000 Camaro. She is on the bump spot in Street Machine Eliminator with an 11:53. So let's see if she's going to make a run that is going to save that.
Not so much.
11:96.
11.96, 117 for Januski. And the competition goes 12.26.4 at 113.
Jankuski, I believe.
I didn't like that K, man. I want.
Yeah, well, you know, make it your own, Brian.
Yeah, I called an audible on the K. So we have another of the Chevy 2 station wagons. This one has the stock, stock trim on it, the Argent painted steel wheels, a semi kind of big and little combination on here.
Yeah, David Amreen in that 66 with a 12:46 yesterday. Ross Dudley in the far lane. That Roadrunner has got probably more miles at Drag Week than most muscle car guys have on their car in 10 years.
Ooh, Dudley comes off the starting line, but has a problem, has to lift, and he is going to pull that thing off to the left side, so a driveline issue perhaps for Dudley. Meanwhile, the Chevy 2 wagon, 86 in the 8th mile, and the wagon goes 12.54.3 at 100 miles per hour, 108 miles per hour, .48 for the wagon. You know, you watch Dudley's car come off the starting line, and he uses likely a slightly more refined modern version of the famed Mopar super stock springs that were developed back in the 1960s, a set of the specialized leaf springs that were specially made to help that, and when used in conjunction with a pinion snubber, were specially designed to really help those cars hook up very hard off the starting line. What's interesting is, when you watch a car with those super stock springs leave, it kind of launches the body up and drives the axle on the pavement. It really is the most basic form of what the radial tire cars today are doing with the advanced shock technology and all the other stuff they're doing. So it is, evolutionary-wise, it's neat to see a car like that go out and work, because you're seeing really the basics when guys were starting to figure out how to make these suspensions work.
So next, because Eastwood is helping us out with this live feed, which is a major production, we really appreciate their sponsorship, we're going to let you have a look here on the live feed at an Eastwood tooltip while we're cleaning up Ross Dudley's car off the track.
Hi, I'm Mike Finnegan, host of Roadkill, Hot Rod Garage, and staff editor at Hot Rod Magazine, and today we are inside my race shop working on the trailer for my drag boat. This thing rides on an air suspension, and right now I've notched this cross member and I'm going to be welding in these gusset plates, and ultimately I'm going to turn this thing into a reserve air tank for the suspension. And I'm going to be using Eastwood's TIG 200 AC/DC TIG welding machine to complete all the welding. Because it's got both a foot pedal and a trigger on the torch, you can weld in a lot of awkward positions, and you know, if you're a foot guy, there you go. If you're a trigger guy, there you go, you're dialed in. These knobs are where all the flexibility comes from. You've got a knob for pre and post flow, and that determines how long the argon is going to come out of that torch before the arc starts and after you release the trigger. Move over here, that's the amperage knob. That sets the power of the machine. Over here is clearance effect. Now this is really cool. This determines the balance between the penetrating effect of the weld and the cleaning effect. And that's really helpful for when you're welding aluminum. Once you've got the machine all set up, you've still got to prepare the torch. And what we're going to do here is unthread the rear cap, slide the tungsten out. It's got a flat edge on it. You need to turn this into a double point. There we go. You want to grind that down to somewhat of a point, but you don't want it completely sharp like a pencil. We are ready to turn on the machine and start welding. So now all that matters is getting comfortable, because that's the key to TIG welding, is hand position, timing, and your comfort. If you're not comfortable sitting here, there's no way you're ever going to weld beautiful dimes. Oh man, that's good. I am absolutely floored at how well the TIG 200 works. I'm throwing down dimes like I weld every day of my life, and I don't. I'm gonna go over here and weld some aluminum right now just because I can. You can head to eastwood.com and check out the TIG 200 and all the other killer tools that Eastwood offers.
And again, thank you, Eastwood, for sponsoring this live feed. While you're watching it, go check out bestofeastwood.com. They're running a sweepstakes, giving away stuff every 2 weeks. Things like welders and plasma cutters and spray guns. Go to bestofeastwood.com, and if you sign up for that, it will help show your appreciation for them bringing you this live feed from Drag Week.
You know, we hear about racers all the time that start with a plan and have to end up with some other plan. Well, this is called Plan Z on the Summit Lane. That is like a brand new Honda Civic box on wheels thing that may have the same horrendous sad transmission our rental car has. But this racer made it out with that car, and he's doing the best he can. 18-15 with a 5 at 74, 14-32-9 at 98 on the National Dragster side. Here comes one of our thundering 20-second players out here. This is a 21-second Y-block powered 1955 Ford.
You know, he is in a tight race right now with that Impala running in the 20s.
I'll tell you what, man, 4/10, huh? Oh no, he went 21. So this car went 21-11 yesterday. So probably what, a 252 wide block in this thing? The 292 is a truck motor, right?
If you want to grab a hot dog, my guess is you're not going to miss anything.
Or if you just want to, if you want to actually cook the hot dog,
Right.
like remove it from the freezer, cook the hot dog.
Yeah, stuff the meat in the casing, throw it across the grill.
Yeah, if you would like to go slaughter the pig, then make the natural casing. You would still.
Oh, but he improves to an 1849. Look at your smack
He
talk,
sprayed
Brian.
it, man. He sprayed it.
Probably.
Check him.
He found the demon tweak on that.
We needed an attack. We put the other two spark plug wires on it. 1849.0 except the demon tweak. Well, they say beauty's only skin deep, but ugly goes straight to the bone, and that is the case out there with this Ranchero. It is not going to win a beauty contest, but boy, is it a good running car. A 10-second hitter out there, the Roadkill sticker slathered across the tailgate.
This is a 10-0 car yesterday. I'm dying to see the 999 before it breaks because of the Roadkill sticker.
It makes a weird jerky move to the right. There it goes. It made that same weird jerky move yesterday, but the driver has pretty much set himself up to compensate for it. 108 in the 8th. This is going to be good. There he goes, 10, 18, 9 at 133 miles an hour as the wagon goes 13, 34, 8 and 103 on the National Dragster side.
There's a bit of a jerky move going on here. I've got the testing to it, and I think we're working together pretty well.
We've worn it right in. As the 4th gen Camaro makes its way out of the burnout box, we have not seen our Australian friends with their barnyard Chevelle quite yet. The 1977 Nova rolls up on the National Dragster side. The weld drag-led wheels on there, the 10-hole specials. So the 090 reaction time out of the Disco Era Nova on Bob Glidden Way out here. 10 at 28.3 at 131 miles an hour. And again, we do see guys trying to hit the tree out here more so than we do in any other category because they know when it comes time for the elimination rounds, if you leave late, if you leave the 675 light, you're going to be sent back by somebody with a maybe a less capable car. Malibu and Camaro convertible come up now. So for those of you getting into the hobby, if you haven't heard of Eastwood, you need to check out their site at www.eastwood.com. These guys are real car guys that have been developing products, paints, and auto supplies since 1978. Eastwood is offering a 10% off Drag Week deal to viewers of the live stream by using the source code DRAGWEEK. That's it. Type in Drag Week in the source code when you're making a purchase at Eastwood.com, and you get a 10% discount on all the stuff you're buying. Also, visit bestofeastwood.com to join the sweepstakes where you can win free stuff that you don't have to get 10% off of because it costs no money.
When we walked in this morning in the Street Machine Eliminator class, our top 19 cars were in the 10s. 19 out of the 32 car field that we'll see racing on the very last day in the 10s. None of them slower than 11:53, and that number probably improved today if I had to guess. I think there was a couple cars who beat their numbers and are going to take that into 11:40 range as far as a bump spot.
You might have walked, I crawled here this morning.
Oh, no. Yeah, that was ungood. So, who was more FUBAR this morning? Our complete video crew that drove over to Indy Motor Speedway rather than the drag strip, or you who overslept by half an hour and I had to attempt to wake you up by pounding on the door?
If I had driven to Indianapolis Motor Speedway this morning, you would not have me in the live feed because I would have found a bridge and jumped off of it on the way over here. Rather than live through that shame and humiliation, I would have taken my own being off the side of a bridge.
Well, we probably got about 4,000 people worldwide who appreciate that our live feed crew did not do that. Yeah, 3,600 people watching right now from literally all over the world.
We did sacrifice that one guy that made the directional mistake, though, but that's the cost of doing business sometimes, girl. Well, I don't want to say that. It seems harsh. It seems harsh if you know.
You know, it wasn't specific.
Well, you know, Black Nova or the Black Malibu coming up here on the Summit side. And that white 4th Gen Camaro going to line up on the National Dragster side as we continue through our Street Machine Eliminator session, which will give way to an open session that is a literal wall-to-wall attack mode for all of our competitors. And again, we're lacking we're certainly not complaining about this. We're lacking much of the on-track drama that we had earlier this week, where we had or yesterday I should say, where we had all kinds of stuff going on out there with fires and glass flying across the racetrack and all. 1087.9, 125 for the Malibu, 1345.3 at 101 on the National Dragster side. A lot of credit goes to the crew here at Lucas Oil Raceway, Indianapolis. They do a fantastic job maintaining this facility, and it's always great when we roll into a place that's kind of ready for us. This morning we got here, and setting up the live feed, as David mentioned, is a pretty good task. We got to build scaffolding, you got to pull cables, got to set up all the cameras and all. And the fact that the track staff was here and had the place open for us in the wee hours of the dawn, long before sunrise, really says a lot. And the fact that we're able to run these cars down at the clip we have been says a lot about a very competent race staff here at the facility.
They've done this once or twice.
A couple times. 11:57.2 at 123 on the Summit side, the National Dragster lane, 11:83.6 at 116 miles an hour over there, far side of the racetrack opposite the tower.
So the attrition yesterday, it is interesting how guys show up on the very first day of drag week, and most of them have paid attention to making that 1,500 horsepower, maybe the extra 20 or 30, but didn't really pay attention to stuff falling off the car. What actually was shed from vehicles going down track yesterday?
Trim,
glass, muffler.
Did we lose a muffler?
I thought we did.
Muffler. One guy let the fire out, so he shed the fire that should have been in the engine, was released.
Well, I heard one of the more interesting stories from yesterday was Jack Miller, who's got that red fastback 67 or 8 Mustang with two Paxton blowers on an FE. Loose valve cover, bad. Cubes oil everywhere. Oil sucks through the supercharger. Oil gets in the cylinders, detonates one, ventilates a piston.
Annihilates the piston. You and I came up with a brilliant business plan where he could have sold those chunks of the piston as pet pistons, much like the pet rock craze of the 1970s.
Yeah, there was no amount of duct tape was going to solve that problem.
No. We got a racer in need. We need an intake valve for an AFR 235 head, an 8mm 2.125 by 5-inch long stem valve, the 1965 Olds 442. That is the Darth Laws machine. Again, an intake valve, an AFR 235 head. Somebody around here, this is Indy. We got speed parts galore at this place. Somebody's got to find an intake valve to help Darth Laws in that silver 442.
Yeah, the AFR 235, talking about a small block Chevy head, but it does have the 8mm stem in those, which is not that common in just off-the-shelf aftermarket head. But if there's any place where a guy's going to be carrying that around in his front pocket, it is drag week. Unbelievable the spares that guys bring along for this.
So the very angry front-wheel drive turbocharged Dodge Daytona on the National Dragster side. This car is a mean little piece. We have actually a contingent of these front-wheel drive Mopars over here. They're going to be running, they travel in packs, and they'll be running in packs. There's 3 of them lined up with the skinny tires on the wrong end, all 3 of them. But I'll tell you what, they make do. They reverse the laws of physics here and try to keep those front tires planted as the weight transfers to the rear of the vehicle. The beauty of Drag Week on display right there. You got a classic rear-wheel drive Chevy Nova with likely a small block in it or a big block Chev. Then you have this turbocharged front-wheel drive car, goes 1051 with a 5 at 140 miles per hour. And he's going to go track to track on half a tank of gas tonight. 1075.5 at 127 for the Nova. And here comes the little Dodge Omni GLHS. The GLH, of course, stood for Goes Like Hell, and the GLHS was Goes Like Hell Squared. These were cars that Carroll Shelby was involved in back in the day, helped Chrysler tune them up a little bit, both in the suspension and in the horsepower departments.
I've also heard Goes Like Hell some more.
Oh, okay.
And this could be wrong. This could be another one of those failed memories. Carroll Shelby might have told me that.
You know, just dropping that out there. 101 in the 8th mile for the Omni, 1095.7, 129 miles per hour. 1337.3 at 107 miles an hour on the Summit side. That's that 1095.7, 129, a very impressive number. And that car, that little Omni, I've seen YouTube videos of that car making 500 horsepower to the wheel, so that is a mean little 4-banger over there. Now we have the 1990 Dodge Shadow coming up now. The Shadow will be lined up next to that green-on-green Pontiac GTO convertible here on the Summit Racing Equipment side of the drag strip. So you want your big honking Pontiac power? Got the Tiger Tail coming out of the gas tank, or do you want that little spooled-up turbo 4-cylinder, which didn't make too much noise yesterday, but is making a much better run today? There goes the Pontiac, 12.56.2 at 105 miles an hour. 11.83.3, 114 on the National Dragster side.
People who are watching at home on the Eastwood live video feed, if you're in the chat room and you'd like to ask us some questions about anything that's going on here, questions that might be also of interest to the people watching live in the grandstands, throw them out there and we'll see if we can address them.
And ladies, before you get going, I'm sorry, I'm a married man. Before you get going down that road, I just want to get that off the pass.
They have been throwing themselves at you all week.
I'll tell you what,
I
man.
will stand up for you when you go home and got to defend some of the action that's going on.
It's embarrassing sometimes, but well, here we go. Another massive burnout happening to the Valiant, and the Valiant's got a lot going for it. Mainly that, actually, mainly the burnout action.
I'm really hoping at some point you get loopy enough to slaughter someone worse than I got Jay Brown here
We got a
while
full
ago.
Cheech and Chong situation happening over there in the National Drag Strip. If you can see the smoke ventilating out the driver's door, how he can actually see in the car at this point, I'm not sure. But many years of his life being taken off as he is breathing whatever oxygen is left inside the Valiant, which does not quite live up to the burnout hype. I'm going to be very honest with you. As Kerry Watson heads down the Oldsmobile, 11.87.2 at 110 miles an hour. As the tire smoking Valiant goes 13.84.2 at 99. Those guys are having a blast. Low buck operation. They're just having fun.
You can't be fast, be flashy.
Can't be the show, or rather, if you can't be good, be spectacular. It's also the way I've heard that presented. School's iPad. All right. Corrupting the youth of America here, one kid at a time, as they are watching Drag Week during school hours. This could be a physics lesson, right? This is legitimate physics going on out here. Overcoming inertia.
This Impala's about to overcome some inertia. This is another case of, we made this guy put slicks on his car and it runs 20s. Let's look at the cars going down the track though in the right-hand lane. To the 8th, the 742 at 91 miles an hour. And he rolls an 1169 at 115. In the left-hand lane, an 1147 at 117.
And then we have the, well, lazy, if you will, 1966 Impala. Very great, nice car, clean as a whistle. Has that classic kind of stock Eliminator, half and half painted rear wheel with the pie crust slicks. And I can guarantee you he's not going to go up in smoke right now.
One of the most patient guys at Drag Week coming up here in the Impala. Hope he likes that car because he spends a lot of time in it.
3.03 seconds, 60-foot time on purpose, mind you. 11.23.2 at 123 for the LS powered Eclipse. Speaking of eclipses, one is actually happening in the amount of time this one has taken to go down the racetrack.
Oh, so close, but he did not break into that elusive 19-second bracket.
Nor the 68-mile-an-hour bracket that we often talk about. The 19-second bracket. The Purple Nova. And the S10 pickup, of which we have multiple generations out here this weekend, including that Colorado of, we saw Tina Pierce run down in hers, kind of the, not quite the latest generation, because there's a new version of the Colorado up there, previous version of the Colorado, but the successor to the S10 pickup. All right, so down the top end of the racetrack, 10.04.8 at 100, or 10.09.8 at 134 miles an hour, 14.19.6 at 98 on the National Dragster side. Scott Brown coming up from Texas on the Summit side of the drag strip. The 1953 Chevy Bel Air he calls Capone, single turbo 5.3 LS motor. It was last year at Great Bend, Kansas that he actually swapped the piston and rod assembly out of this thing in the parking lot at the drag strip after nicking a piston. A tow truck driver approached him in the afternoon and said, "I'll give you a tow wherever you want." He said, "Get away from me," and apparently gave the guy the one-finger salute after they got the job done and drove out of the parking lot because the tow truck driver was kind of waiting around like a vulture to tow him out of there. So the Chevy Malibu will be lining up next to the car of Scott Brown, as Brown is pre-staged, going to get his turbo spooled up. It's a 10-second runner out of Texas. Let's see what he does. He gives about a 4/10 advantage to the Nova off the starting line of the National Dragster lane. And Brown starting to make up some ground, but the Nova's going to get down first. 1086 with a 0 at 126 as Brown goes 1078 with a 0 at 133. 66 Chevy pickup. And the Valiant up here. The Valiant, last year's winner in our Street Machine Eliminator category, which was then called Daily Driver. Better reaction time for the Valiant 137 and the truck's 428 light. The Valiant, which sounds really mean going down the highway. When you see this car cruising along, it has a real good rumble to it with those side pipes and the race mufflers on it. 11.041, 120 miles an hour. The pickup punches through 11.055 at 121. Hemi Joel Nystrom coming up right now in a Hemi-powered GTX convertible here in the Summit Racing Equipment side. I had mentioned yesterday, I had said that this was a factory appearing stock tire car build, and that was wrong. He actually built a hardtop car for that category. So this is, I believe, a factory Hemi GTX convertible, which I can only imagine is not the most commonly found Mopar on the planet. Going to be lined up next to that early 70s Pontiac Firebird with the Formula style hood. The Firebird very gingerly coming off the starting line. Not Impala gingerly, but gingerly enough. And Hemi Joel goes 80 in the 8th mile, and Nystrom, loud pedal planted on the floor, goes 13.72.0 at 100. 17.04 with the 6 at 82 miles an hour on the National Dragster side. Fourth gen Camaro. And 10.72 to 125, 10.10 with a 7, 137. Now I made the mistake of misjudging this pickup yesterday that's rolled up on the Summit side here, David. Today we haven't we pretty much annihilated the guy showing up with stock stuff to run down here, and I said, hey, look at this pickup, man. But no, it runs a lot better than you'd find a stock half-ton Silverado of this generation running. And why wouldn't it? With an LS engine, a couple of hours, you get a cam swap in the thing, and just a couple of very basic upgrades, especially intake manifold or something like that. You can just crank the power up with ease on these engines. Light up next to a very beautiful Mustang convertible with the trailer hitch just poking up a little license plate. So the Mustang goes down to 1,000 feet, 11.24.6, 121. The pickup truck works its way down, 14.14 or 14.19 with a 7 at 93. So he's creeping up on the 13s in that thing.
One of the questions that came up on the live video feed is why we require plate tread. I know there's a lot of former competitors asking that same question. In truth, the reason that we did that was twofold. First and primarily, to eliminate guys showing up with rental cars and bone stockers and things like that. You got to put a little bit of effort into it to show up at Drag Week, and that has worked. We've got some more hardcore vehicles. Second of all, the street treaded tires really tear up the track, and when we've got an unlimited car trying to come right after 30 or 40 street tire cars, it's ungood.
Pontiac Le Mans going to line up next to that nice looking Chevy pickup truck with the slot mags on it over there in the National Dragster Lane. Gotta love that. 3/10 advantage for the Pontiac on the hit of the throttle, 95 in the 8th mile for the Le Mans. And the Poncho goes 11.41.9 at 117. Chevy goes 13.63.4 at 100 miles an hour on the National Dragster side. Very interesting matchup here as we have that early 90s, late 80s Chevy pickup, the step side extended cab model, going to line up next to the 1979 Chrysler 300. the end of the so-called Malaise era, or the middle of the so-called Malaise era. This thing likely would have had a lean burn 318 in it or something like that out of the box.
I think it's true.
360
Yeah,
maybe?
lean burn. That was a very advanced system for its day.
I'll tell you, it worked awesome.
It's hard to make stuff, not only ping, but also be slower and get worse mileage all at the same time.
That was the trifecta. They put that holy trinity together, and that's really what made the lean bird so good. I mean, on the level of the crossfire fuel injection that General Motors rolled out to such acclaim in the early 80s.
Yeah.
11:48.6 at 116. The pickup truck 12:25.3 at 116 miles an hour as well. The big question on that whole era was, were people too smart for their own good and understood what they needed to do but weren't able to physically do it, or was it just bad management?
It was the government ramrodding smog and fuel mileage, especially smog down their throats, and they didn't know how to accommodate it just yet. Obviously, the technology's caught up today. You've got something like a Hellcat with 707 horsepower and rolling down the assembly line, selling them brand new. But back then, double-digit horsepower from big blocks. It was bad.
Yeah, it was not good. I mean, it wasn't CVT transmission bad, but it was still pretty bad. Brian Coleman heads down the road in his 1966 Chevelle as that well-worn and patinaed Nova station wagon tries to chase him down at 1,000 feet. The Nova wagon goes 11:21.9 at 120, as Coleman goes 13:45.1 at 104. So Calvin Hayward in the pink Mustang that we saw run down earlier in the 750s, he did one shot and left yesterday. He did one shot and left today.
Did he roll a 750 yesterday or was it a 794?
I'm sorry, it was a 794 yesterday. Apologies. He really cranked it up. He leads Steve Forester by 4/10 in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category.
I'll roll through very quickly here the top 10 cars that we've got rolling into today. This could have changed around a little bit. Lutz 605, Goldstone 698, Joe Barry with a 711, Bailey with a 727, Schroeder with a 747, Gallamore 764, Saponaro 785, Blasco from Canada with that 72 Dart a 787, Don Foss a 789, and Hayward, who we were just talking about, with a 794. Top 10 quickest cars in drag week as we rolled into today.
So Gear Vendors Overdrive is not only a sponsor of Drag Week, but their products help make it possible for many of these cars to drive over 1,000 miles and then run so hard down the racetracks that we hit in the great central part of the United States. To learn more about Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive units, the options they offer, and what they offer to fit your application, visit them at www.gearvendors.com. Ooh, the pair of third-gen Camaros coming up now.
I was recently shopping for one of these for Roadkill out in California. Man, they are just trashed out there. It is unbelievable.
Well, they're rotted in half where I live, so at least you can still find them.
I was trying to buy that and a Fox Mustang, and all of those that are for sale cheap are convertibles.
Ugh.
California.
14:41.9 at 99 miles an hour, 16:45.0 at 83 on the National Dragster side.
Our friend Dennis Pitzenbarger is working on that $12.99 for $12.99 deal, and he just went ahead and got the TPRA car to make that even more impressive if he actually achieves that goal.
Yes, he is taking the difficult path to the $12.99 for $12.99 program.
I told him, like, dude, if you pull that off, I will be genuinely impressed, having tried to do that myself. But he could definitely be a better man than I am on that.
Could be, or is. Let's just be honest, David.
Trying to give myself a little something.
No, man. There's no credit in this room. This is the truth zone in here. This is the no spin zone. So that Mustang Shelby GT500. Look at a really nice side-by-side matchup. You get the GT500 Mustang headed down next to that big old Plymouth Roadrunner as they get to the top end of the racetrack. 11:59.7 at 115 as the Roadrunner goes 11:95.8 at 115 miles an hour as well. Not to quite the same level, but the Mustang, of course, the early introduction of the Mustang the sales projections, they outsold like by 10 times. But the Roadrunner's another one of those stories. Didn't they, when they reintroduced the Roadrunner, they said, maybe 2,500, 3,000 of these things, and they sold a ton of them that first couple of years.
You reintroduced, or you mean when they actually came out with them in '68 for the first time?
They introduced them,
Yep, they knocked that out of the park. MotorTrend's Car of the Year in 1968, by the way.
That's cool. The Pontiac GTO Judge was designed to be, initially was going to be a Roadrunner fighter in the form of a kind of a more stripped down version of the GTO that they go out and battle with, but the planning stages of that car went a little bit sideways, and that ended up being more of a kind of a GTX style car with more luxury options and a lot heavier than they had initially planned.
Because Pontiac.
Because Jim Wangers. Speaking of Pontiac, that late model GTO goes 1157, 118. And 10.25.6 at 133 miles an hour on the National Dragster side of the strip.
Are you ready for more trivia?
You bet.
Okay, the Enduro bumper on the front of those like 68, 69 GTOs. When those first came out, there was a television commercial with John DeLorean, yeah, exactly, with a chromed crowbar bashing the front of that thing, right? And there was another one with a different actor that might not have been John DeLorean. But my father produced that television commercial and has the chrome crowbar at home. Yes.
You could go to the Pontiac Nationals with that and be treated as a living god.
That's true.
They would carry you in on a throne with you holding that thing like a scepter. Imagine. I mean, being King Pontiac is not like being a Marlin, which is obviously the king of the aquatic world of the ocean, which we've not seen the AMC Marlin yet today.
Here in the left lane's a good Pontiac, pretty much a bone stock 400 with a blow-through carburetor, turbo, no intercooler, rolling a 1230, dirt cheap in that big Trans Am.
1193.6, 115 on the Summit Racing side as the Camaro is a first and fourth generation Camaro. Roll up here to the starting line. Fourth gen car undoubtedly packing LS power under the hood. The Nashville Dragster side, it could be a small block, a big block, or anything in between. We don't regulate powertrain options or even suspension options here in Street Machine Eliminator. We're strictly looking at elapsed time. If you go quicker than 10 seconds, you have to find yourself in a class that actually fits your setup. But in Street Machine Eliminator, as long as you're not going to bust out from under that 10-second zone, you're good to run whatever you want.
I've preached it before. I really feel like this is one of the best fields, if not the best field that we've ever had at Drag Week from the standpoint of just every single car, there's something special about it. And once again, I hate to just bag on it, but there's very few to none crew cab dualies driving around in the Street Machine Eliminator class.
No, that's good. That is real good. Except for that one exhibition pickup truck. We don't know what the program is with that.
Oh, what can you do with that? Exhibition.
Street Machine Eliminator, if you want more runs, your session is open, but lanes will be closing in 15 minutes, then track prep, and then we will have the wide open session for all of our competitors. So 15 minutes, we will close the lanes for Street Machine Eliminator. We will prepare the racetrack, and then go open wide open again. We will see Lutz, if he makes it. I think we will see Bailey again, and we will see some of our other heavy-duty iron we haven't seen run. The Chevette, I hope the Chevette still lives. We need to get a report on the Chevette. Amongst other competitors that have not gone down the racetrack today. The Taylor family has not run yet. There's a whole lot of cars you have not seen run down, so don't go anywhere. David Schroeder has not run down yet. And the nitrous-powered Corvette, Mike Wensler, Don Fest, John Ferrone, Jeff Lutz Jr. Hail, hail, the gang's all here. At least they hope they are. 1076-1 at 125 on the National Dragster lane. The Mustang goes 14-11-7 at 101.
Starting to make Bryant Goldstone look like somebody in that Javelin with those 6-second passes. He walked in here with number 2, but who knows what's going to happen today. That's the thing about Drag Week is it ain't over till it's over. This is absolutely a battle of survival more than speed.
Oh, we have seen more hopes and dreams crushed like bugs on Thursday afternoon or even on Friday before. You remember the year we had the rain on Friday there at Tulsa, and you made the decision we were going to finish the event on Saturday, and they nearly burned you at the stake. Well, the guys that were leading nearly burned you at the stake. The guys that were trailing wanted to carry you off like you were carrying the gold crowbar.
Yeah, Mike Roy and I took a nice love boat cruise together after that moment.
Yeah, you had concrete sneakers on.
Yes, that's right. Mike Roy, one of the big lunges of Drag Week, out. Not here with that big old Monte Carlo.
For the Ranchero, heating up the tires, a 1093, 124, and an 1138 on that last pair down the racetrack. The Ranchero lineup next to the great little step-side Chevrolet pickup on the National Dragster side of the drag strip.
I hope this truck comes to $9.99. I really do.
Yeah, so we go at 10, 12, 10, 13, somewhere there. 10-teen, I believe, last time, right?
10-0 yesterday.
Right.
13 earlier today.
Have you ever wanted to learn how to TIG weld? Check out Drag Week sponsor Eastwood.com for over 1,000 how-to videos. Everything from how to weld, how to paint, to hands-on cars. A full online TV series hosted by Kevin Tetz. Eastwood has the right products and know how to help you do the job right.
1026 not improving his earlier number in the Big Ranchero. 132 miles an hour.
Speed is definitely there. The speed is there, and maybe got a little aggressive off the starting line. 157 short time kind of tells the story, I think, there. But man, a really cool car here in the Summit Racing Equipment Lane that used to be far more violent.
Yeah, this Maverick used to have a 4-speed in it, which really entertained me, but the guy wanted to go faster instead. So he's got his little naturally aspirated small block Ford in this thing, built by Eddie Miller, and it's got a tunnel ram on it that he had sitting on the shelf since the 70s. And I think he's about to blast a mid-10 with this little small block.
And that late model Mustang, I believe it's a 2015 model, is a really quick little car over there. He is moving down the National Dragster side. 11:47.7, 124 the trap speed of the Mustang. 11:58.8, 119 miles an hour. The word on the street is we have located a fuel pump. Now we just need to get that person in contact with Lutz. And Dave is going to dive into his Google machine and make that happen. With that beautiful Falcon station wagon coming up now with the wood paneling on the side, the great stance, and that brown bronze paint. What a neat car that is, complete with the roof rack, lined up next to the Chevrolet pickup truck in multiple shades of primer there in the National Dragster lane.
Tanya Turk giving Jeff Lutz a call saying we do have a fuel pump coming your way. Now the question is, will he make it here before the cutoff time when we close lanes? He's got a good shot at it, but it's a little tight.
Well, let's start doing some math. It's what, 11 o'clock right now?
It is 10:45.
Okay, so 10:45 right now. So if somebody leaves, if he's 50 miles away, it's going to take him an hour to get there. So now we're talking basically noontime.
Are we going to be able to complete this formula? Because the math has not proven this strong suit in the tower.
That's all right. We're making it up as we go. So
Okay.
basically, he gets the pump at noontime, however long it takes him to get it replaced, which probably won't be too long. But if he's not, then he has basically an hour to get here and get in the staging lanes. No time to prepare the car. Can be Creighton's, man.
It is interesting every single day in every single class. People focus on Unlimited, but I encourage you to go on hotrod.com and look at the results and look how many classes are separated by a tenth or two. Some of them less than a tenth.
And the funny thing is, at this race, you'd expect the world to end with a bang more than it ends with a whimper, but typically weeks here in Drag Week end with a whimper on the side of the road with some minute failed part that you just can't recover from.
Yeah. Usually the whimper is in the Nissan Anguish.
Yeah.
As we're driving from track to
I
track.
did actually cry myself to sleep last night thinking about having to ride in that thing today, so that happened. Put on a little John Denver, you just think about what's going to happen the next day, and next thing you know, waterworks.
You know, I'd take the John Denver rather than driving the Anguish.
I wouldn't.
again.
I wouldn't. The John Denver is some sort. Can't do it. Tell you what would help our little car though, some nitrous. Maybe some stuff from NOS. They are proud to be the official nitrous system of Drag Week. They got Monty Smith here on the grounds. He's a racer, a chassis tuner, and one of the best nitrous tuners in the country. Monty will be cruising the pits looking to assist you with your setup. Compliment of NOS, the undisputed leader of nitrous and the official nitrous provider of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. So staging lanes are getting set to close here on this dedicated Street Machine Eliminator category, and then we'll move back into our open session, which will allow all of our cars to pile back into the lanes.
When we came into the track this morning, well, actually, when we left the track yesterday, we had 100 Street Machine Eliminator cars, and we had 201 of the class cars, and we dropped 13, 14, who knows where we're at, but you're looking at roughly 100 cars here in Street Machine Eliminator.
Pickup truck going down the racetrack on the Summit side now is kind of interesting. You can tell they've recently swapped the step side bed on that thing because when the cab was painted, it had a standard bed on it because as the step side cuts in, you can see there's still some primer marks in the back of the cab. that certainly falls under the "This Ain't a Beauty Contest." This ain't a beauty contest moniker of this contest, as we have the cowl hood equipped red Chevy Shoebox Nova coming up on the National Dragster side, and then we come up with the 4th Gen Camaro. So it's Daryl Cole driving the Nova and the Camaro coming up on the Summit side. Boy, we make a drastic change in drag strip style tomorrow. We go from the Big Digs here, the home of the Big Go, at Lucas Oil Raceway, Indianapolis, and go to the historic Great Lakes Dragway up there in Union Grove, Wisconsin.
And one of the main things to remember about drag week is all of these cars need to drive from track to track all week long, even the 6-second stuff.
It's kind of cool. Well, we'll talk about the elapsed times here. First, 11:65, 1:16, and Cole goes 13:22.3 at 101. When we go to both Union Grove and Cordova, we visit racetracks that were opened in the 1950s. Both of those were opened in the mid-1950s. This place is no slouch either, opening in 1961. The Nationals moving here in 62 and it becoming the iconic place that it's been.
Nationals were here in 61.
Oh, apologies. Okay, so the Nationals did move here in 61. About 300-acre place. Then we go to Union Grove. That has been the home of the Olympics of drag racing for decades. Then we have the World Series of drag racing that's held in Cordova every year. Those are two of the longest running independently produced races that have in drag racing history, especially the World Series, which I believe is the longest running independently produced drag race in the world.
We'll take that. No one's here to correct you.
Nope. Well, Kevin is, but I might have been right about that. But the World Series is the longest running independently produced deal, right? Yeah, it is. So Kevin McKenna from National Dragster, our unofficial statistician behind the scenes over here. So it is GTOs a pair coming up now. The GTO Judge on the National Dragster side and the late model car here on the Summit side with 6-liter power under the hood. So the carousel red used on the Judge was used as a different paint codes for other General Motors products, was it not?
Hugger orange.
Hugger orange.
Don't try that again, Brian. You were trying to make me look bad.
No, it wasn't. I knew you'd know it. That's why I asked, because I didn't know. Man, come on, man. I'm trying to set you up. I'm trying to.
You set him up, I knock him down, and then I insult you.
You got a silver. You got a chrome crowbar, man. What am I supposed to do here? How can I make you look bad? The staging lanes are closed. For a Street Machine Eliminator. We're going to do a little track prep, and then we'll have our open session. Staging lanes are closed for Street Machine Eliminator, 1181.6, 150, and the late model car. The classic GTO Judge goes 13:33 with a 2 at 102. You may not remember this, but right back about the time you first got the F-Bomb, your Camaro, turbocharged Camaro running.
How many decades ago was that?
That was what, 2007 or something like that. There was a story produced at Hot Rod called Road Thrash, where it was a bunch of us took a whole bunch of cars out. We drove them around for the day, the F-Bomb being one of them. And there was a guy that had a bone stock, really nice GTO Judge. So that was my stint driving the Judge. We were doing this deal where we all kind of queued up and we were driving through this canyon one by one to take photos. So anyway, as each progressive person is leaving the quote-unquote starting line, everyone's getting a little bit more and more aggressive. So I'm in the GTO and I'm like, all right, I said to the guy that passed you, like, lay into it a little bit. Of course, it was on the little bias ply tire, so it did this big smoky burnout of leaves. I threw rocks all over your car, and I thought, oh my God, I've just pelted this thing with rocks. And I didn't really know you from a hole in the wall by that point. And so I ran back and kind of apologized when I saw you, and you're like, dude, don't worry about any of that.
Can't hurt it. You know, the F-Bomb survives a distinction that most cars do not, which is more than 1,000 horsepower, and Marlon Davis drove it, and it still runs and drives.
My lasting memory from that entire day on that Road Thrash trip, remember one of the cars was a very period-correct T-Bucket that had an inline 6 in it. Marlon was driving it, I was driving behind him, and at about 35 miles an hour, I could hear him screaming, "It's getting away from me, it's getting away from me," and he did that for miles.
That was a scary day.
11:79, 3 at 112 over on the National Dragster side. Jesse Matafieri coming up now in the yellow and green John Deere themed 496 big block Chevy powered pickup truck. Matafieri with the twin stacks poking up to the center of the bed. See that truck kind of bouncing around down there with that 496 cubic inch big block Chevy engine. out there for Jesse's. You heard the thing kind of get to the middle of first gear, and it did sounded like it was not very happy shooting some ducks out there. So Manafiri going to drive the pickup truck through. He goes 13.88.6 at 91 miles an hour. And we're going to run out. It looks like our last couple of street machiners here going to touch up the starting line, and then the floodgates will open for everybody that needs a run.
So Brian, let me go ahead and just impregnate your brain with more automotive trivia. And actually, this is more of a theory of mine. Or do you have something more important going on right there? So 1958, NHRA Nationals is in Oklahoma City.
Okay.
1959 and 60, it moves to Detroit.
Sure.
My theory is that was the birth of the muscle car. Reason being, all of the OE guys were invited out to the show by Wally Parks himself. And I think that's where the seed was planted for those guys to start getting bloodthirsty after each other as far as performance goes. And you saw guys like Ram Chargers out there running the high and mighty and things like that. And they went back and started taking some of that long ram stuff they were developing for the big luxury cars and building muscle cars. So that's my theory. The day that Wally Parks took the Nationals in '59 to Detroit was the seed of the whole muscle car movement.
I can actually buy that because obviously stock car racing was humongous, or becoming humongous in the late 50s. And even though they had that AMA ban, there was still a lot of backdoor stuff going on. But if the stock car racing thing had continued to be the driver, we would not have seen the muscle cars that we saw that were really intended to come out here and do what we're seeing here is sprint in the quarter mile. So I could actually buy that. And it was, I think, a widely recognized move by Wally to get the race in front of those Detroit executives. He needed that support, and he knew it once he got it there, once they saw all the young people in the stands, and once they saw the enthusiasm, they'd come on, and it worked out perfectly for him.
Oh, he did it absolutely deliberately. I mean, I know that's why they ended up in Detroit. And smart move. So you came up with some trivia on this Nova here last night, didn't you?
Yeah, Rob sent me a note via Twitter that he said, hey, we were joking around. You asked me, what year is that thing painted? And I said, 92. And he said, you know what? It was actually, he said he bought the paint just after the 1990 cover shot of the Troy Trepanier Impala we were talking about. And he said, but I didn't actually paint it until later in the 90s. But he had the paint on the shelf for a little while, and it was inspired. Of course, as many cars were back in that era, that pastel kind of bluish green 1185-6 at 94 in the Nova. So it is time for track prep, and that is going to be a quiet racetrack for a couple of minutes. Those of you that have come out and hanging out with us today, thank you very much for doing so. It has been a great day, and will continue to be a great day. We got a ton of racing left to do. As I see John Lombardo's alcohol funny car rig being pulled through the pits here. Lombardo is a guy who I believe was going to do some licensing stuff with Schumacher this year if he didn't already. So, and John Lombardo is the son of legendary West Coast racer Little John Lombardo. So a talented racer in the alcohol funny car ranks who was out here for the U.S. Nationals. But that's neither here nor there this weekend.
You know, I'm trying to Google this here. I believe, and perhaps you know, or I'm sure he does, I think the very first use of a Christmas tree at NHRA Nationals was right here. In 1963, that is correct.
I could have told you that, but you know, you had to go to Kevin. I understand. That was disrespectful. That was very disrespectful.
You know, you go straight to the source.
That was very
you bypass the
disrespectful.
middleman. Yeah, we're getting confirmation here in the tower that about the stories about moving to 59 to Detroit, Oklahoma City. It's all about money. We're live on the internet now, too, by the way.
So the tractor going to touch up that starting line. Drag going to be put down. Going to touch up the starting line, and once we get that starting line squared away, the staging lanes will open up, and I'm going to keep my phone in my hand because when that happens, Lonnie will text me, and then I will pass along word to all the racers when the staging lanes are open for our open session.
So they're going to run out there and prep the track a little bit?
Yeah, that's what they're doing, and it is an important part of the day. And as David mentioned, one of the things that has helped this year is the fact that the elimination of the street tires really does do a good job. When we have guys come up to the starting line, especially with a street tire stick shift car, those things tear the starting line to shreds. They literally will just tear the rubber layer off and leave bare concrete. And then we spend a lot of time trying to build that layer up again. If everyone's on a radial or a slick, yes, a radial tire is going to do some stuff to the starting line, but it's not nearly as bad if you show up with a pair of just whatever, just off-the-shelf Pep Boys tires or something that you get on the back of the car.
However, while it's not really legal, I would endorse seeing the 7-second Chevette roll down here with the Mickey Thompson Baja claws on the back, which is what he's using on the street.
Man, I hope that Chevette is down there in the pits. So again, if you're watching the live feed at home, thank you to Eastwood for supporting the live feed, and thank you to Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive for being yet again the sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. Rick Johnson has been a stalwart supporter of this event, and many of our competitors are stalwart supporters of Rick Johnson by running his products. It is a test bed for him as much as it is for anybody else, and these things have proven their worth over the years. We have a lot of racing left to go today. Yes, it's early in the day, but we're going into the open session. The open session means desperation for some where they have to get down the racetrack. It means a first shot for many who have not even seen the racetrack yet. So settle in for the rest of the day. Do not go back to work. You got another 4 or 5 days to watch us out here. Please do us a favor and continue to destroy the entire productivity of your office. We know many of you in the automotive aftermarket are doing just that. Talked to a buddy yesterday. As I said, they walked into the office yesterday morning and greeted each other with Happy Drag Week.
Yeah, everybody watching. But right now, while there's a little bit of downtime out here, we're going to go to another tech tip from Eastwood Company. So have a look at that, and we'll be right back at you here in the booth, and then into some racing action.
Lots of MIG welders like this Eastwood MIG 175 come with optional carts, but what do you do when you've got a MIG welder, a TIG welder, a plasma cutter, and a very small shop like I have? You build your own cart. So today, I'm going to test out the Eastwood MIG 175 while building myself a new welding cart. The MIG 175 comes with almost everything you need to weld. It's got a face shield, a couple of spools of wire brush. This thing even comes with a spool gun for welding aluminum. And this deal is usually extra when you buy a MIG welder. Runs off 220 volt power. It's got a 30% duty cycle, so in a 10-minute window, I can weld about 3 minutes and then let it cool for 7. My cart design is pretty damn simple. It's just 3/4 by 1.5 inch rectangular tubing, 4 casters, a bunch of sheet metal. We're not even close to maxing out the machine. It's capable of welding at 175 amps. We're probably only going to use about 80 amps to weld this together. The setup is pretty straightforward. In fact, the chart here will make sure you don't screw it up, even if you have to change the polarity for flux core or solid core wire. All I've got to do right now is feed the filler wire, pull the trigger, and eventually we'll see wire out of the end of the gun. Feel it! There we go. Put the excess off, and then we get to weld. Well, here it is. Our custom welding cart is done. Everything we need to fabricate something in one location, and it's saving a bunch of valuable space inside of my tiny 800 square foot shop. If you want any more information about these or any of the other awesome tools that Eastwood builds, visit eastwood.com.
So we're back and we got cars running behind us. Again, it's just a brief touch-up out there. We got the tire drag run across the starting line, fire hose it with some traction compound, and we get back to it. And it is a different approach. We saw a lot of the use of the rosin and stuff yesterday at St. Louis, and maybe it's just because of the way the starting line is, the different tracks kind of have a different attitude, but these guys have really been hooking and booking today, and we've been able to really keep them snapping down the racetrack.
Meanwhile, let's make an announcement for those in the pits. Apparently, a lot of people had parts FedExed here yesterday that they broke. They're actually up here at Race Control. So if you did order something, we have a big stack. We got a tire apparently, and a bunch of other speed parts here for you. So if you're in the pits needing parts, come on up here to Race Control.
So we move into this final session, and really we have a line of racers out the door. They're handed in time slips, and we've had guys and girls up handed in time slips since about 15 minutes after the day started. Again, strategically, you have a lot of racers that just want to get a clean pass. They think, okay, maybe I ran 500ths off my best or a 10th off my best, but my stuff still runs, and I'm not going to tempt fate by going up there and whacking it again. We see other guys that come up here and just try to hot lap as many laps as you can get. And the reality is, for many of these people, it'd probably be the only time they're going to come race here at Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis. And why wouldn't you want to take a shot, be able to run down this track that's had so much history happen at it over the years? You know, we were during the U.S. Nationals this year when I prepared all my notes and stuff. I started with stuff that happened 50 years ago and then moved 40, 30, 20, and 10. And we talk about the first use of a Christmas tree here. The other significant thing that happened here was the first time an NHRA final round was ever rerun that happened at the U.S. Nationals in '65. They didn't run many events per year. When you think about it, from 1953, when they first started sanctioning events, to 1965, they never reran a final round. Now, there's two ways you can look at that. You can look at that as infallibility, which, well, isn't a thing, or you can look at it as that was the attitude. This is the end of the race. This is how it finished. That was it. What happened in the 65 final round in stock Eliminator was on the old tree, the Klondike-style tree. They had a very strange way you had to enter in the differential, the dial-in or the indexes that the cars ran on, and it was improperly entered, so they had to rerun the final round because of that mistake. Jack Hart was the race director at the time, and I can only imagine the gnashing of teeth that was going on when they had to say, okay, fine, put him back in the staging
He's
lanes.
very lucky there was no internet at the time. Because that's a weapon more worse than firearms at this point. Probably wouldn't have recovered from that.
When it was published in those papers 3 months after it happened, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was brutal. Let's talk a little bit about, for the people who are listening in the stands or at home, how Drag Week works here. It's basically time trials. So when you see these cars come up here, and we've got our really fast cars here in lanes, they might sit there for a while on the starting line spooling the turbo. They're really not worried about going against the guy in the other lane. It's all about getting the lowest ET they possibly can. They can run as many times as they can given the hours that we've got here at the track. Before they leave, they have to pick their favorite time slip and hand it in to us so that we know what to consider for their overall average at the end of the week. Now, the reason I say they have to pick their favorite time slip is that's not necessarily the quickest one, because you are not allowed to hand in a time slip that is quicker than your tech legal speed. If you've got a car that doesn't have a funny car cage, you're not going quicker than 850. And if you're in the Street Machine Eliminator class, we don't allow you, just as a matter of theory, to go quicker than 10.0, sort of an index class a little bit in that way. So. Well, that's how that works.
It provides a very wide spectrum of race cars. As you've been able to see over the last couple of days, and as you will see for the next ensuing several days, it really does provide a place for everybody to come out here and have some fun. With Frank Saponaro going to be coming up again. I'm surprised to see Frank a third time, because that car made two really, actually I shouldn't say that. He had to pedal the car twice because he had wheel standing issues. We talk about the radial tires. A slick, you can spin a little bit, you're going to be okay. A radial tire, it grips the thing, and then when the boost starts coming in, if that thing's dead hooked to the racetrack, these cars make so much power they pull the front end. We see turbocharged Pro Mods on the NHRA Tour that go 330 feet, and all of a sudden will start to try to rise into the sky. It really is incredible stuff.
So while we were chatting just now, Doc McIntyre stuck his head in and showed us his box from Jessel, and you know what that means.
Yes.
You know, that turned into a rocker arm problem or a push rod problem or something in that new 673 cubic inch Hemi. Is that the Goodwin motor? It
Yes.
is. Yeah,
Yes.
Goodwin Hemi that he's got in that car this year. And I'm looking forward to seeing that thing go down the track the good way. The very first day, he actually muttered the words 7 seconds. And I would like to witness that. He hasn't gotten close to that just yet, but it is a brand new combination. New engine, new front clip, new transmission, new rear end.
And David said a Goodwin Hemi. You may be sitting there going, well, what's a Goodwin Hemi? Basically, that's a scratch-built engine designed and built by the Goodwin Competition Company up there in Wisconsin. They're a very well-known engine building outfit that does a lot of stuff with tractor and truck pulling. They do a lot of stuff in the boat world, and they're not as known here in the drag racing world. So this is a really neat foray into this world for them. Not that they're totally foreign to it, but this is a great platform for them to be involved. My understanding is that 673 Hemi that is in Doc's car is typically used as a boat engine, used in racing boats. I don't know if the offshore or the big lake boats that they race out in the Midwest part of the country or whatnot, but still, it is proving itself to make a lot of power. That car's been up over 160 a couple of times.
And the boat application would indicate the type of durability that you really need at Drag Week. Now, the car that we're talking about here, if you're not familiar with Doc, it's the C-Red 68 Camaro that he's had since high school. It might have been his first car. My brain synapses is not firing if that's actually correct. He's had the thing forever, been beating on it forever, and what makes it significant with that motor, he is hunting for the quickest naturally aspirated pass ever at Drag Week, especially in that Pro Street naturally aspirated class.
Absolutely. He has had that car long enough that it still has some really cool decal in the lower left corner of the rear window. It's like a 100-mile-an-hour club or something from, I think it might have been KCIR, but back from when the car probably had some sort of a small block, maybe a little nitrous to it, and you finally get that time slip where it goes in the mid-13s, and you get that 100-mile-an-hour 3-digit slip. Now you get a thing out here that has, I believe, upwards of 1,400 naturally aspirated horsepower. It's just a wild, wild hunk of engine in that thing.
I think, you know, you're really beating on yourself to run naturally aspirated out here at Drag Week. There's a lot of those cars that, while they might be slower than the Glory twin turbo stuff, they're really almost more impressive because they're running bigger cams, more compression. It's just a more brutal thing to try and make one of those survive all of Drag Week, making huge horsepower.
Well, absolutely, and you joked about this yesterday, but it's totally true. It's like when you're building your engine to try to survive this thing, when you're speccing out a camshaft, maybe that extra 200ths of lift or 2,000ths of lift is what's going to, over the course of a couple days, clatter the valve train into complete calamity and leave you in a cornfield somewhere.
It's a real big deal making solid roller lifters survive here at Drag Week, especially if they have a lot of overdrive in the car and they're pulling the thing down so they're cruising at 1,400 RPM. They're not getting the oil where they need it to be. So a lot of guys are opening up the oil flow. You know, in the old days, you'd see guys actually restrict oil at the top end. They actually want a lot of lubrication on those roller lifters. And even on a flat tap, they've got the new ones with the EDM hole right through the middle of it to drive some oil directly at the contact point between the lifter and the lobe. And people are also using the needleless solid roller lifter. They're a bushing rather than a needle because some guys are like, well, it's a given that my solid roller is going to eat itself on Drag Week. So I might as well squeak the cam and kill a low, but I don't need needle bearings all through my engine.
Yeah, the needle bearings have been the kiss of death for many a Drag Week competitor. Maybe, and we talked about fuel pumps, valve train, and transmissions are kind of the holy trinity of stuff that fails, but boy, needle bearings have found their ways into some very destructive places over the years.
But more importantly than that, we're here trying to break some more cars as we go into our all-run field, or our all-run session here at Drag Week 2015, brought to you by Gear Vendors with a live feed from Eastwood.
So Frank Saponaro has got the car fully staged. Beautiful job. The thing came up, didn't even lift the tire. He may have wanted a little bit of front end lift out of that thing, but he had it tied down. 144 in the eighth. He goes 786 with a 2 at 181 miles an hour, and that is the time slip that will end in Tanya Turk's hand in the press room here at IRP.
Very consistent with his 7.85 with a 9 yesterday. He's bracket racing this thing here at Drag Week.
Jeff Lutz at this point. We're at 11:11 a.m. He needs to get here and into the staging lanes. We have found him a fuel pump. We don't know how far away that fuel pump is, but he's gotten into contact, and no one knows. Tanya Turk had let Jeff know that there was a fuel pump available, and no one has heard anything since. So we will see how this plays out over the next couple of hours. Impound, lanes 11 and 12. If you're in impound, you can go to lanes 11 and 12. Impound lanes are open, lanes 11 and 12. If you're racing out of that area, you got to do it. And so the big Chevelle goes down 1061.4, 126 miles an hour, 998.6, 136 on that national dragster side of things.
So those of you wondering, both in the stands and at home on the live feed, what is going on with Impound? What we do at Drag Week is we take any car that is in the top 3 in its class and that is run quicker than 850, and we pull them all into one area where the only people allowed to work on the cars are people with wristbands, meaning that they are either drivers or passengers. And we're doing that to control the problem we've seen in past years of guys just dogpiling cars with a whole bunch of people, and those people, you wonder where they came from. They're probably following them out on the highway. And our rule at Drag Week is that you can only have impromptu repairs, nothing planned in advance. You can't have crew chiefs following you in a Suburban. And there was enough of that going on that we're just controlling it with the Impound now.
So the supercharged first generation Camaro, the 69 Camaro, comes up on the Summit side as the Nova runs down, or the Pontiac Ventura, I should say, runs down the National Dragster side. And the blown Camaro looks like it's putting together a run the like switch we have not seen it do yet. 110 in the 8th mile. And the blower car goes 10:46 with a 7 at 140. Nice pass out of that 69 Camaro.
The mid-year Corvette that you're looking at here was actually shipped from Finland to run Drag Week. And not only that, but he's running motorsports events all over the United States. We will see him at the Optima Challenge in Fontana in October. He had a couple of other things on the docket for that car. I think he broke a half shaft in the back of the thing and scattered some needle bearings yesterday. Obviously, he's got it back together, and let's look at it go. Ooh. Ooh. No fuel cap on the Chevelle. He's dusting the track with some fuel. And he rolls a 1061 at 135. Meanwhile, the Corvette 1253 at 115. Joe Barry, if you're here at the track, we have your tire here in the tower. It's been shipped in. If you need your tire, Joe, you're going to want to hustle on up here and grab that thing. Well, they're looking at some of that fuel that's on the track. I'm going to tell you about Kevin Studaker here in the right-hand lane with that wagon that's been sort of passed around with a bunch of people in the aftermarket parts industry. He works for Total Seal Rings. And just as a point of curiosity, I needed a set of those rings here a couple weeks ago, and we got in touch with him, and he hooked me up, and he's like, dude, I will see you at Drag Week. He also competed last year, and we're going to see him at our Drag Weekend event. That is the first time deal that we're doing at the end of October. We're running from Tucson to Phoenix to Fontana. Just a lightweight sort of warm up to Drag Week so that people can experience what it's like. And we've got 30 or 40 cars signed up now, roughly the size of our initial Drag Week event. And we're not hoping to ever compete with this main Drag Week, but we want to give guys an opportunity to come out and have a whole lot of fun, run some fast street cars, and see what it's like to compete in Drag Week so that maybe they can say, this is something I need to do, I've been hooked, and I'm going to come run with the big guns at Drag Week after warming up at Drag Weekend. We would love to see you there.
So here comes Studaker. As mentioned, this wagon has gotten progressively quicker over the years. The Chevelle wagon of doom, so to speak, here in the Summit lane. It now has a very powerful LS engine in the front of it. We'll be lined up next to the super clean first generation Camaro on the National Dragster side. Starting line has guys have dried up all that fuel, which is evaporating on its own, but boy, it really came gushing out of there. So Manass had a full tank when he hit the throttle, and somewhere there is a gas station with a gas cap sitting atop a pump.
Let's hope that he had some actual race gas in that thing that evaporates, because that modern pump gas tends to hang out for a while.
I'll tell you, if he has the race gas in there, that was a really expensive puddle that just evaporated off the racetrack.
Well, obviously we're looking good because they would not be letting cars go down the track if they had an issue with it, so we're rolling these guys right now. I just heard that we have a high school auto shop class who's done a field trip here to the pits of Hot Rod Drag Week.
That's really cool, and I know we got a bunch of members of Top Fuel and Funny Car teams that are located just down the road, right across from the racetrack. The top end is that street over there with Innovation Way or something like that, where all the teams are located. So I know we got several members of the Schumacher operation out here. We got some Morgan Lucas Racing fans or crew guys and drivers out here hanging out as well. So very cool stuff. Studaker jumps the tree, but he didn't go too early, so he is going to get a lapse time and all that kind of good stuff. The driver of the Camaro took his time and spooled the turbos. Studaker goes 10:36.8, 130. Camaro goes 8:73.6 at 169 miles per hour.
Or even 163.99.
So the Malibu, Chevy Malibu, the parachute hanging off the back. This is a guy that had some trouble kind of early coming out of the racetrack yesterday. You and I made a wrong turn, which is such a rare occurrence when we're following the direction. That never happens to us. We did make a wrong turn and had to head double back across over the racetrack yesterday and saw these guys were pulled over basically just outside the exit of the place. But obviously, whatever it wasn't too bad because they're fixed up. And the first-gen Camaro, very clean street machine rolling up on the Summit side. As one of our unexpectedly quick machines, that 1972 Dart is going to roll up on the National Dragster side. We'll tell you about that in a second. This driver actually pulled the front tires going into second gear in that Camaro. The Malibu was caught him by the 8th mile, and the square Malibu goes 879.6 at 157 miles an hour, 953.7, 151 on the Summit Racing side. The leader of the Black Hat Gang himself. This is Robert Williams here on the Summit Racing side of the drag strip. This is the Pork Chop Express. Lee Smith, you have a package here in the tower. Lee Smith, you have a package that needs to be retrieved in the tower. He is going to be lined up next to the 1972 Dart on the National Dragster lane. The Dart has a twin turbocharged Predator-headed Chrysler engine. This thing, it looks like it's somebody pulled it out from behind a trash pile, but watch it run. He's going to spool the turbos and watch this thing go. It ran in the very low H yesterday. Could have get a 7-second time slip today. 145 in the 8th mile. And the Dart goes 770 with a 6 at 184 miles per hour over there on the National Dragster lane. 920 with a 3 at 149 for Robert Williams on the Summit side. And the Dart does it again. A big number from the crew from Alberta, Canada. Running that car over there, it is a really cool piece. It would not win a beauty contest, but boy, oh boy, is it quick. The Krusty Nova coming up now. Shane in the Nova and the beautiful 1968 Barracuda on the Summit Racing side. So Shane is going to pre-stage. It was a massive wheel stand a couple seasons ago right here at this racetrack, at this race. The photos went everywhere. No wheel stand this time as Shane has got the car tied down. The Nova passed the 8th mile at 115. And there goes Shane, 945.5 at 145 miles an hour, 1150 with a 2, 121 on the Summit side. Vince Rash completing the burnout in the Pontiac Firebird on one side of the racetrack as the second-gen Camaro burns out on the Summit side. We have a racer down here having an issue right past the ready line. Got a hood pulled off the thing, trying to figure out exactly what's going on there as the competitors continue to come up towards the starting line. Again, staging lanes are open for all classes, all competitors at this point. It is an open session. The runs have been coming hot and heavy today on a pace that we love to keep them at. We love to keep these cars rolling down the racetrack to give people the track time, also to give them the ability to pack up their tents and fold up and go when they want to. Vince Rash, Super Street Big Block Naturally Aspirated, I believe is his category, 975.8, 140, trying to defend his title from last year. 1087.5, 124 on the Summit Racing side of the drag strip. You can hear that unique sound of the Buick V6 in the National Dragster lane as the true Grand National over there completes a burnout.
So that 72 Dart out of Canada is now leading Pro Street Power Adder by 0.033 seconds ahead of Clem.
Wow.
That's how tight we're looking at here.
This is Jesse Martin, the 1989 Ford Mustang. The Massachusetts-based racer heads off the Summit Racing side against that Buick Grand National, which sat there and spooled the turbos. Martin goes 1085.9 at 126. The Buford goes 995.6 at 135 miles per hour. So the Dart has taken the lead. That Dart in the primer has taken the lead in the Pro Street Power Adder category by 33 thousandths of a second from Glenn Hunter in the 56 Chevrolet. So again, the Dart has taken the lead in the Super Street Power Adder category from Glenn Hunter by 33 thousandths of a second. As Mike Cox come up, and the 1951 Henry J. Gasser lined up next to the Morris family. entry in the form of that big 500 plus inch FE powered Cougar with the front end up. We saw it follow this car for many hours last night on our sojourn from St. Louis to the Indianapolis area. Good side-by-side drag race, 934, 142 for the Mercury, 995, 133 in the National Dragster side for the Mad Irishman 51 Kaiser Henry Jag. Big smoky burnout from the back of the Chevy Nova on the National Dragster side with that Super Sport Chevelle here in the Summit side of the racetrack waiting patiently. Again, there is a big collection of cars coming, including one of our Australian cars that you don't want to miss. One of the three-wheeling wild Australian entries is just a few pair back as this pair gets ready to run down the racetrack. So the Chevelle bobbing and weaving down the Summit Racing Equipment side of the drag strip. The Nova goes 977, 135 as the Chevelle goes 1017, 5 at 144 on the Summit side. Tom Hogshead comes up now. Hogshead for years ran a turbocharged combination in this machine. Now he goes with a 632 cubic inch naturally aspirated big block with blueprint engines. That is the only car on the National Dragster side. That is the only car that has competed in every single drag week. From 2005 to present, that car has been here. And here comes the primered up 1972 Dart. That car has taken the lead in the Super Street Power Adder category, I believe. Let's double check that, or Pro Street Power Adders, I should say. Yes, Pro Street Power Adder. Wrested the lead away from Glenn Hunter. And the 632 powered Nova goes 1036-1, 128 miles an hour, 1059-1, 126 on the Summit side. Fox Mustang and the 4th gen Camaro complete their burnouts. As Greg Trapnell in his 1972 Holden HQ making its way towards the starting line. And again, you don't want to miss Trapnell's car going down the racetrack. Trapnell in that purple Holden. This thing launches like nothing you've ever seen before. Meanwhile, it's kind of the same story with this little Mustang out here. This Mustang launches like nothing you've ever seen before. That thing squirts right out of the hole, goes 960 with a 6 at 143. And down the National Dragster side, the Camaro goes 1337.3 at 105. So the Malibu with the color that David Schreiber yesterday described as metallic antifreeze comes up here in the Summit lane. That is Danny Roberts. Roberts in the 1980 Malibu in green. And a runner in the same category is Mark Wishka. So both cars, very fun to watch when you see two cars in the same category come up. You can really get a sense of how they fall within their respective class. Nice launch for Roberts. He was a little bit tardy coming off the starting line, but the elapsed times will tell the tale as the two cars both running down in the street race small block naturally aspirated category. 955, 141 for Roberts as the Mustang goes 1038, 3, 129. There you go, one of our Australian racers. This is the purple Holden HQ. This is Greg Trapnell. Trapnell in that purple Holden HQ. It is right-hand drive. You can see him sitting staring on the right hand of the thing. It has an injected big block Chevy engine. And when you see this thing come off the starting line, your eyes are going to bug out of your head. Everything about it is very, very wrong, but boy, is it fun to watch as Trapnell is going to inch that car ahead, purging the nitrous, ship this car over in a container ship from Australia like several of our competitors have done. And when Trapnell gets ready to hammer the gas pedal on the nitrous, it is going to plant the rear tires, and that left front is going to come about 2 to 3 feet in the air. There is not a car in this competition that looks like this. Oh, man, tough stuff there for travel. The car definitely did not come off the way he wanted it to. Got the announcer curse going on there as I built that up like it was the end of the world. Ain't nothing doing on the starting line. 10:59.7 at 141 as the Camaro goes 8:47.0 at 163 on the Summit side. $286K is the number, but boy, that doesn't really tell much of a story when we look at that 1966 Chevy Impala. Unlike the other Impala we have, the little 283 two-barrel engine, this one, boy, this one's got a whole bunch of power living under the hood. So Lance Sharp, it's a 1966 Impala. Unfortunately for Lance, the best run he was able to lay down yesterday was a 15:02 at just 70 odd miles per hour. He has Rick Prospero in the other lane, Prospero in the RX-7 that has been powered by a turbocharged big block Chevy engine. So Prospero and that big 1966 Impala of Lance Sharp. Sharp's car again does not come off the starting line like they wanted. This is what it did yesterday. It would get good power in the mid-track area. You can see it fattened up. Rick Prospero, he is trucking. 141 in the 8th mile for Rick, and look at him at the top end, 8:24.7. 176 miles an hour for Rick Prospero and the big block turbocharged Chevrolet powered RX-7. Make sure you turn left. You got to turn left at the top end of the racetrack. Again, you hold your hands up and put your index finger and thumb out, and if it makes an L shape, that is left. We need you to go left at the top end of the racetrack. If you go right, it's not good. Then you get to cross back over. Left hand turns only at the stripe. There goes Doug Garrison, and he has cured what was ailing him this morning as Garrison lets the clutch out and starts grabbing gears in the 1964 Pontiac GTO. 103 in the 8th mile, 10:48.5, 128. That is the time slip he's been looking for since the first time he let the clutch out on Tuesday morning. 16:28.1 at 91 for the big diesel pickup truck down in the the National Dragster lane left side of the track. Staging lanes are open and will remain open for a while here. We have 11:30 on the time clock. The guys down in the pit race control areas will dictate to us what the closing times of the staging lanes will be this afternoon, but we still got a long way to go, and we got a lot of races we have not seen yet. Wheels up launch for the high-winding, naturally aspirated small block Camaro as the second-gen machine comes out with a better reaction time than the pickup truck. The elapsed time goes down 9:54.6, 141 miles an hour. The truck goes 11:44 with a 9, or 11:99 with a 9 at 117 miles an hour. That is going to bring up the Plymouth Roadrunner and the Fox Body Mustang as they complete their burnout and move towards the starting line. So Scott Kleppinger up here in the timing tower. He has got a single tear running down his cheek like the Native American chief in the old littering commercial. He's standing there. Chief Broken Transmission is what they call him now. But a tough break on day one out there. A very hard hooking surface we had in St. Louis. But like all good dedicated drag weekers, Scott hanging out, going to make the rest of the week and enjoy the party that is this great celebration of the sport of drag racing as the Fox Body Mustang bides its time, comes cleanly off the starting line, runs around the Plymouth, and gets to the finish line 980 with a 9, 138 miles an hour. The Plymouth goes down 11:55.9 at 118 as the step-side pickup truck will line up next to the AMC Rambler Marlin. The Marlin with a semi-functional semi-functional limited slip rear end with the left rear wheel peel on that one. No dual-sided burnout for the Marlin. The Marlin actually a really cool and interesting car. Being campaigned by Jason Patrick. So Jason Patrick launches off in the Rambler Marlin. Better reaction time than the truck. The Marlin at 94 the 8th mile. The fastback, which actually preceded pretty much all the other fastbacks, goes 11:93.1 at 117 miles an hour. The truck goes 13:87.5 at 96. Speaking of trucks, how about this thing? like a 1930s something Studebaker truck. It has a Cummins diesel inline 6. Last year it had a weird kind of pro touring look to it. This year they have added the slick tires in the back of it, lowered the thing down, put the Studebaker bed on there. And it is one of the more unique looking pieces that we will see in the entirety of this event. It has certainly got a personality all its own, and it speaks to how cool this race is because we just see so much different stuff roll in. You never know what's going to come around the corner next. This is Robert Berry. Berry is driving the pickup truck, and you can see it start to make smoke like a coal-fired locomotive as that inline 6 Cummins gets some boost and fuel through it. And the truck goes 12.22 with a 0 at 112 miles an hour. It's a freak show, but it certainly moves down the racetrack pretty well. 11.89.8 at 96 on the Summit Racing Equipment side. Got the Bullet Mustang going to line up next to the big Pontiac convertible. Both of these competitors, or I should say one of these competitors on the National Dragster side is running in the Street Machine Eliminator category. Meanwhile, the big Pontiac is in Street Race, big block, naturally aspirated. So we'll see what the Poncho convertible can do as it runs down the course. Trouble out there is the driver came off the starting line like a house of fire, then all of a sudden you can see all the weight transfer back to the nose of that car as it ran out of juice, or ran out of the power. Its tongue was hanging out by 60 feet. Kind of comes back to life now. The Pontiac goes 14.10 forward, 101. 14.11 forward, 100 over the National Dragster side. The mid-11 second Coyote-powered late model Mustang will face off against the man, the multi-time champion in what is now known as Street Machine Eliminator. Greg Dupolowski over there, or Doug Polsky, I should say, from the St. Louis area. Have you ever wanted to learn how to TIG weld? Check out Drag Week sponsor Eastwood.com for over 1,000 how-to videos. Everything from how to weld, how to paint, to hands-on cars, a full online TV series hosted by Kevin Tetz. Eastwood has the products and know-how to help you do the job right. Eastwood is offering 10% off to Drag Week viewers by using source code DRAGWEEK. So if you visit the Eastwood.com website and make a purchase, you can get 10% off your purchase. But an even better deal, after you make your purchase, go to www.bestofeastwood.com. You can do this now. You don't have to buy anything. You can do it right now. Open a separate browser tab and jump on to www.bestofeastwood.com and enter the sweepstakes. Every 2 weeks for the next several months, I believe, there will be prizes given away by Eastwood, and these are no small prizes. The tools and parts and pieces you want, like welders and spray guns and hammers and all that kind of stuff, they will be giving those away over the course of the next few weeks. Sign up right now. Go to www.bestofeastwood.com, and if you need stuff immediately, go make a purchase. Go to www.eastwood.com. Buy something. Turbocharged 410 Pontiac Firebird launches weekly. Meanwhile, the Demon goes 9.807 at 137 miles an hour, so 980 with a 7 for the Demon, 10.000 at 149 miles an hour for the Pontiac. Those famed speed does not exactly compute with the elapsed time runs. The convertible Fox Body Mustang rolls up on the Summit Racing Equipment side, and now it is the Starsky and Hutch Torino on the National Dragster side, rolling up over there. This one has a stroker big block Ford engine in it. Far more powerful than the Weezer that would have been in there from the factory when the boys were driving around in the TV series. So the Starsky and Hutch mobile lined up next to the Mustang convertible. The Mustang convertible with a turbo setup. You can hear the timing retard pull all the timing out so it can spool the turbos up on the starting line. And while the launch did not go according to plan for the Fox Body Mustang, it still runs a very quick 10.78.8 132. And the Starsky and Hutch mobile goes 12.076 at 113 miles an hour. So yeah, if we don't have specs on your car and you want to write us a note and throw it up here to the timing tower, you're more than welcome to do that. It's always great to have information. As the next pair comes up, second generation Camaro and the Nova roll up. fully stages a second-gen Camaro, and in comes the Nova. The Nova is a clutch car. As you can tell, the driver let the clutch out, turn those flicks a little bit, grabs second, Frank's third, and probably pulling fourth somewhere right about now as he gets past the 8th mile, and now the 1,000-foot clocks and the stripe. 11:16.3 at 120 miles an hour for 11:45.6, 122 on the National Dragster side. We talked a lot about the Camaro with the 673 cubic inch Hemi engine in it, and that's the one sitting over there in the National Dragster side. Doc McIntyre in C-Red, a Camaro he has owned, we believe, since he was a teenager. It has gone through several iterations. He has won Drag Week. He has won his class with this car multiple times over the years, but it has never had the horsepower that it has right now. A naturally aspirated 673 cubic inch Hemi-headed engine built by the Wisconsin race engine outfit, Goodwin Competition. He is going to be lined up next to the Ford Fairmont here on the Summit side. The Fairmont packing a parachute and a turbocharged V8 under the hood. But will Doc be able to run this car down in the low 8s? He hopes to touch the high 7s. We will see what he does here this. And again, naturally aspirated, no nitrous, no blower, all motor, and all very healthy 673 cubes of fuel-injected, unique, scratch-built Hemi. McIntyre, 134 in the 8th mile, and Doc goes 8s, 37.5 at 169, nearly 170 miles an hour. 8:52.1, 165 for the Turbo Fairmont on the Summit side of the drag strip. And get a load of this truck. Oh, this thing is beautiful, and this thing has gotten used in a multitude of different automotive events over the years. It has raced the Silver State Classic. It has been drag raced. It has run at the Optima Streetcar Invitational, which is a style of race where it pits a pro touring style of race, if you will. It's a 1937 Ford pickup, and Tom Ciancito is driving the truck. There's some great video of this thing at the Silver State Open Road Classic in Nevada at full throttle, like 160 odd miles an hour, just ripping through the desert. An incredibly well-constructed machine, and again, it has done so many different types of automotive deals. It's great to see it out here at Drag Week, one of the last styles of events it has not conquered yet, from the open miles or open road racing to bending corners. Now it is just trying to hammer its way down the straight line as quickly as possible this weekend. So we have not seen Tom Bailey back in the starting line area yet. We have certainly not seen Jeff Lutz at the racetrack yet that we know of. I have not gotten a report that he has pulled in. If anybody out there, the Hot Rod staff has seen him, go ahead and fill me in on that. But we have not had reports of him pulling in quite yet. Hopefully he makes it. Wheels up launch for Bax in the Nova wagon. A little bit, you saw that little bobble there for the pickup truck at about 150 feet down the racetrack. The pickup, 110 through the 8th, and 10:34.4, 123 down the Summit side. 10:75.7, 126 on the National Dragster side of the strip. Plymouth Roadrunner taking on the first-gen Camaro. Now, this Camaro sat down here by the starting line for a few minutes. Bailey turned in his time slip. Thank you very much, Tanya Turk. So Tom Bailey has turned in his time slip, and he is packing up to hit the road already. He is satisfied with the number they got, and they will take their car down the road. Okay, so now we have the Plymouth and the Unlimited Class 69 Camaro. When you see an A on the window or an A following the class, that means the car is running unlimited. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to be putting up a big number here. Those guys are crashing it up by the starting line to get it down the racetrack, but they are going to have a time slip, so they will be in competition still. 10:02.3, 136. We've certainly had stranger things happen. We had a guy win the Unlimited category one year with a 13-second average, so all hope is certainly not lost. So the first and third generation Camaros complete their burnout and move towards the water box, as we have a very unique pair to follow them in the form of a Chevelle and a very tiny little Honda of the variety that we're not, well, we've used to seeing this one. This car has run Drag Week a couple of times, but you'll may be a little bit surprised about what happens with that Honda out there. Meanwhile, the two Camaros leave the starting line. The third gen, huge starting line Christmas tree advantage for the third gen car, 210 to the 478 light of the first generation machine. So Tom Bailey has turned in his time slip. He's going to stand on that elapsed time. 11:12.3, 128. And 12:59.3 at 109 miles an hour on the summit side of the drag strip for the third gen Camaro. So the little front wheel drive 1979 Honda Civic will be lined up next to this big hairy Chevelle on the summit side of the drag strip. The Civic has a late model Honda engine with the VTEC style engine, so the multiple camshaft timing setup in there makes a good amount of power, and it'll run an ET that you are not going to expect. As the little Honda comes off the starting line, the driver grabbing gears. The Chevelle starting to pull away as you kind of expect it to. The Chevelle at 102 in the 8th mile. The Chevelle goes 1064. The Honda goes 1198 with a 7 at 119 miles an hour. There's no way you looked at that thing and thought it was going to go 1198. Absolutely no way that was going to happen. So the Honda runs down in the 11s. It will move on to tomorrow, likely to turn that time slip in. We saw it run in the low 12s yesterday, so the Honda in the 11-second zone, very impressive little piece, probably the lightest car we have here in the entire competition. Wearing my official Black Hat group hat now. I saw Robert Williams coming up. I had that baby stowed until I ran into him, and there he is. So I am wearing the official headwear of the Black Hat gang this week, courtesy of Mr. Williams. Thank you, sir. As Gavin Lusk heads down the racetrack, he is next to that Mustang convertible on the summit side of the strip. Through the 8th mile at 90 miles an hour on there, and 13:41.0, 112 mile an hour shot for Gavin Lusk over in the National Dragster lane. Now we have the 5th generation Camaro will be coming up next to the first for the square-bodied 80s Chevrolet pickup truck. The big burnout being made there, the summit side of the strip. The 5th gen Camaro with the parachute hanging off the back. This car had a little, or not a bad run-in with the law, but a run-in nonetheless. They were at a gas station last night. We were driving through the middle of nowhere. God only knows what time it was, and we noticed that he had some police presence around him. Thankfully, it was good police presence. He was fixing the car in the gas station, and then they were just kind of hanging out and shooting the bull as the Chevrolet pickup truck will be lined up next to the 5th gen Camaro. We want to see a number out of this car. They got a nice engine in there, LS power, got the big Holley high ram intake on it. Certainly has the horsepower to do it. We'll see what the 5th gen is going to get down the racetrack here. So the reaction time favors the 5th gen Camaro. Now he's feeding the power to it. 131 in the 8th mile, and the 5th generation Camaro goes 902 with a 9 at 130 miles an hour. 12:24.7 at 107 miles an hour for the pickup truck. With that 902, the best number we have seen so far this week for the 5th gen Camaro. All right, so here comes the Holden. This is a Holden Tirana. What is the Holden model here? I got to look this dude's number up, as I am falling short of my knowledge of 1970s Australian cars. This is, in fact, a 1977 Holden Tirana, and that is a 1947 International KB1 truck. So the Holden Tirana and the KB1 truck running down both sides of the drag strip here. The Tirana goes 974 or 971 with a 140. The pickup truck goes through 1020 with an 8 at 127 miles per hour. Mike Wensler is coming up next. So Wensler coming up in this beautiful 3rd gen Camaro with a massive nitrous engine in it. Wensler is based out of Michigan. Had a good showing yesterday. Was one of the last cars to pull out of the drag strip in St. Louis in the big nitrous motored 3rd gen Camaro, which is equipped with a gear vendor's unit. And he will be lined up next to that 1st generation black Camaro, a very nice and very clean small tired piece over there on the National Dragster side. So just a little starting line touch-up action there Frank Romano handing his time slip. Nice little side-by-side matchup Frank had with Doug Garrison out there. A little gear-driven action. And yes, you claim victory today. We'll see what happens in Wisconsin tomorrow, as he's going to go and hit the road out there and make the cruise up to Union Grove, Wisconsin. The very historic drag strip up there. It's going to be very fun to visit that place. Certainly an interesting amount of history there. So again, I'm sporting my official headgear from supplied by Robert Williams of the Pork Chop Express, the Camaro. He has formed this black hat gang, and he was generous enough to send me a black hat, and so I am wearing a little black hat action here as we move around as Mike Wensler comes into the pre-stage position. Towards the pre-stage position, I should say. Nice big burnout there for him. And a nice burnout out of that first-gen car on the National Dragster side. So that 1947 KB1 International truck that we saw go down the racetrack of Tim Hall reset the record in the hot rod category, which he has done multiple times so far. He's leaning on that truck harder and harder each time. That's what we love. Get a little bit more confident out there and feed some power to it. Mike Wensler's guy is going to lean in there and turn on the nitrous bottle for him. Undoubtedly, we'll start seeing some purge action happen right about now. There we go. Right on cue. I like that. Wensler's third gen leaves like an old school Pro Mod. If you've been a fan of Pro Mods for years, remember the earlier cars when they would hit the tires so hard and come out of the hole and throw the front end up? That's what Wensler's car does. It's brutal. It hits the tire very, very hard, and he's going to be lined up next to that clean little first gen. If things go right, the last Wensler we'll see of that first gen is right now. If things don't go right, well, we'll see what happens. Less violent this time because he turned the tire a little bit harder. And Mike Wensler goes down to the top end, 761.1, 181 miles an hour. Wensler, a little bit of smoke up there of the nitrous car, 1149.8 and 123 on the National Dragster side of the course. It looks like a matchup we would have seen here at the U.S. Nationals. We have the Challenger and we have the Mustang. The Mustang is a Ford-powered product, as you'd expect it to be. The Challenger, not so much. The Challenger has a Chevrolet engine in it. So an LS, I believe an LS-style Chevrolet in the front of the Challenger, but it's definitely not a Dodge engine under the hood. Both cars with parachutes, both late model machines, neither of them flyweights by any measure. David, you've returned. You've gone off. Where did you go?
Well, I was off recording some videos that we're going to throw into the live feed later on. I showed people behind the scenes here at what it takes to do the live feed.
Oh, cool.
I wanted everyone to have an appreciation for the suffering of our poor video guys, because we've got the easiest job in this whole deal, and they really put a lot of work in. I think I was sort of doing rough math. I think we have 3,000 feet of cable here.
They probably do. When we talk about all the stuff that's strung around.
If not more. We have to run cable physically here from Midland Tower all the way out down half track. And I also walked them around the impound and showed them what was going on there. It seemed pretty solid. Now, have you heard anything about Lutz and his situation?
I've heard nothing. I have been isolated in this room. You have been enjoying the sunshine and the scenery. I have been here.
I have heard from Jeff Lutz, because we're text buddies.
Oh, that's nice for you.
Dave, I'm spent.
No!
Sorry, I'm out.
So Jeff Lutz has officially removed himself from Drag Week 2015.
And I am presuming that that means that Junior is out as well, although I will follow up with Jeff in a minute and find out if that's the case. But we know that those guys put in a hard night last night, but that is it. Jeff Lutz with the 69 Pro Mod Camaro is out of Drag Week. Last year's winner will not complete 2015 Drag Week.
Has anybody seen the Chevette?
Oh, that's a good call.
You were gone that long and you did not find the Chevette?
Nope.
Have you learned nothing?
I know. That's almost at Gallamore levels of like love for you, isn't it?
Maybe.
Maybe even.
It could be a polyamorous thing I got going on here.
Wow, that's hard to believe. Yeah, I might have a priapism over that whole deal.
What do you mean might?
What a bummer about Lutz, though. You know, he laid down the quickest and fastest pass in the history of actual drag race or drag week competition, 6:05.250, but almost to the surprise of no one.
Alana sure has value because she says the Chevette is here.
The Chevette is here.
She's in the pits with it. Don't touch it, Alana. Just let them work.
Awesome. That is awesome.
The Chevette.
Well, I'm glad that they're paying attention there. Hopefully we just broke the news to the Hot Rod staff that lets us out so they can be spreading that word through social media so everyone will know in minutes, and so the MFing can begin. Everyone's saying I told you so and all those other things because it's the internet and the people at home in front of the keyboard are always right.
So right now, Tom Bailey has turned in his time slip.
And what does it say?
It says 6:35.
Okay.
Or what do you rate? 33 or 35. The bigger story that we've just gotten from Mr. Root, our statistician, who has fed us some great information. This could be the best information of all. He leads Brian Goldstone by 300ths of a second.
300ths.
300ths.
Yes, that would be .03 for those of you at home.
This right now, if it continues on this path, the closest battle we've ever had at Drag Week within the unlimited category was Lutz a few years ago, and that was 100th and change. So we're getting down to one of those epic years where we have this thing. It could go down to the wire by just a couple hundredths of a second.
Absolutely, and one thing I want to say about Lutz is, I mean, that guy is diehard and everything, but from the sounds of it, he made the call based on his own personal fatigue. And you have to do that to be smart here. I think we saw Mashmeyer and Gilpin do that a few years ago at Memphis, where they had been awake like 36 hours pounding on the car, and there comes a point where you just have to go, I'm going to kill somebody, including myself, if I don't make this happen. So we're glad that they can go safe and wow one of them.
Give them all the credit in the world for trying, but
meanwhile,
this ain't kids soccer. Not everybody's getting a trophy this week. 819 with a 2 at 184 miles an hour. That orange Chevy 2 Nova down the National Dragster lane. That thing is a showpiece. And the pickup truck trundles down 1379.1 at 98 miles an hour. Mark Kobe makes his way up in the Buick powered VS over there in the National Dragster lane. Man. Again, this is to me, this is where it gets interesting, because you start to see stuff shake out, and we're seeing this play out already in a very atypical way. Normally, we get that top 3 clump out of your unlimited guys, and that's where it's coming from. Now we got people from all over the place that have a shot at this thing. Yeah. Something happens to Bailey on the ride out. Brian Goldstone becomes your leader, and imagine that. After all the attention that gets heaped on these Pro Mod style cars, you get a steel car that is right there within 300ths.
That would be amazing. And the other thing that's very cool about it is that we've had situations where, you know, Larry or somebody is just leading the field by so much that they could play it soft if they wanted to. Bailey does not have that option.
No, he's really trying to dig himself out of a hole. Now he's leading, but he is not leading in the manner that he wants to be leading, I'm sure of that. But a tough break there for Jeff Lutz. You can never predict how it's going to go. We say it all week long, and it is certainly holding true today.
Every day a drama.
Every
it never
single day.
slows down.
It doesn't.
Have we ever walked away from a drag week and go, oh, that sucked?
No.
Never.
No, actually, we walk away from Drag Week at the end of the night going, that sucked, when we have to start going home. So Roberts heading down the track in that, as David called it, metallic antifreeze colored Malibu, goes 968.6 at 140, 1172.6, 103 on the Summit side for the teal Nova.
Metallic used antifreeze.
Oh, metallic used antifreeze.
Man, what a day. I'm pumped up walking around there in Impound and seeing all those really hardcore cars all right together. And the fans can go walk the pits and walk right in and check them out. It's super cool.
Yeah, that's, I guess, an important note. The impound area behind the Wally Parks timing tower here, and you do have access to it. If you want to walk the pits and see stuff, you will see the quickest stuff on the place in the impound area. It is open to you. Get up close and personal, meet the drivers, and check out the cars. And again, that Pontiac does the same thing. Dude lets the clutch out, leaves like it is going to go somewhere, and then it just noses over. It's almost like he's sucking the fuel bowls dry in the thing or something.
He never knew how quick that car was because it had no roll bar, and now, well, I was going to say 1469, but that 80 miles an hour tells me that something went wrong.
Ooh, our Toronto man's coming back up. Did not have the three-wheel motion that we were looking for last time, but he is, I'm sure he's going to be back to hit it hard again now. He's going to go home and say, mate, they put a speed bump at the beginning of the drag strip in America. Up here at the end of our ready line, of course, if you can't see it down there, we have some electrical conduit or cable we had to run across, so we get kind of a big speed bump that cars are going over. I wonder what today's route has in store for us. We had dirt and rocks and uneven
mayhem and
nastiness.
dismemberment.
Mayhem. You say that with a smile on your face.
I think I'm going to set up a partnership with Score to plan the track-to-track portion of the runs.
Turbocharged Mustang convertible goes 996.5 at 148 miles an hour, 1120 with a 4, 119 on the National Dragster side. Look at this matchup. We got the Holden HQ from Australia, again the right-hand drive, injected big block Chevrolet nitrous car, lined up next to the big block Ford-powered Torino, the Starsky and Hutch style machine on the National Dragster side of the strip.
How's your drag week brain? Can you think of any more cars you still have not seen?
Ones that are of note, I mean, obviously Jeffrey and Jeff, that we've obviously figured out what's happening on that front. Gallamore did run. I'm guessing he may not run again after that 192 mile an hour pass. That may be good enough for him. Bailey's turned in his slip, so we won't see him again. Is Goldstone still down there, or is he packed up and gone?
He's here. Yeah, he's not running again, I don't think. Why would you?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think I would either, unless he's confident.
That guy's also super smart and a very good racer. He might be getting a calculator out and figuring out that he needs to put a little something on that. But when I talked to him, he seemed like he wasn't expecting that number. So
1294, won at 132 miles an hour for the Australian Holden. And 12015, 113 on the National Dragster side of the strip. Valiant, one of the Gebhardt play. Boy, they travel as a packet. There's a whole lot of them, as there is every year at Drag Week. They won the Spirit of Drag Week Award last year. And for those people just tuning in today, let's talk a little bit about the Spirit of Drag Week Award. And again, for those people just tuning in right now, the two voices you're hearing on the screen, David Freiberger of Roadkill, and my name is Brian Loans. You know me from such films as Drag Week 2014. But again, Spirit of Drag Week, David.
Was that a toss to me?
That was a toss.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
That was a toss.
Spirit of Drag Week is something that we've done since the very first year, which is 11 years ago now, when we noted one racer, Steve Atwell, who was just destroying himself to make Drag Week happen, even though he had no chance of winning whatsoever. He was still helping out other guys, and on top of all of that, he was driving a factory Hemi super stock 68 Dart. We're like, you know what? This embodies everything that we created this event to do. This is awesome. So we started Spirit of Drag Week. What we do is we take input from racers all throughout the week about who is capturing that sort of persona. The whole thing about stick to it, help other guys, don't whine, no complaining, and you know what? I have no chance of winning, but I'm going to keep going anyway. And so we're all keeping an eye on that. It's really, for us on the staff, one of the most important things we do. But the reason that Brian brings it up is that last year we did something unusual in that we gave it to the entire Gebhardt family, which pretty much if you walk up to a Mopar anywhere at Drag Week, you could say, hi, Mr. Gebhardt, and you've got about a 60-40 chance of being correct.
No, I got to thank my pal Jeff Stacy for passing on some information that I should have had on the top of my head. Two cars we haven't seen, Joe Barry and Tom McGilton. No ZL1, no 56 Chevy yet.
Word from the pits is Goldstone is on his way out now. Smart move. He's going to save that car.
930 with the 151, 1148, 124 here on the Summit side in that last pair. Rachel Gebhardt coming up now in the Plymouth.
So our last best chance right now for witnessing a pass at Drag Week that can claim quickest and fastest street car in the world is Tom Bailey. Unless we can see Goldstone pull something out and knock him out, you know, 3/4 of a second off that car, but I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, and I have to imagine Bailey's strategy changes drastically now that he knows that Jeff Lutz is out. Oh, he doesn't know. He may not know right now unless Jeff texted him.
He's standing right out there in impound listening to the PA. And if he had jumping for joy in him, he would be jumping for joy.
He might have raised his eyebrows.
Yeah, he might have.
That's the thing. He's a man of subtle emotion. 1098, 7, 120, 1162, 6, 114 on the Summit side of the strip. So again, we have not seen Tom McGilton in the near 190 mile an hour ZL1 yet, and we have certainly not seen the
Barry
56
Schroeder.
Chevy.
Yeah,
and we've not seen Dave Schroeder either. So word is being passed to us that there is no Barry, no Schroeder yet, but I'm not sure if that means not in the pits or not.
that just means they have not run yet. They're both down there in impound as we speak. Now the top cars right now, Bailey is at a 6.813 average and Goldstone is 6.884. So look how tight that is. Now, in the distance is Hayward with a 7.593, but you know what? Stranger things have happened. It ain't over till it's over. A couple of road runners out on the line, a couple of drag week veterans as well.
So that 681 is actually, the 681 average is actually quicker than Jeff Lutz's winning average last year, which was like 683 and some change. But not as quick as Tom Bailey's best average ever, which was 673. He performed a couple of years ago when he won the event, blowing his own doors off down at Bowling Green. So Scott Abbott, Beauty and the Beast out here. Two good running cars, and again, like you said, two stalwart competitors that find their way in. To me, it's amazing. The guys that are able to get in year after year when the thing sells out in 5 minutes, they are just full on, loaded up on coffee, staring at the computer screen and clicking like maniacs trying to get in this deal. 1162 with a 3 at 119, 1212 with a 2 at 119 for Scott Abbott.
Are you gonna eat that sandwich or neuter it?
Okay, man, yesterday's was better. Euthanize was way better, because now I can't eat it anymore because I'm going to be stuck thinking of neutering when I go to eat the sandwich. So you've officially ruined my lunch. Thank you very much for that.
I was tempted to go with circumcised. I changed my mind.
Well, now you've really gone. Now you've gone to a very dark place. Last night, dinner was Arby's and Skittles, and tonight I can only hope that for better than that, because I am no longer going to be able to eat my uncut sandwich. Oh, John Ferrone's in the lane. That's another notable car we had not seen yet. So Ferrone in the big Aussie Valiant Charger is waiting to come up over our speed bump that we've added to the starting line area. 1066 3125 on the Summit side, and 1350 with a 7103 pass on the National Dragster side.
Now we can see right here, Danny Roberts is out here with the metallic industries now. They're running again, not lapping this thing, because he has got a gap of, once again, 0.03 lead in small block naturally aspirated, so he's obviously going to try and put a little distance on that.
Pickup truck looking for another 10-second, 130-mile-an-hour time slip. Not been able to do it so far today. Let's see what happens here for the truck. Nice launch for the pickup. That 150 short time. 109 in the 8th mile. He's going to be flirting with 130 miles an hour. He goes through 10:01.2, 133 in the pickup. 9:58.3, 140 for Roberts in the Malibu.
Not having memorized every passage today as you have, is that an improvement over what he did earlier in that Malibu?
Matter of fact, it is, David.
Why, thank you, Brian.
After ruining my lunch, I'm surprised that I would answer your question in such a cordial manner, but I did, because that's the kind of guy I am. That's what I'm bringing to the table.
So he went ahead and put a little bit more gap on that 0.03 lead that he's got on small block NA.
Yes, 9:58.3, 140. That nice run for Roberts. So John Ferrone, a guy that, boy, we saw that car up on the jacks at the end of the day in St. Louis yesterday and thought, uh-oh, but it really wasn't that big a deal. He had it down and he was out of there. He was out of there pretty quickly.
Old time's sake.
We were in, we went into the full Inspector Clouseau mode yesterday afternoon, finding a nondescript spot to park our nondescript, soul-sucking, horrendous rental car.
The Soul Sucker 2000.
Yeah, the Anguish-inator 3000. The Suckbag 6000. 11:07.3, 120 for the Chevelle as the Oldsmobile goes through. 11:79.9 at 111 miles per hour.
And now we've got a live feed camera on Ferrone. Now, this is a car that's been shipped in from Australia. It is a Charger. And big block Chrysler in that thing. This is a guy who got somewhat shafted or fully shafted by the new rules. He could be running in the Ultimate Iron category, except for that he's on methanol. And we changed things this year so that every class, with the exception of Unlimited, needs to run on gasoline, diesel, propane, vegetable fuel, perfume, dog water, but not methanol.
You say vegetable fuel, your boy Jerry Brown, his ears just perked up out there in California.
Governor Moonbeam.
Ferrone also got shafted by the customs process. He had this car shipped ages ago, was basically able to get possession of it back a couple of weeks ago. because of like one missing piece of paper in the process. They had this thing in basically a customs lockdown situation for a very long time. So the Ferrone engines, that is John's business down there in Australia. 1969 Aussie Valiant Charger. Using the right-hand side of the right-hand lane, but the best launch we've seen this car make in a while. 150 in the 8th. He goes 749 with a 0 at 189 miles an hour. I believe that is the best run he has ever made in that car. Nearly touching 190. Remember, that thing weighs over 4,100 pounds.
And a giant gain from yesterday's 801 181.
That is a spectacular run for John Ferrone. He is going to be making noises no man wants another man to hear once he gets that time slip down there. Greg Dukopolsky coming up in his 1967 Chevelle. Going to be lined up next, or 66 Chevelle rather, lined up next to the 4-speed Nova that has been a drag week runner many times on the National Dragster side.
I'm dangerous with a calculator here, but I think he's on a 778 average now.
Wow.
Yep. 749 divided by, or plus 801 divided by 2, right in that neighborhood, which puts him in the top 10 quickest cars here.
The best run John Ferrone has made in that car by 0.4 of a second. We've just been passed that information by Eric. So the Finnish 4-speed or 5-speed Corvette that came out and just laid its independent rear suspension guts out all over the place in the starting line at St. Louis yesterday. Driver went and got himself a half shaft, got himself back into business.
Not the most glorious rear-end failure we've seen. Yesterday, that beater 69 Chevelle shot a ring gear bolt through the rear cover.
That's a winning move.
That's new even for me.
So the Corvette 96 through the 8th mile. And the Corvette from Finland goes 11:48 at 122 miles an hour. A 12:55.8, 107 mile an hour shot on the summit side. And again, this very tightly wound, small block powered, wheel standing second gen Camaro comes to the starting line. And man, the staging lanes are looking like a fairly empty place right now. We're not closing them, they're open. But our customer count is beginning to slow as many racers have made their shot and are heading on to Wisconsin. 9:58, 140 down the National Dragster side. You know what, I had missed it. I'd been sent a note by Dinger from the Tulsa Raceway Park area. He's been following along the entire trip, and he was actually on the side of the road with the Lutz crew. They were getting fuel and having ignition problems at that point about an hour ago. This is before we got the word that they were gonna throw in the towel. But interesting, you know, again, like you said, you know, you kind of run to your end of your rope, and that is the most sensible way to stop. You know, you get to that part and you go, okay, forget it, because you're not going to put yourself or anybody else at risk. As the Big Plymouth heads down the National Dragster lane, .11:51.3 at 120 miles an hour. And you know what? One thing I missed when McIntyre went down and ran that 8:37 at 169 miles an hour. You know what that made him, David?
I'm busy tweeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You're on the One Direction fan page. I see you making a post in there. Man, I'm busted up about that breakup of the band. I understand how that goes.
Yeah, well, you know, when you have a fan page and you only have to join it yourself. What are we looking at?
We're looking at this camera.
Wow, getting late in the day. What were you saying?
What I was saying was, what I was attempting to get you to do was respond to me by asking you a very basic question, which you failed to do. But I will tell you that Doc McIntyre has become the quickest all-motor car in Drag Week history.
He did.
By running down in the 830s at over 169 miles an hour.
Awesome.
Yes, that was 837 at 169.
And I was busy working on the computer.
So we have not sent anybody to confiscate Ed Miller's belt, these sharp objects within the motorhome, but there may be, I hope there's not some sad music playing inside that thing and, you know, a tourniquet involved, because that could be ugly.
That is awesome. Punched a big hole into that record.
Very big, very big. And of course, again, by explaining my headgear here, this is Robert Williams of the Pork Chop Express sent out some of his trademark black hats around, and I was lucky enough to receive one, so I am wearing the chapeau today.
I see that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's unavoidable, really.
Yeah, you can't miss it. I'm explaining it.
So what's going on right now? I was busy in social media and have not caught up with the action.
Well, what's happening is the action has kind of caught up with us. A lot of our competitors, a majority of which have turned in their time slips already. We're kind of on the mode of the day where racers are making their last shots. The staging lanes are wide open. You can still come in again and you want to make another run, but we're really getting to the point now where we don't have a lot of customers left, and those that are left in the pits that haven't run yet are really starting to sweat, because if we do close the lanes at 2 p.m., if that is what the end decision is by the folks in the pits, they have an hour and 45 minutes to get up here and do something. For those of you getting into the hobby, if you haven't heard of Eastwood, you need to check out their site at eastwood.com. These guys are real car guys that have been developing products, paints, and auto supplies since 1978. Eastwood is offering a 10% off to Drag Week viewer discount by using the source code DRAGWEEK when you make a purchase. Also, you can go to www.bestofeastwood.com and join the big prize giveaway sweepstakes they're having. It doesn't cost you anything to sign up. www.bestofeastwood.com. Sign up for the sweepstakes and potentially win some great Eastwood products.
Now, if you're in the grandstands and you would like to relive every moment of your day here at Indy, then you're going to want to go home and look at the replay of the live feed. Yep, as soon as we are done going live, YouTube has the entire day as a replay. And people actually watch it. It's interesting, you know, we've got more than 100,000 views that people have looked at the thing after the fact. Or if you're a racer who's here, you can go back and relive either your humiliation or your victory.
Or both, as the case may be.
Finland guy making laps.
Yeah, he's doing a nice job with that car this week. And again, he had a thrash on the thing yesterday after blowing up the rear end assembly, twisted a half shaft out of it.
Can you make an announcement for us?
Tell them. So there goes the Corvette. Trying to make his best pass of the week so far. He goes down through there, 11:33.8, 123 miles an hour. And guy from Finland ships his Corvette. Hey, you bet he's going to take advantage of open staging lanes at Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis. Of course, during the U.S. Nationals, Forrest Lucas happened to be out at the racetrack, as you'd expect. He had a couple of top fuel cars here. He's obviously involved in many teams that are involved in the high levels of professional racing. And I believe it was, they had a preseason game for the Colts that were playing downtown there at their Lucas Oil Stadium. And so that night he was taking a bunch of people to the box, his box that he has at the stadium. So I was interviewing him on the starting line. I said, hey, just to run down what your life is like these days, we're at a racetrack with your name on it. You're going to go to a stadium with your name on it. You're standing next to two top fuel dragsters with your name on it. And I said, how's things going? He says, kind of makes me sound like a big shot, doesn't it? Yeah, a little.
So I do have another bit of news for you. Jeffrey is in with the Honda.
Ooh.
Yep, Jeff Jr. will continue Drag Week with the Honda, even though his dad is out with the Pro Mod Camaro. Jeff says, we made a deal, If I didn't make it, he would go, and if he didn't make it, I would go.
Cool.
So they pre-planned that. They've always been a very tight father-son team, but I think he just wants to see Jeffrey be able to do this on his own.
Absolutely.
Carry it out. I'd love to see that Honda at the end of the week.
I would too, and he is running in unlimited, and it did run in the 7s during testing. It did not run in the 7s during yesterday's fun at St. Louis, but it did show 7-second capability in testing.
Yeah, 8:16 yesterday. Let's watch this thing now.
It has not. We were going to not hype it this time. We got to leave it low because we put the announcer kibosh on him twice. There we go, kinda. Left front comes up, slams back down to earth, works its way around down through the first 8th mile. 978.8, 145 miles an hour in the summit lane for Greg in the Holden. So first generation Camaro going to be coming up here, and if you're hanging out on the live stream, if you're in the chat window and you have any questions you'd like to throw at David and I, feel free. Ooh, the Chevette is in the lanes.
Ooh, Chevette.
Stand back. Climb under the desk. Actually, don't go under the desk. So here comes that ET for the first generation Camaro. 1144.9, 124. Here's the story on the Chevette. This thing went in the 7s at nearly 190 miles an hour yesterday. It is in unlimited. It is a turbocharged big block Chevrolet, and it is about the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, but I am in love with it. It is absolutely crazy. And it comes off the starting line. It'll swallow that right rear tire. It lifts the front end up, spends way too much time on 3 wheels, and the guy inside has to drive this thing like it's trying to kill him because it is.
This is proof you should never listen to Steve Magnante.
Not at all.
Yeah, a lot of people saying this is a reminder of the bad seed Chevette that he built with that 500 Cadillac in it that was unfortunately on the cover of Hot Rod magazine. And this thing is very similar with the exception of actually being good.
And it is really, really fast. It went yesterday again, down in the 7-second zone. It is, I believe, in our top, is it in our top 10 of the quickest cars as of yet or no?
Not yet.
Just outside then.
Yes.
He drives this thing from track to track on a set of big Mickey Thompson off-road tires, if you can believe that.
Oh, I take it back. He is in the top 10. 789 he handed in yesterday.
So the lanes will close at 2 p.m. sharp today. The lanes will close at 2 p.m. sharp as the Chevette is pre-staged. The tree will flash. He will build boost. And there he goes again. Here he goes. He's off cleanly the 8th mile at 134 miles an hour. The Chevette, 8:14 with a 1 at 167 on a conservative tune-up. Hopefully he turns it around and brings it back before 2 o'clock.
A lot of guys will take a safety run if you can call 8:14 a safety run. I want to see him come back to lanes for sure. And Alana, Super Sleuth, Hot Rod staff member, texts me, the Chevette front end burned up in an engine fire a month ago.
Wow.
Imagine that guy's suffering to get here at Drag Week just for your pleasure.
Imagine having to admit to somebody that you repaired a Chevette that burned up. Self-immolation as the Holden HQ comes back from the top end. Don't adjust your sets. He is, in fact, steering that from the right side. So as we wait on more competitors, this is the time of the day. We got word from the pits that the staging lanes will close sharply at 2 p.m. That is an hour and 39 minutes from right now.
When that happens, they do run out the cars that are in lanes, given the fact that they're not trying to, rebuild their engine in lanes. And we're going back to us in the booth.
So really the tale of 2 different days, and I think a day like today here at Indy, we're seeing what most of our days are normally like at Drag Week. Yesterday was really an outlier, and again, it was the first day, so you got guys that are completely untested, a lot of stuff that's not even turned a wheel under power ever. So we had all the crazy stuff that happened. We had a lot of oil. We had a lot of really stuff that happens during the week, but doesn't usually happen in that amount, that volume.
Major carnage first day, driver's meeting, which throws the whole thing out of whack, and we run late. You and I not having as much information as we do today. Our shtick improves a little bit day by day as we get punchier and punchier,
right,
and as we know more about these cars that we're seeing. 300 of them. It's a lot of stuff to keep in mind. We do have an announcement here for the pits. Can you read what that says?
MagnaFuel. The MagnaFuel Quick Star fuel pump. A desperate need for a MagnaFuel Quick Star fuel pump.
So if you for the Aussie Capri, if you have that, please bring it up to the tower. If you have a connection for one, please let us know. They're desperate to keep going.
Or anything close to it.
Or a reasonable facsimile.
That is the Orange Mercury Capri, or Orange Ford Capri, being run by one of the Australian teams. It is a MagnaFuel Quick Star fuel pump. They are desperate for one or something that will fit. If you're in the Indy area, if you have a Mercy, bring it out here. If you got one sitting in the garage.
Last year there was a guy who was at home on the live feed, and he had some part, and that's what tipped him over the edge about, I'm going to Drag Week.
Well, we have a first-gen Camaro coming back. He's hot lapping this car, as we've talked about some of our other racers doing. If they have that open track, you might as well get up here and use the staging lanes. The early departure time, this is where it could get demoralizing for people, because you're like, man, we got out of the track early today. And then you can run into every conceivable problem known to man on the road, and your early departure time is like, man, we left 19 hours ago. How are we not at the hotel yet?
I've had racers hammer me on, why don't we race in the afternoon when it's cooler, race into the evening? It's like, dude, do you want to be driving all night, and do you want to be trying to fix your car with every auto parts store closed? That's why we do this in the morning, so that we can drive during the day and have some hope of actually a recovery to race the next day.
I know I went cross-eyed at about 1:45 last night. So I said to you, I said, dude, we got a driver swap here. I can't take it.
Yeah, no volume of Skittles was really keeping you perked up.
Well, and we had that discussion last night that really, if you buy anything other than the original brand of Skittles, you're un-American.
I've tried everything, and everything else is backing up. I'm going with the original Skittles. The rest is just stuff. Yeah. What you really want to do on Drag Week is you want to go with the churn in the gut, with the cola,
right,
the Red Bull, the Skittles, and of course the Arby's laden with the horsey sauce.
We have not introduced beef jerky to this equation yet.
No,
only because only because that could be the element that causes one of us to be hospitalized.
Yeah, the air does remain breathable in the announcing booth, so if you really want to go there,
barely.
That's true.
The canary usually keels over about 20 minutes before we leave this thing.
Look at the crowds we got here at Indy, too. Amazing.
Yeah, tons of people out there, lots of cool stuff going on. As we have
So what we're going to do now for the people who are watching us at home on the live feed, and I think this is really worth it. This was my suggestion, and I want to give a shout out to all our video guys who are making this live feed happen. We're going to show you behind the scenes of how they actually, make the sausage as far as that goes.
You never want to see how the sausage is made.
So let's roll with that. You're going to get a behind the scenes look about how this whole thing goes down. In itself. This is the home of the U.S. Nationals, and Brian actually announces the U.S. Nationals. Normally he is an NHRA announcer. This is the booth where he does that, and the booth where he and I are standing when you see us on the live feed. So he's in there looking at the computer screen, looking at the times. He's also following the results on the computer, and we're watching the live feed itself just so we can look at comments and know what's going on and make sure that there's no glitches. But the thing is, there is way more to this than just us talking on the mic. We've got 6 people here running the live feed, and I'm going to go show you inside what that looks like. So if you'll follow me outside here, around the corner. Going out of the Wally Parks Tower here at Indy, and in live video, do not enter. People walk in here anyway. I just can't believe it. Stay out, I'm serious. But we're in. There's Julia, our producer. Say hi, Julia. And we also have Dustin, who's our director. What he's doing here is switching between all of the different cameras. I think, how many cameras do we have out there on the line? 3 or 4?
4 today.
4 today. And so he's switching between the different camera angles as the cars are going down the track, so you never miss a bit of the action. Now what's interesting is look at all of this gear that we have to truck in and out of here every single day. It's actually a big deal. We have to haul the thing around in a big U-Haul. And to most of you, that will look like a whole lot of stuff. Anybody who's a video pro probably cannot believe the quality that we're putting together with this little equipment. Now what we're going to do is run down to the track and just show you our camera guys up in their positions so you can kind of see the people who are bringing this live to you.
United burnout for the Marlin.
Now I'm outside here at Indy in front of the tower, and if you listen in the background, you'll probably hear Brian announcing, because what we're doing on the live feed is also broadcast here right at the track. You can see up here we got lots of spectators who come out to see Drag Week. Kind of unbelievable that we drag that many people in the middle of a weekday. They are all skipping work to be here. Yesterday we had about 1,300 people who came to watch Drag Week. Now, the other thing we have out here is our camera guys, and see the earpiece that I have in here? It is playing onto a walkie that I've got in my pocket, and every one of these camera guys has one of those, and it's how Dustin, the director, communicates with them and tells them which car to follow and that type of thing. We've got Ryan Foss is over here on the other side of the track. You can see he's roaming with a remote camera. He is wireless, I think. Is he wireless? No? Okay, he is actually cabled, which is one of the big deals about the setup. If you look, every single camera out here, we need to run audio and video cable from the tower all the way out to these guys, which is why it takes us so long to set up in the morning. We're usually here at about 5:30 a.m. and why we are the last ones to leave the track, because we got to pack all that stuff because these are all cabled. So that's Ryan. Up here in the scaffolding, we've got Corey, and he's making sure to get the cars as they leave the line rear view. And as soon as they're gone, Dustin will send the camera angle down to Russ, who is on the lift there at about half track. And once again, we have to cable it all the way down there. So when you're looking at the live feed here at Hot Rod Drag Week and you're thinking about Eastwood sponsoring this for us, it's actually a pretty big deal. It costs us way more money than you can possibly imagine, and it's also fun that we're able to roam around and get this type of interview. So we'll also thank Brad, who is working this camera right here, and then we're going to head on back to us live in the booth. You've heard us talking from the booth about the impound area at Drag Week, and that's where I am right now. If you look around, you'll see some of the baddest cars from the entire event parked here and scattered into pieces. Now what we do is we rope off this area and we require every car that is leading its class or in the top 3 positions of its class and that's quicker than 850. We require them all to show up here in impound because we're monitoring them. We're making sure they're legit. The whole thing about Drag Week is that we want you out on the highway by yourself with your car, running the thing as if it's a regular road trip, and we enforce that in impound because we only allow the wristbanded driver and passengers of the car to work on the car or other guys in impound. So if you want to have a crew with you, you better make sure that you've got 2 cars that can lead their class and run quicker than 850. An example of that would be Jeff Lutz and his son Jeffrey. They've got the Pro Mod Camaro and also that little Honda Civic. They are running quick enough that they can both be on impound. They're allowed to help each other at that point. If Junior was not an impound, then Jeff Sr. would have to work on the car by himself with his 1 passenger. And it really penalizes the guys in these Pro Mod cars who can only carry a driver and a passenger, as opposed to some of the other cars that are stuffing 3 or 4 guys in them. Let's have a look at some of the cars that are here in impound at Indy. You have not gotten a good look at Bryant Goldstone's Javelin here. This is a car that was put together last year and following up a huge success that Bryant had with a 70 Chevelle. It was a silver car with black stripes that looked really, really stock, but blasted. I believe it went into the high 7-second zone. It might have been in the low 8s. Big time wheel stands out of Drag Week. Always an impressive car to watch. This thing is a lot flashier than the Chevelle and a lot faster. He rolled a 698 the very first day, and I believe, what did you run today? Was it a 78?
678, 210.
678, 210. And so this is now a car that stands to run in the 6s every single day and finish very, very well, and he's not in the unlimited class. This car is in the unlimited or the ultimate iron class for all steel body cars. Is the thing all steel, including, no, the clip is glass? Nope, it's all steel. Even the front clip on this thing, even though it's removable, it is factory steel. That is an impressive car right there. Now we move on over here to, what's that? This? Yeah, it is. This whole thing is, oh, This is steel too, is what he was telling me. I couldn't quite hear him over the massive horsepower going on out here in the track. Rick Prospero, he used to have that 65.
Aha, we're back. Bam, bam. Speaking of bam, and this is Tom McGilton, so we're back with a vengeance. 4,160 pounds of Z01 Camaro out here in the starting line.
And look at the fans run up to the front like it was Mongoose and McEwen to watch this thing go down.
It, of course, built by Larry Larson at his shop out there in Oak Grove, Missouri. This is a real 2014, I believe, or 2013 or 14 Z01 Camaro that had 36 miles on it when Tom McGilton dropped it off at Larry Larson's shop and told him to get rid of everything that was in under the hood, but retain everything that the factory said as far as the good stuff. So out came the supercharged LS engine, in went a twin turbocharged big block Chevrolet, and stuck in there, everything still works. The air conditioning works. The touchscreen works. The remote start, I believe, still works. They have retained every single function of the factory car, including the gauges, despite replacing the entire drivetrain.
Basically, they just went through and knocked off everything that was slow.
Yes.
Right.
They removed the slow, but managed to add 400 pounds on the process, because this car, I believe, is like 3,800 out of the box, right?
Yeah, plus all of that cage, all of that rear end. Here he goes.
He went 189 yesterday in St. Louis. Tom McGilton spools the turbos and that cool ZL1 Camaro, and he's off on another good run. 149 in the 8th as Tom McGilton goes through. 773 with a 188 miles an hour. A very smooth and very clean run for Tom McGilton in the ZL1 Camaro.
And that leaves him very competitive with his 794 yesterday. Looking at Pro Street Power Adder, that is turning into a good race. Matt Blasco's got that 72 Dart that's in the lead when we came into the day. McGilton number 2, Glenn Hunter number 3. These guys are tight.
And Joe Barry is at the ready line in the 1956 Chevrolet based out of Colorado. Barry is a guy who we have seen have some personal milestones here on Drag Week. Remember his first ever 6-second pass that came about a year or two ago, and he has not run 6s so far this week. It went 7-11 yesterday. And that orange and white, kind of creamsicle colored 1956 Chevrolet that has become so well known from his participation here at Drag Week. He does a lot of stuff with this car out there in the Rocky Mountain area. And Joe Barry going to roll through the water box to make a hit here this afternoon. Early this afternoon, I should say, in Indy.
And another story about a high school car that just got nastier and nastier.
So Joe Barry's great successes with this car have really kind of started when he went to a traditional automatic transmission, that Rosler Turbo 400, which I believe still is in the car. The car was less predictable when it had a Lenco transmission in it, as you'd expect with the clutch adjustment and all that comes with that, then maybe the gear ratio changes, the multiple gear ratio options you have. Going with the automatic and the torque converter certainly changed the personality of this car, I would argue, for the better. It does not have the quite the I mean,
fewer parts fall off.
Well,
that's good entertainment.
That's good entertainment, as long as you aren't the guy that owns the thing.
But I'm not. It's not my 56, so I'm good.
So Joe Barry, the tough stuff, 1956 Chevrolet, got to inch his way in to the pre-stage beam. We're going to get to listen to it work on a solo pass. .120 short time. Joe Barry goes 161 in the 8th mile, and Joe Barry goes 704 with a 5 at 197.57 miles an hour in that brick house of a 1956 Chevy.
That is still going to keep him real solid in the top 3 quickest cars here at Drag Week.
No, he is in really good shape, and again, part of it is being within striking distance of your competition here. And will Barry run it again? I highly doubt it. That 704 improves him from yesterday, and it's a number that maybe the car goes a couple hunt faster today if he wants to try it again. But again, you risk the big failures if you take that tack.
I think Finland guy is the new Blue Mustang guy.
To a smaller degree.
Making laps.
Yeah, making laps.
Far smaller degree.
I mean, I'm going to argue the Finland guy has the cooler accent.
And the better car.
Unarguable point there as well.
There's always someone at Drag Week that just makes lap after lap after lap.
Going to shift forth right about the 8th mile, and that is a very nice, clean, good running car. The early Corvette goes 1150 with a 2 at 118 miles an hour, 1180 with a 4 at 118 on the National Dragster side as well. Drag Week epitomizes the use of Gear Vendors Overdrives, the most reliable transmission you can buy, coupled to the highest horsepower handling overdrive. It is really a magical combination, and the car you just saw run down there, Joe Barry, has been a Gear Vendors customer, I believe, for many, many years in that 56 Chevrolet. Uses that baby to get the 56 Chev down the highway without turning big RPM, and it is a vital part of the program for many of our racers out here. And people that have motorhomes and trucks that have some big horsepower or do a lot of towing also use it, and for the benefit of having that ability to split gears. Tell me the story you told me yesterday about your own car at home that has one of these Gear Vendors in there.
My Super Bee still has a torque flight in it, which is, you know, arguable decision on its own. It has a really big split between second and third, and the car will go just a little quicker running first, second, and then second overdrive with the Gear Vendors rather than going first, second, third.
So even a performance improvement if you play the cards right. 1210 with a 3, 114 miles an hour on the National Dragster side.
We actually have a Gear Vendors in the Roadkill muscle truck as well. I've got a 513 gear in the back of that thing on a 30-inch tire, and it would go nowhere were it not for the Gear Vendor unit. Oh, well, that's not going to happen.
So the muscle truck has been part of the program for a while. I remember when the muscle truck first entered the fleet years ago, before it entered before Roadkill was even a glimmer in anybody's eye. The muscle truck's been around. So several of the project cars you guys have put together on the Roadkill series have really become, I don't want to say iconic quite yet, but they certainly have gained notoriety, whether it's the Rotson that has, you have killed more 4.3-liter V6s in the Rotson than virtually anybody else on planet Earth.
I have numbers here from Pro Street Power Adder. It's closer still after McGilton's running that ZL1. Blasco, 779 with a 1. Once again, that's that Mopar twin turbo Dart. Glenn Hunter, which is the 56 Chevy out of New York, freshly twin turboed, 782 with a 4. And McGilton, 783 with an 8.
Have we seen Blasco run today?
I don't know. I've been wandering around while you've been up here.
I'm not sure we have seen the Blasco make a pass today.
Well, he's down an impound. He's still got, what, how much time we have left before we wrap this thing up? 2 o'clock, is that the cutoff that Lonnie gave us?
That is what we've gotten from the dudes in charge down there is 2 p.m. So about an hour and 20 minutes, which also, by the way, means that Jeffrey Lutz has to get here and make a pass in an hour and 20 minutes as well. If he wants to continue on Drag Week, he needs to get on the racetrack.
He's going to give it best effort, which is, I think that's really cool. It is amazing with the technology that we've got these days in the iPhones, how you just have so much going on every moment of your life. It's like I'm blasting out tweets, telling people what's going on at Drag Week, answering questions about Drag Week, collecting information from the Hot Rod staff about Drag Week, all at the same time.
That's great for us, because we're able to keep on top of a lot of things we would have not even known about until we were driving to the next stop, likely. So,
and as you know, it's far better than actually interacting with you in person.
I'll tell you what, we drive in the car for hours on end and never speak a word to each other. It is a beautiful tension and silence that builds inside that rental car. Yeah. The one uniting factor we have is the universal hatred of the crummy snowmobile transmission that is installed in our awful car.
That thing is horrible. Yeah, and that hat, I'm sorry, you know, we were brothers in both body mass and wardrobe, but the hat is just really throwing me off.
I'm telling you, well, hey, Robert Williams was nice enough to give me the hat, so I'm wearing the hat. I'm sporting the cause, you know what I mean?
It's a good thing we're not live on the internet. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait a second, we are, yeah.
The other thing I want to point out, everybody in the grandstands, for the rest of the week, you can still tune in to our YouTube channel, MotorTrend channel, YouTube, and watch the live feed as we progress to Cordova, Union Grove, and back to St. Louis. And you really want to be there for the Drag Week Heads Up Showdown that we're doing at Gateway on Saturday. This is a really cool deal. We take every car who finished Drag Week, And they just come in.
Yeah.
There's no charge for you guys. If you're listening, racers, you can do this for free. We come in, we get a couple hundred cars, regardless of class. We just put them side by side, and we run them heads up until we got a last man standing. Now, last year, we actually took the drag week averages and attempted to put everybody on a ladder before racing started, but so many people flaked at the last second that they were hand rebuilding the ladder. It was a disaster. What we're going to do this time is random pairings first round, and then the number that you win with on that first round goes on the ladder for the rest of the rounds. Up until, do you still want to do the 8-car final thing? I thought you were brilliant on that.
I love
last
that.
time.
That was awesome.
That was the greatest. What we did is we took the final 8 and we lined them all up on the starting line where the fans in the stands could see them. And Brian walked around and did the, is it the Price is Right thing? Or
Pretty
whatever?
much, yeah.
And said, which one of these things do you want to see paired up? And so the crowd picked the pairings for who was going to go down the track. It was pretty brilliant.
It was really great, and it was a kind of a unique way to finish it off. And we had some, even in that final 8, we had some upsets out there, so it was cool.
Absolutely. What makes it neat is you might think, why would you possibly have a heads-up race with a couple of 6-second cars and a whole bunch of, 10, 11, 12-second cars? Well, it's because we saw 12-second cars beat 7-second cars out there. Not necessarily on the tree, but due to breakage and things like that. But in other cases, there were guys who, they're out here spooling their turbos for a second and a half, and all of a sudden they need to run heads up, and they completely lose the plot.
It is, exactly. I was going to say the same thing. They absolutely lose the plot. So the heads-up deal on Saturday is going to be great. We're heading to a place tomorrow in Union Grove, Wisconsin, known as Great Lakes Dragway, one of the oldest operating tracks in the country. And it's always claimed itself to be the busiest track in the country. They race 6 nights a week at this place. Most local tracks are open, luckily to be open maybe 2 nights a week. 6 nights or 6 days a week of racing at Union Grove at Great Lakes Dragway. We'll talk a lot about the great Bob Metzger, who is the very successful creative promoter up there. You've probably seen the photos of Broadway Bob Metzger, who was the promoter at the track for many years, riding down the racetrack on the front of the Green Mamba jet dragster with a beer in his hand as the dude's doing burner pops behind him.
That guy's wardrobe nearly matched your hat right now.
I'll tell you what, I don't even know if that's true, because the hat may be on another level than that.
Another level?
It could be at another
Beyond
level.
Broadway Bob?
It could be.
Really?
We might be skirting at, we have a car running down the racetrack.
Looks like past winner of the hot rod class here.
That 1940 Chevrolet Thriftmaster Coupe, the Chevy Coupe, goes 13:52.7 at 98 miles an hour down the Summit side.
Boy, the passes are getting few and far between here at the end of the day at Drag Week in Indy, but we've still got some big guns, and that's why the tension's hanging in the air. You know that those guys are down completely thrashing in the pits because the clock is ticking, and not only do they want to get ready to make a final pass, they want to have a safety period where if they screw the pooch somehow, they can come back and make another pass.
What they're using in the pits are tools. What Eastwood is involved with the big time these days are tools, and we have an Eastwood tool tip video for you right now.
I'm Mike Finnegan, host of Roadkill and Hot Rod Garage, and behind me is my 1955 Chevy Gasser that doesn't do great burnouts, but it's going to now because I'm installing a line lock. I'm going to be using Eastwood's new turret-style flaring tool. The best part about this tool is that it doesn't just work on mild steel. You can actually flare stainless lines here without ruining them. This is everything you need to build yourself a brake or fuel line. One of the challenges when building hard lines, whether they're aluminum or stainless or steel, is that when you buy the material in bulk, this is what you're gonna get. Luckily though, Eastwood makes this tool, and it's gonna look awkward when I use it, but whatever, we're gonna go with it, especially on the internet. So there you go. That's super easy. Then you take your die here, set it into the flaring tool, set your brake line there, set the other half of the die on, lock it into place. And when I pull the handle for operation 0, that's just gonna set the depth of the tubing in the die. And you wanna snug it again. We're gonna rotate this to operation number 1. I'm gonna put a little bit of oil. Then you just flip it to operation number 2. All I gotta do is cut it, do the other end, put a Z-bend in it, pop it in my 55, bleed the brakes, and I'm ready to smoke the tires. Beautiful. If you need any bolt tubing, flaring, straightening, or bending tools, visit Eastwood.com.
Very high horsepower. So Gephardt in the AMG Gremlin. What's hilarious going down the road, he has a special kind of hitch carrier deal that is built into his parachute mount that he mounts a couple of supplies on and some small plastic cases. As Gephardt goes down through the 8th mile with a speed of 121, he's now leaning on it with the big Chrysler engine under the hood. He goes 908 with a 1 at 147 miles an hour in that little short wheelbase car in the Summit lane. Next pair coming. It's getting weird up here, folks. It is getting weird as we have the, whoa, wait a second now, as we have the Chevelle and the G8 rolling up side by side. As again, we're getting late in the rounds here. Alex Taylor for the first time today is coming up on the racetrack. Taylor in the Bad Marrow will be coming into the water box here momentarily. The twin turbocharged 6-liter based LS engine under the hood for Alex Taylor. So the Pontiac G8 is going to take a nibble of that pre-stage beam. Now in goes the Chevelle all the way in. The G8 is in. Better reaction time by a ton goes to the G8. The Chevelle is a 4-speed car. You watch the nose coming up and down as the driver power shifts the thing through the 8th mile. Finally gets its legs under it and starts to walk away from the G8 at 1,000 feet. 995 to 150 for the Chevelle. 1148.9, 119 on the National Dragster side. That was the quickest pass ever. The Gephardt Gremlin pass was the quickest ever for that car. On drag week, we should say. Obviously, it's run other events outside of here, but at least on drag week anyway, that's the quickest pass that the thing is laid down. So Alex Taylor being led into the staging beams after making her burnout. We've not seen Taylor. We've not seen the Stretchy truck. We've not seen Dennis. We've not seen the Ranchero come up yet. Being that Alex is here, we're going to guess that the rest of the Taylor contingent has made it. We'll have to wait and see. She spools the turbos, makes the shift to 330 feet, 125 in the 8th, and Taylor goes 896 with a 1 at 157 miles an hour. 896 1, 157 miles an hour for Alex Taylor in the Camaro. So the burnout being made by that 1940 Chevrolet Coupe on the National Dragster side. As the Grimmy heads back up the return road. So the Coupe is fully staged. You can hear the automatic transmission slip sliding its way through the gears out there past 330 feet. Chevrolet goes through 1325.5 at 102 miles an hour on. And once again, we find a lull, but that lull is rather ominous. There's a bunch of cars out there that we have not seen run yet. Alex Taylor's quickest drag week run ever as well. That 896, 157 mile an hour shot, her best effort at a drag week in that Camaro. I'm not sure if it's the quickest ever, but it's definitely her quickest ever at drag week. Just like the racers, MSD continues searching for ways to improve performance. Their advanced PC programming capabilities of the power grid ignition can now be used to control boost pressure, timers and delays, and of course timing with RPM. MSD's tech trailer will be at every track to help you make the best pass possible. Be sure to stop by the trailer to check out our new products or ask our performance specialist for direction on your setup. MSD Performance celebrating 11 years of drag week fun. Hot Rod Magazine is proud to welcome back Rocket Brand Racing Fuel as the official fuel of Drag Week. In addition to providing a prize to the overall winner of Drag Week, Rocket Brand will again provide a trophy and a drum of Rocket Brand Racing Fuel to the competitor who best exemplifies the spirit of Drag Week. Rocket Brand will also provide a drum of Rocket Brand racing fuel for the Hot Rod Heads Up Shootout next Saturday. So the winner of the Heads Up Shootout, our Spirit of Drag Week winner, and our overall winner will be receiving 55-gallon drums of Rocket Brand racing fuels, which is an incredible deal. Gear Vendors Overdrive, not only a sponsor, but their products help make these cars so successful, both cruising the highways and heading down the racetrack at each and every stop on Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. Not only 2015, but in virtually every year that we have had this event, Gear Vendors has been involved. Rick Johnson, not a guy who just signs the paperwork and sits back. He is out here at the racetrack. He's out preaching the gospel, helping people out. And as you know, Rick Johnson's knowledge of transmissions is nearly unparalleled in the known universe.
It's true. I've talked to that guy many times about not just the Gear Vendor stuff, but also what's going on with the transmissions themselves. Did you know you can actually put one of those things behind a transfer case on a 4x4?
Really?
Yeah, they have a whole bunch of applications for that.
Holy cow.
The only thing about it is that you cannot operate it in four-wheel drive because you'd have a different gear ratio coming out the back than you would coming out the front, and so, parts snap. But for highway use, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
overdrive
cool.
that thing.
So Krusty Nova Shane rolls up on the National Dragster side. Pedaled it a little bit there, and the motor sounded like it labored a little. 105 in the 8th mile. That car is certainly not running what they are thinking it's going to run or wanting it to run. 10:45 for just 93 miles an hour. And again, that's a car we saw or have seen in the past just pull the monster wheel stand. So it's just not getting out of the hole the way that they would like it to.
His most famed wheel stand was right here and in that lane.
It was. Who shot the photos?
Myself and Wes Allison.
Oh, wow. You did share credit there. That's good of you.
Yep. No, I gave myself credit. There's a difference. I am getting indications that Jeffrey Lutz and his Civic have entered the premises.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Are those indications like facts, or are they some sort of vibratory thing you're picking up from the universe?
Well, they're coming from his dad. I assume that they're in touch.
Okay.
He says, let me know how he runs, which I assume means he wants to know about it before he's off the track and gets a call from him himself.
Check out Drag Week sponsor Eastwood.com for over 4,000 auto tools, supplies, and paint. Eastwood is offering 10% off to Hot Rod Drag Week viewers by using source code DRAGWEEK. As you make your trip to Eastwood.com, if you're in the buy-in mode, go ahead and put the Drag Week name in the source code and get 10% off. Also, go to bestofeastwood.com and enter the sweepstakes to win a host of great prizes.
Here we go. Obviously, the Taylors are in town.
Alex ran just a couple minutes ago. Her best pass ever at Drag Week, over 157 miles an hour. Now, this is the Ranchero. It is not being driven by Dennis Taylor. He is driving the Retro Nova, which I fully expect to be pulling up next up the staging lane.
Now, this car that you're seeing here won the Gasser class last year.
And did so going away in such a fashion that you had to create a second Gasser class to kind of give people a haven if they didn't want to go to an all-out kind of blown big combination like the Ranchero has. This car also, we were interested to know what the health of this car was, because if you remember yesterday, it was one of the myriad of cars that go through the finish line of St. Louis and then clogged the place for mosquitoes. We thought that it might have been some sort of engine problem down there, but obviously not. They're getting ready to do something here. The big issue they got going on now, the thing will not turn the tires in the water box. Oh well.
Does not sound clean.
Does not sound clean.
The craftsmanship on this car is pretty awesome. The gray primer will throw you off, but you look closely at all the things he's done to it. I really like that car.
Devil certainly in the details. And the Falcon is going to make a hit now after just kind of scrubbing the tires there. Not a big smoky burnout, but certainly enough to knock all the dirt and crud off them. Yeah, I'm with you on that thing. It's just it seems to be idling weird, and it just doesn't seem to be behaving as though they wanted to. Let's find out. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna say yeah. Now the crew chief in the tower is generally wrong, but in that case.
Yeah, laid over off the hit of the throttle. Then it decided like it didn't want to shift into high gear either. As it goes through 1274.9 at 82, it makes it down the racetrack. But again, that is a car that was what, a 9? Did it run 9s last year, or in like low 9s or something like that? I want to say.
It might have. My memory is just lousy on that.
It's because of those Skittles, man.
Skittles will do it every time.
Skittles will get you.
Yeah. Trying to quit.
Yeah, he averaged last year. Dennis Taylor averaged 966 with a 6 in the gasser class. So that thing was planted right down in the mid 9s.
Well, and not only that, it ran 948 yesterday. Here comes the best story that is roadkill style of a beater at Drag Week. Look at this thing. The Aussies flew in a couple weeks ago, bought this thing out from under a tree. Apparently it had been sitting for 20 years. They say it's an original SS396 4-speed car, although I think it has a 10-bolt rear end in it, which calls that into question. Either that or somebody did something funky back in the day. But they paid $1,500 for it, and they hit the road for Drag Week. And I'm thinking they got a really good deal or something fishy's going on, because watch how good this thing actually runs. It doesn't run like anything that I've ever recovered from a 20-year hiatus from running.
Well, whatever rear end they
as well today.
Yeah, the rear end they put in it does not have a posi unit in there because it just annihilated the right rear tire when he dumped the clutch, and he did absolutely dump the clutch. 78 in the 8th mile. It goes 1471.9 at 98 miles an hour. And again, it was, as the story goes, was living in the middle of a field about a week and a half ago before they threw their resources at it. We'll have to catch up with them and find out what they did with the rear end, if they it's a whole new piece under there or what their program was. Obviously, it's a new cover because it's not puking fluid all over the place.
I don't know. Duct tape works wonders, and they make JB Weld if you want to go all out.
Yeah, if you want to be a pro, you're going to go pro level with the inspection cover repair. Here comes the Ranchero. Let's see if they get that thing back to the pits and wrench on it to bring it back up for another run, or if they stand on what they've just done there. Obviously, it's been a long, I would guess it's been a long day for the Taylors, as we've seen 2 out of the 3 cars. We've not seen the 3rd yet. You know, will we have a lull in the action? There's nobody sitting down there in the staging lanes as of yet. We'll see somebody coming back here in a minute. Well, let's take another visit to our friends at Eastwood for another Eastwood tool tip.
Hey, I'm Kev Elliott, tech editor for Street Roller Magazine and Classic Trucks Magazine, and today we're going to be using Eastwood's bead roller. It's more than just a bead roller though, because it'll also form step flanges and it'll shear metal. It comes with various mandrels, so you can bead roll 1/4 inch, 3/8 inch and 1/2 inch wide beads. It'll also flange a 1/16, a 1/8 and a 1/4 inch step, and it comes with a shear mandrel so you can cut sheet metal with it. A louver cutting mandrel is also available. We're going to be using the bead roller today to form a step flange around the edge of this panel where I've marked it, and when it fits up inside what used to be a trailer fender, it'll fit flush inside it, and then when it's welded and ground down, you won't even see the joint, and it'll look like a one-piece stamping. One of the advantages of step flanging sheet metal is it'll stiffen it. This is the sheet metal before we flange it, and as you can see, it's pretty flexible. And after it's flanged, way stiffer. As you can see, we got the new panel in here, and it's not flush. And there we have it, one step flange panel. And this is what the finished piece looks like. We've welded one piece to the other, we've ground down the weld, sanded smooth, then I've fabricated 2 corner pieces, and the job's finished. Okay, so now we've got to change out the step flange mandrels and fit the bead rolling mandrels. And we're ready to bead roll. So as we feed this through, we follow the line by eye, while we turn the wheel slowly until we bring it way back round to where we started. And there we have a bead roll. This provides way more strength to the panel, and just a flat panel on its own. And that's how the bead roller works. If you want to see more of their tools, visit eastwood.com.
72 Dodge Dart, which is a new player to Hot Rod Drag Week. The guy came out of Canada with this car. What's really neat is this is his first car. I think he told me he's had it since he was 15 years old, and he slowly built the thing up to the point where, as you can see, this thing is certified for some serious numbers. It's running in the mid-sevens. It is powered by Mopar. It is a big block Chrysler with Predator heads on it, twin turbo deal. And did you get this when you were 15?
Yeah, I got it. My mom got it for me for $150 when I was 15.
And did you go straight to this when you built the thing, or did you?
I had the slant 6. You got to beat the daylights out of it before you put the big block in it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Where are you in your class right now? Do you know?
I think I'm number 1 by just a little bit.
Oh, you're right. You are ahead of Glenn Hunter by .033.
Yeah, that's pretty close. So
you're having a really good first drag week. Are you going to hold it together all week long?
I hope so. I've never driven my car more than maybe 100 miles at a time, and that last trip last night was quite the good one. The only thing we had was a ground problem on the headlights. The car ran great, got about 12 miles to the gallon.
Really?
Yeah.
That is super cool. How big is the motor?
It's a 572 twin turbo.
572s. I think that's a 4 1/4. No, it's a 4.500 crank. 4.500 by like a 4.500, right? Yeah, let's have a look at this thing, because I was saying your car not exactly as pretty as most, but mechanically super solid. So here you go. The Predator heads, they're not canted valve, are they?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, no, I don't think they are.
Just symmetrical port.
Symmetrical port, sold through Indy now, I believe.
Yeah, I got mine through the guy, that Steve Gill, that used
Right.
Predator. He set me up.
And how big are your turbos?
They're 91 mils.
And let's have a look at his time slip here. Check this out. He's going to get a close-up here. 770, 184.
It's blowing through the converter up top really bad, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you data logging your slip? Do you know what it is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how bad?
It's like 14%. I need to put a higher viscosity, like a high guard in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, super cool. Thank you very much. We're going to roll and talk to some of these other guys here in Impound. This 67 Nova wagon has been absolutely brutal. I know less about it because I have not had a chance to catch up with this guy yet, but look at the build quality on the car. And this is, again, one of the, I think we've got 12 cars that are now in the 7s, and this one is in the top 10. Another big block Chevy, twin turbo deal, which is kind of the standard program for Drag Week anymore. Not many people are going very far without turbos, except this guy right here. We interviewed him on video a little bit yesterday. This is Dave Schroeder out of Canada, and this is an 872 cubic inch David Rayer engine. And so far, he's only been running the thing on motor, and I think it's gone as quick as 738 at Drag Week, but he does have a few stages of nitrous on it, so check that thing out. That motor is physically huge. Look at the depth of the cylinder head on that billet-headed deal. Look at the CNC cut intake manifold. This whole thing is nutso. And this is a legit production mid-year Corvette. The front clip, however, is fabricated. They had to change that around when they put this big motor in it. And he's very lucky to be in the top 3 in his class because he's had trouble finishing. He did finish for the first time last year. We really want to see this car run 699 for the very first time this year. Now, speaking of guys getting into the 6s for the first time, let's look at Joe Barry's 56 Chevy. This car is a legit all-steel 56 out of Colorado, and he ran in the 6s for his very first time at Drag Week last year. I believe it happened at Tulsa. And he's not doing quite as well this time, but you know he's here in Impound, so that you know he's a big player. He is in the new American Iron class. I keep saying that. It is called Ultimate Iron. I invented the deal and I cannot remember what I did. It's called Ultimate Iron, and this is for the so-called old school Pro Street cars that race in Drag Week. Full steel body, legit glass, but almost no limitations about what they can do on the wheelbase. And so that's a wrap on what we've got here in Impound right now. Let's go back live to racing up in the tower.
Yeah, they're finishing up this video. Man, there is, you know, you did that cool video you showed everybody in the live feed earlier about how the live feed comes together. And
It's falling apart right now?
Well, no, Dustin was shown in this video as a semi-calm, normal human being, when in fact there is normally a lot of screaming and teeth gnashing going on.
Yeah, what they're
behind
not
the
aware
scenes.
of is that we're actually listening to the screaming in our ear as we're speaking, which is sometimes rather difficult.
Kind of a petulant child.
It's why
He's like a petulant child. One of the things that you...
I thought you said penicillin shot, same thing.
No, penicillin probably would have helped him as a child. He would have maintained, probably, gotten past some of the issues he has now. But anyway, I digress. We have not seen Dave Schroeder run today. Apparently he's in the pits. We have not heard that he's out. Dennis Taylor is out, so that is confirmed. Yeah, so Alex's run, the Ranchero that Dennis Taylor built and ran last year has run, but the Retro Nova that he's completed and ran yesterday will not be coming down for breakfast, so to speak, here in Indy this fine Tuesday, nor will it be showing up at any of the other tracks either.
So what are the real nail biters right now? I guess we're down to just Schroeder needing to make a pass here.
We're down to Schroeder. Obviously, we all want to see Jeffrey Lutz make a run.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep.
I think that he is on the premises and warming it up.
So all those things are good. And again, we've not heard anything regarding Schroeder's status, that he's out or anything. I assume he's down in the pits. And they have about 50 minutes at this point. Check our unofficial tower clock is saying we have about 50 minutes before the staging lanes are put into lockdown.
5-0 minutes. I thought you said 15. Yeah,
No, I said 5-0.
5-0. I would ask if you hot rod staffers are wandering impound down there, text us up some news so that we can share it with the people both worldwide and right here at Indy. Let them know what is going on, who we're going to see up next. You know, often at Drag Week it turns into dead air towards the end of the day. I'm surprised how many people have done the one and done. And I think that that's a function, once again, of more actual fast race cars being here and more guys with the mindset of needing to win. They're making that one pass, they're checking their math, they're like, this is a good number and I'm hitting the road. So they have got more time out there on the highway in case anything goes wrong, or so they can get to the hotel early and actually drink beer. God forbid that would actually happen. And so with more of those hardcore racers, we're seeing more one and done and less guys just making laps in bone stock vehicles.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a strategic shift, I guess you'd say. And events like this, events like everything in any sort of motorsport, everything evolves, and we talk about the performance evolving, but also people's approach evolves to all these things. And, there are a lot of analytical, smart people out there that come to this event now with a dedicated plan as opposed to just throw the cards up in the air and see what falls to the ground. So,
as it goes that way, that's why we launched Drag Weekend. Really, because that is going to be a more mellow deal for people who just want to bring out their car and have a lot of fun and get a taste of what Drag Week is really like. If you haven't heard of that, it's another deal sponsored by Gear Vendors. It's at the end of October. We're going to run from Tucson to Phoenix to Fontana, one way. And we're just going to do a mini drag week called Drag Weekend. And honestly, if that is a success, we're going to begin to spread around the country. Maybe we can even come to New England with this chucklehead.
You're not welcome.
No?
You're not welcome there.
Thrown out?
Yep.
I was going to question the sandals there, but you seem to have picked up my foot attire. Do you wear those at home, or is that not allowed?
I wear the Lord boards at home, I do.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, Massachusetts allows that.
For now.
I thought that there was a statute or something.
For now.
All right, we do have the Aussie Capri in lanes.
Oh, so they made it in.
So, yeah.
They were looking for the fuel pump for this, or looking for a fuel pump for this car, and obviously they have gotten their program together, and they are here. And it is a fun one to watch. Another one of the right-hand steer contingent. And surely I jest, but we would love to have a drag weekend experience up there. Man, I could assist in putting that together for you. There's a lot of nice tracks up there. Put a good, you could actually probably get 2 in a day. Get real efficient.
We could do the thing you and I have talked about many times, which is have an 8-mile.
So here we go. This is that 1970 Ford Capri.
And yes, Ford is correct. Not a Mercury as they sold them here in the United States.
And the Mustang with the Roush, I believe a Roush Mustang with the stripe down the front fender there, likely a 3-valve 4.6-liter engine in there. Big tire spin over there from the Mustang as the Capri starts to drive away from the Ford. Better reaction time did go to the Mustang, with the Capri in the 8th mile over 100. And the Capri goes through 1060 with the one at 131 miles an hour. 13.79.7 at 109, and here comes the Stretchy truck. We had not seen it yet, but we see it now.
And what a sight to behold. For people who have not followed this online or witnessed the Stretchy part, this is probably a light bulb.
For better or worse, you're right about that. It has the wheelbase of a dragster, the functionality of a Miata, and the fuel consumption of a dump truck. Add those three things together and you get the Stretchy truck. Nick ran this thing, I believe, 164, 165 miles an hour in a really bizarre looking pass. Because of the wheelbase this thing has, it does some really weird stuff. I mean, it was wandering around the right side of the drag strip. Here he goes. He's going to get after it, though, right off the starting line as the well-used Chevette gets a good look at the Stretchy truck as Nick comes by just up on the center line, 128 in the 8th mile, and Nick goes 889.6 at 152 in the S10.
Which is essentially a repeat of what he did ET-wise yesterday with an 887, but he ran 161 yesterday. He lost, 9 mile an hour on that pass.
And 14.016 at 99 for the Chevette. That thing is going to run 13s this week.
That thing really sit under a tree for 20 years.
You are very skeptical.
I am. Either that or, you know what, maybe they didn't tell the story about how they threw a cam in it or, 454 out of a junkyard with a plate on it. I need to go take a closer
Further
look at that.
investigation is required.
Those guys are slippery, let's be honest.
Yes. A couple of slick Aussie talking dudes.
Yeah. Boy, it's like moments of excitement and then dead lanes once again.
Yeah, it's
interesting situation.
It's kind of funny. It's like it happens at almost every drag race. You have all this intensity, and then when you get down to those last few rounds, it's kind of like you got to wait your turn to get the cars back up here. And I mean, knock on wood, this is and for the racers, I'm very happy because for the racers, obviously they've gotten done what they need to get done and been able to get on the road. And it's always fun when that happens because it means we're going to retain more competitors to the end of the week.
Well, and as we've done Drag Week over the years, we've always had car count limits. We've limited it, I think, to 100 cars at one time. Then we went 200 and people start freaking out about how we're going to ruin the experience and you're not going to get passes and everything. Obviously, with 300 cars leaving yesterday, maybe 270 here today, we've got no problem whatsoever. We could be pounding another 100 cars through here, I think.
Right, and even yesterday with the issues that we had, the fact that we ran 2 hours later than we really were scheduled to go, and yeah, we did get to the hotel this morning technically, we were still able to get here, get everything set up, and get ready to go. Not that that's something we want to make a habit of, but it does show that there is a window of flexibility in there. If you lose some downtime for whatever oil or whatnot, that the event can have a little window, even with the 300 car count, and still get done.
It's true, but this is the sleep deprivation week, no matter what you do.
0% chance of sleeping.
I mean, once Brian and I leave here, we help pack up the whole video thing, roll up a whole bunch of cable. They give us the low skill jobs.
Yeah.
And then we drive the route so that we can meet people along the way and get the stories that we're sharing with you here. And then we get back to the hotel and, in theory, sit up for the rest of the night actually blogging about the stuff that we've seen during the day. How'd that work out for you last night?
That did not work out for me last night. So we arrived at the hotel at the hour of 2 a.m., which was nice. You could hear the crickets. And so we went into the hotel, and I said to myself, okay, I'm going to sleep for an hour and a half, and then I'm going to wake up, and I'm going to clickety-clack on the keys.
Yep. And one of us woke up at 5.
The clickety-clack was your fist slamming on the door of the hotel room, screaming fire.
Right.
And so I was like, whoops. And so we went and we got to the track on time, though. We beat the video crew. As a reminder, we did beat the video crew because they went to Indianapolis Motor Speedway this morning. Instead of the drag strip, they went to the 2.5-mile circle track where the Indy 500 is contested.
You realize they control this footage and where the cameras go, and they're filming when you don't know it.
I realize that.
They can own you.
Dustin has done some horrible things with my voice in the past. Has made me say things out of context, and so I'm aware of his power. When he uses his powers for good, not evil, everybody comes out ahead. But he's a ginger, so you can't trust him.
So what's going on later tonight? I don't know how long the drive is. We're going from here to Union
Well, that was
Grove.
kind of a strange question. I'm busy. I'm washing my hair this evening. I have no time for you.
I thought we had a date night. So yeah, Union Grove, historic track.
Yeah, it's a great place. Very excited. I've never been there when racing's been going on. I was actually there. I was up in the area for work years ago. I swung into the place in kind of a rainy day and just kind of stuck my head around there to see it. But a lot of history up there, of course. the famed Olympics of drag racing, one of the great events that was formed and contested up there and for many, many years. It one of the Chicagoland areas, or the Chicago kind of area, draws from a bunch of places up in that Wisconsin corner, but a great place, and we'll talk a lot about it. The place opened up in 1955. Decades. And it does claim, as I said before, to be open more dates than any other drag strip in the country, and racing 6 nights a week. The oldest of our 4 tracks is Cordova, opened in 56. All right, is this the 13-second pass for the Chevelle? Nope. Loosely Bob.
That's a 256 60 foot you just witnessed.
1048, 131, and a 1449, 697 mile an hour shot for the Chevelle, which those guys are going to ship down to Australia unless you can talk them out of it.
Now, I'm thinking at this point the Hot Rod staff is probably mostly on the road chasing some guys because they hit the road with them to get video, to get photos, to get stories, and to, frankly, spy on people and see exactly what they're doing out there. And that's where you get all your carnage shots. All the bloodbath of people truly suffering the way we like to see them suffer at Drag Week happens out there on the roads.
The glimmer in your eye when you say the word suffering, it is unmatched
fantastic.
by anything.
Yeah. Well, I think I've never asked these people to do anything I wouldn't do myself, right?
That's true, actually.
Yeah, it is, and I prove that on video
fairly
every
idiotic
single
things,
month.
yes.
Yeah, some. Yeah, it's more like you've done some smart things. Yeah, you got to look at the scale before you speak. So we've got Hot Rod staff out there. They will be covering this thing for hotrod.com, so make sure to check that out. There's hundreds of photos up there. There's also video. And when the live feed stops, it instantly goes on YouTube as a replay. So you'll be able to check that out pretty much as long as you'd ever like to. In fact, you can go relive the entire Drag Week 2014. I know Brian doesn't want to. He starts to have a seizure. But you could do it.
I don't really have it's not really a seizure, I don't think.
No flashbacks?
Yeah, it's more of a flashback. It's more of a, I've gone through the counseling, so it's, revisiting that week is just not something my counselor said was a smart thing to do. This car, I don't even remember seeing this car once.
I was about to say that I didn't want to. This appears to be the RS, or at least it's got the RS paint scheme there, even though it's got the Z28 pins on the fender. Wow, I just frightened myself with knowledge of late second-gen Z28.
That was a little weird, man.
It was.
That was a little weird. And the one-legged burnout as well down there on the summit side. So the second-gen Camaro going to stage up and run down. Again, not to be disrespectful, but not a car that I have much to say about because I don't remember seeing it yesterday at all.
Big car count this year. It's hard to keep track of all of them. But if we meet that guy at the side of the road later on, or maybe even interrupt him while he's going down the track and have a chat, then we'll be able to tell you more about that car tomorrow.
I say if we meet on the side of the road, we challenge him to a race in the Nissan Agony or the Anguish.
The Anguish, yeah. It is the Anguish GT.
If we put it in sport mode, we got a fighting chance out there.
They did sell an inline 6 in that car, so I think that's a possibility. He just rolled a 1711 at 83 miles an hour.
If you're going down the strip here at Lucas Oil Raceway, Indianapolis, you got to savor it. You got to enjoy it. You got to take in the experience. And that's what we're looking at out there. It's a guy just having fun at the speed of the average riding lawnmower.
The legacy here is pretty crazy. I was just sort of like picturing in my mind all the stuff that has gone down the track here. And I always have this weird thing, it's like the ghosts of time and space, where it's like you're physically standing in a spot that was once occupied by, go down the list, Garlett's Prud'homme, you go down the list of your favorite cars, the crazy stuff. One of the things I remember from the Nationals here, one of my favorite cars of all time has recently been restored, which is the Hemi Healy.
Oh yeah, Bob Ida's car.
Did he bring it out to ECTA?
He had it to ECTA.
Oh, man, that thing's awesome. Bob Ida is basically, I believe it's a 354 Hemi, I don't think it's a 92, in an Austin Healy, and it would have run modified sports at the time, I presume. A lot of people will look at that and go, oh, it's a gasser, just because it's got a nose-high deal. No, typically, if you're seeing a Jaguar, a Corvette, they were running in modified sports. Very similar class, very similar chassis construction, but different bodies on these cars.
Absolutely. Yeah, one of the neat things about this track, too, is that the physical location of the racetrack hasn't changed. You know,
Right.
We're looking at a surface, yes, it's been repaved and it's been touched up and the walls have been updated and added, but the actual racetrack itself has not been changed since it was laid out here in the very, very, very early 1960s. The grandstands have certainly changed over the years. There used to be a long wooden grandstand down the left-hand side that ran all the way to the 1,000-foot mark. That one stops at about 640 feet over there on the side with the luxury boxes atop it. There was actually an area here when Winston was heavily involved in the sport. There was like Winston had this little kind of like courtyard garden-y area where you could rent almost these like race weekend apartment condo things. That didn't last too long. But yeah, the place is really, and we're standing in the Wally Parks Tower. We mentioned before the circle track that's located behind the drag strip. The control tower for that facility is the original control tower for the drag strip. They cut it down and took it
I've
over.
got to go have a look at that. I want to walk up to it and get my knife out and scrape the paint off until I hit that gold yellow color that the thing was.
Randy will yell at you
Don't care.
if you deface his property.
Really? Okay.
We're guests here, David. We're guests of their house. You can't scrape their paint.
I'm fortunate enough to have been the editor of Hot Rod Magazine for 13 years and hence had access to those archives. And being able to go through and look at photos of this from the point when it was an empty field. I literally have shots of Tex Smith standing here at the groundbreaking for this place in 1960, and then all the different nationals from then all the way up to documentation.
There was 16 businessmen that came together to build this place, and one of them was Roger Ward. If you're a fan of racing of any type, Roger Ward, one of the great American race car drivers of all time, multiple-time Indy 500 winner, a great sports car racer, and just a interesting case. A guy who led a very hard and fast life when he was young, and kind of like, I don't know what happened, but he had a very deep change of heart and became a very kind of straight and narrow guy. And pretty cool story as Roger Ward, a legend of American motorsports, part of making this facility happen. So the Chevelle goes down there 11:33, 8 at 120 miles per hour. Thank you to Kurt Beyer in the 1969 Blue Nova. He had the fuel pump. Love the Aussies. So the entire country, at least the contingent here at Drag Week, says thank you to Kurt Beyer, who came through with the fuel pump. That's what Drag Week's about, the spirit, the camaraderie, and the racers helping racers continue on down the road to compete at this event. So we have just gotten word from Dustin that the David Schroeder and the Corvette is trying to get their car buttoned up and brought to the starting line, as there are about a half hour away from closing the staging lanes. If they get up here quick, they may be able to get it in one more time before we close the lanes, but it could be a one-shot deal for Schroeder in that gorgeous Corvette. Here comes Alex Taylor. So the Camaro, Taylor again working solo. And man, the car was pulling strong out past 60 feet. Everything was looking pretty good. And she either shut it off or it shut itself off as it is rolling slowly now down past the 8th mile mark, just 55 miles an hour for Alex Taylor. Made her best run ever earlier and decided to come back up and give it one more shot, likely after the car had kind of cooled off. 17.055 at 54 miles per hour. You know, Roger Ward, he had what could arguably be the greatest upset in American racing history back in 1959. Bunch of rich guys get together and put on this road race, which they called it Formula Libre, okay, which is basically the fancy pants way of saying run what you run. You could show up with anything. The best sports cars in the world were there. There were some open wheel cars. Roger Ward showed up to Lime Rock that weekend with an Offie-powered midget and beat everything. Maseratis, Ferraris, you name it. The thing has a no transmission in it and a handbrake, and he won the whole thing. Wow.
That is awesome. As Fred Cullen Jr. goes down the track in his 40 Chevy Master Coupe, he put down 13:06 yesterday, and now $12.99.
All right, baby.
All right. I like it.
That's benchmark time slip right there. 105 miles an hour. Very clean run. He wrung that thing out, as you said. What was his best yesterday?
13, let's go back to it, 06.
Sweet.
Oh, here comes Chevette guy.
Those of you that have stuck around will be rewarded, hopefully with a quicker, even quicker pass. from our lunatic friend in the Chevette. A turbocharged big block. A wheelbase of 90, what did we decide last night? 96 inches, 95 inches in there. 95, 96, whatever it takes. Yeah, whatever it takes. It's running.
So this went 789 yesterday, and I feel it failed to run in the 7s earlier, and I'm sure that's what he's hunting for here. Can you imagine if this thing completes the week with a 7-second average and ends up in like the top 3 or 10? Don't care. It's winning right now.
He will be my write-in vote on the ballot for president when the election comes.
We also got news that apparently this thing had an engine fire just a couple weeks ago, and so he must have jammed to get this car back together.
When you have an engine fire in a Chevette, it actually makes improvements financially. So it went in the 18s earlier. Can he go back in the 7s? Here he goes. Again, another clean launch for the car. 132 short time. 133 at the 8th mile. He's going to go down the top end. 8:19.7, 168. A virtual carbon copy of the run he made before.
But he does have half an hour, and if he can recover that thing, he can be back up here and do it again.
Just tuck it under your arm and carry it into the staging lanes. It's a very easy car to get turned around.
I really love the dedicated crowd that we've got here at Indy that is hanging out to see these very final passes with some of these cars that are just putting everything into making this happen. Here comes Shane McClelland again.
McClelland's car, another one that has not been cooperating, or at least acting the way they've wanted it to. It has been just pooch-like coming off the starting line. Hopefully they have a very smart, between Shane and the guys he's racing with this week, very smart group of people. They're their 417 Motorsports squad. They certainly know what's up. And McClelland is going to try to lean on this car a lot harder than it has gone so far today. So the Crusty Nova. One of those cars you gotta love. The rough looking exterior appearance, but underneath that thin sheet metal skin is a whole lot of technology and a whole lot of horsepower. As Shane McClelland inches the car ahead, pre-staged. Gets the thing up on the brakes, starts to spool the turbos up. And again, just a flat spot until the thing gets out to about 80 feet. It just is not moving out of its own way. 131 in the 8th mile now. Goes 871.2 at 160 miles an hour.
Which is an improvement for what he handed in yesterday, an 885 at 162. Now what's interesting is he is 4th in class in modified power adder, and I'm sure he's been looking at what's been going on with the people who are ahead of him and playing the game. Hopefully he's got himself into 3rd spot now, maybe better.
Still more to be had out of that car, but they're obviously working on it and creeping up on it, going a 10th and change better than yesterday. The pickup truck was one of the late leavers yesterday afternoon from St. Louis. And again, as David mentioned, you know, you can't really look at any of this stuff this year and consider it to be bone stock. You literally have not seen anything run down in bone stock fashion today, and this truck is included in that. You can see the tank of what looks to be washer fluid in the back of the car, or the bed of the truck, I should say. The washer fluid, pretty simple. If it has a methanol injection setup in it, well, they're using the washer fluid as the injectable material in the meth injection. It is the cheapest way to do it, and it's pretty cool. You can see the little pump underneath the tank mounted to the bed of the truck. And the Ranchero, lumping away there on the starting line, the blower surge. Can it go down cleaner than it did last time? Thing again, not wanting to make a full power shift in a second gear. As the Ranchero goes 1185.3 at just 75 miles an hour. The pickup goes 1265 with a 6. But look at the speed is only 90 miles an hour going 1260s.
So that's going to be a disappointment on that Ranchero. He was leading class with a 948, chased by Jim Forbes with a 1076. Now it's interesting, we got to go catch up with Jim and see what's the story on his blower. He had seized up the rotors in that thing at the side of the road last night, and he's a crafty guy. I'm not sure how he's fixed it. We're going to have to find that out. But he was also chasing that same gas or A gas category. because of the supercharger. If you've got a gasser with a blower, you go in A gas. And then the lower level cars, the heavier cars, go into B gas.
So the lanes are quiet once again, but they will only be quiet for a couple of minutes. We have 28 minutes by my watch. Not sure, that is not the official clock. The official clock being held by the official, one of our race officials down there in the staging lanes. But we have less than a half hour left in competition here today in Drag Week before the real terror and thrash begins down there in the pits. Racers that are trying to fix their stuff. We mentioned it yesterday. It starts to get real disheartening when the pits are thinning out and you're still laying under your car realizing that you have a very long drive to make and it's going to take you many hours to make it. Those of you watching the live feed right now, we've had cars that have left this place hours ago, so they're making their way through the countryside coming into the Great Lakes Dragway region. You can go to hotrod.com and download the route, the very route that we're going to drive this afternoon and all these competitors are on right now. You can download it, and that way you can hang out and see the horsepower parade come through your town, which it will if you live in those areas. So download the route, become part of the program. You can sit on the curb and watch some of the coolest cars in America come driving right by your front door.
And be prepared to stay up late, as we will, chasing these guys down the highway, which is really a big part of the competition. I say it over and over. This is really all about the survival. I am getting word that in A gas, the Ranchero is still back up on top. Jim Forbes still second. So we're talking some real close math there. We'll have to see how that shakes out at the very end of the day once everybody's handed in their time slips. Which, by the way, if you're still in the pits and you are a racer who would like to remain in competition, please make sure that you hand your time slip in right here on the second floor of the tower before you leave. You've got to hand in your time slip. We're not going to chase that for you. If you come in tomorrow, that's a no-go.
Yeah, failure to hand in your time slip is essentially forfeiture at the event. So you do not want that to happen. If you put in the effort to be here and run, turn in the time slip. And it sounds like the Ranchero is coming up yet again. As they are trying to get this thing down the racetrack, and it looks like Randy has a package for somebody. Glenn Hunter, if you have not left yet, Glenn Hunter, you got a package in from Eckler's.
Well, actually, what you're not aware of, Brian, is he's already hit the road, and he asked me to take these for him, which I said I would do.
Oh,
so
cool.
We'll probably run into him in the road somewhere. Okay, here is Glenn's level of critical at Drag Week. These are clips to retain the molding on the side of his 56 Chevy, which continues to fly off.
Nice.
So we will be bringing those home with us. Those Tri-5 Chevys were just not designed for more than 80 miles an hour.
They really weren't.
Junk flies off those more than any car I've seen. My story about the car driving out from under its own glass, that was a 55 or 6 Chevy.
So watching the Ranchero move into the water box area as that 3-valve Mustang pulls into the Summit Racing side pre-stage beam. The fuel injection setup on the Ranchero too. You can see the fuel rails up there just top of the supercharger. It's like a little 671 blower on there.
It was pointed out to us earlier, something we did not notice from the tower. This car won gasser last year, but did not have a supercharger, and it is blown now, which is far more entertaining, I gotta say.
All right, so Glenn's package in the good hands of the reassuring hands of Alana Schroeder. She will take it to Glenn, providing all the care necessary. Now it is the Ranchero. There are days when it just isn't going your way. We've all been there at the racetrack when you're chasing one thing and think you got a handle on it, and then something else kind of rears its head up. And it seems like between the getting the thing off the starting line and getting it to shift, the two kind of critical issues there for the Ranchero.
Everybody here at the track, you need to go home and watch the MotorTrend channel live feed. On youtube.com/MotorTrend, you will watch everything that we are doing the rest of the week live. This is presented by Eastwood Company, and aside from the fact that Brian and I are here in the booth, this is actually a really pro operation.
It really is.
If you look at the feed, this is not like we've got a camera on a tripod sitting on the top of the building and asking you to just stare at it and have a nice day. Multiple camera angles, results. We've got videos with interviews with people down in the pits that we insert into it. It is virtually broadcast quality stuff on a two-screen. We're really proud of our video, guys. We hope you will check that out. YouTube channel, youtube.com/MotorTrend, or you can find it at hotrod.com. Hotrod.com, also your source for hundreds of photos and the results tonight, because you're going to want to follow this for the rest of the week.
Thank you, Eastwood, and thank you, Gear Vendors, for your support of this event. Gear Vendors for being the presenting sponsor of Drag Week, and Eastwood Company being the sponsor of our live feed this week. Ooh, big tire smoke out of the Gebhardt machine. Alex Taylor comes off the starting line, makes a couple of shifts in the Camaro, and that thing's going good. Gebhardt goes 991 at 1 at 146, 9025, 155 for the Camaro of Alex Taylor on the Summit side.
Look what we got coming up next, Brian Loans.
Well, this is David Schroeder, and David Schroeder would have been a darn shame if we did not get to see this car run today. 872 cubic inch nitrous motor in the front of this thing. Yeah, baby. We're talking a whole mountain of aluminum, 3 shifts from an aluminum mine, enough to get enough ore out to make this stuff work out here. A beautiful piece. Monty Smith is the guy in the tune-up. You can see Monty out there, and he was responsible for the engine combination as well. A Rear and Morrison combination they decided to use, and again, 872 inches.
Despite that, I will say that these guys are very conservative. They're more interested in finishing the week than they are in laying down a just deathly number. So I'm thinking with only 20 minutes to spare, they're going to take a safety pass here to ensure that they stay in drag week competition. Hopefully they can come back and make another lap after that.
Be interested to find out what held them up so long. Obviously that they did not plan on running within the last 20 minutes of the event. I wonder what they've been dealing with in the pits. Notice that nobody went in the passenger door to turn the nitrous bottle on in the car, so I believe you're going to be right about this one. He is going straight into stage. He's not purging the nitrous. He's going to go right down to the motor. See how fattened up it is out there. You're going to see the black smoke rolling like coal out of the exhaust header collectors.
Oh, and he still runs his best number of the week, a 714, 189. That's a car that's been going 738, 748, so that is an improvement.
Without a drop of nitrous?
I'm presuming so. We'll need to catch up with either Dave Monty afterwards and find out what's what. I don't even see Monty walking around out there, do you?
He's right there.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's next to John Enns, who's the
I see him.
right-hand man of Dave Schroeder. And John Enns is the biggest human being in the world, so that's why you can't see Monty.
Hey, Monty, if you can hear us, give us a thumbs up or thumbs down. Was there any spray on that pass? Monty Smith. He can't hear us.
Any spray or not, Monty? Did you guys spray that thing? Can you hear me, Monty? Door number 3, Monty? 2? A deal? Can we make one? Okay.
He's just learned to tune us out, is what it comes down to.
That's what it is. He can tune nitrous and he can tune us out.
That was Schroeder's best run ever, according to our statistician sitting next door to us here. Love to see those guys hit that 699 on the last day, or tomorrow, or in 15 minutes. You know, that is going to bring his average down and make Schroeder also a player in the top quickest cars of Drag Week.
Yeah, that's amazing. What was the mile an hour again? Do you remember? I was so
No.
I think it was 714.
714 was the number,
180
yeah.
plus, yeah. 19 minutes until lane closure. 19 minutes until lane closure.
And I was going to say we'll run them out as soon as it's closed, but I'm not sure the running out is going to mean a whole lot. We'll probably have 1 or 2 cars out there. If racers have run their number, they are hitting the road. Tonight we're driving to Union Grove, Wisconsin, and it's going to be another bloodbath on the highways, and Hot Rod will be bringing that stuff to you. Not live, unfortunately. We don't have a satellite dish with us to do that, although I would love it if we could get to that point sometime. And we will have photos and information in all of the social media and all over hotrod.com.
Drag Week epitomizes the use of gear vendor overdrives, the most reliable trans you can buy coupled to the highest horsepower handling overdrive. Gear vendors for all your high performance overdrive needs. Visit them at www.gearvendors.com. Be sure to check out Eastwood.com for all your paint, tool, and auto supply needs. Eastwood is offering a 10% off to Hot Rod Drag Week viewers by using the source code DRAGWEEK. Then go ahead and visit bestofeastwood.com and earn your spot in their sweepstakes where you could win prizes ranging from tools to stuff all the way up to the quality of a welder. Rocket Brand Racing Fuel is manufactured with special additives and enhanced blending stocks for maximum throttle response and unfaltering top-end output. Try some today. Boost yourself straight to the winner's circle with a turbocharger from Precision Turbo and Engine, the leader in turbocharger technology for street and race applications. Since 2008, Precision Boosted vehicles have set over 256 world records and helped win more than 119 world championships, including Drag Week championships, Larry Larson, Jeff Lutz, and Tom Bailey. Precision Turbo offers a complete line of upgraded and custom turbochargers, as well as intercoolers, boost controllers, wastegates, blow-off valves, fuel injectors, engine management systems, and much more. Visit precisionturbo.net for more information or check them out on Facebook at facebook.com/precisionturbo. Don't forget to stop by the Precision booth this week to see their line of race-proven CEA turbos or grab some swag. There's not much time to grab anything now as we are about 15 minutes away from the lanes being closed, and whatever's in there will get to run.
And another reminder to racers, turn in your time slips. That's a must. Come on up here and see us in the second floor of the tower and turn in those time slips. You'll pick up directions to the next stop.
So inside man at Holly, Robin Lawrence, called Monty and said, hey, what's the deal? A soft nitrous tune-up, something to look at and adjust on from there. Will they be able to get the car in the staging lanes or what? That is my question to you.
I'm sorry, Keith Sturck was looking at me with the Roadkill magazine, which was confusing me.
We were talking about Schroeder, and we were trying to see if Robin Lawrence called Monty. Monty just told him it's a very soft nitrous tune-up they had in the car. They wanted something they could look at and adjust from to go move ahead with. Will they have the time to get the thing back in the staging lanes and get the? I mean, really, if it's clean, maybe repack the parachutes and run the thing down the track again. But they do have to get it in about less than 20 minutes at this point.
But once again, those guys are not in this for the ego. They're in this for the survival. And my guess is that we won't see them again. They'll probably hit the road.
So the Wandy minutes at Indy, you know, it's funny. We get here in the morning and it's it's a thrash to get all the video stuff set up, and it's a thrash to the competitors. We had guys waiting literally at the gate before dawn this morning. We got here at the crack of, and Kurt Johnson was out there, and he was one of the first people down the track and one of the first people to leave the race facility as well. And it comes down to some moments of tension here at the end of the weekend, or the end of the day, on this Tuesday at Indy. And as I've been texting about this stuff a few days ago, having been here for 6 days at the U.S. Nationals, Tuesday was the only day of the week I had never announced here at Indy, but I have completed the cycle this year.
It's pretty amazing.
Every single day of the week I have been calling a drag race at this place. It's kind of cool. You know, people that have skills use tools. People that don't call drag races. The Eastwood Company makes tools, and here's a tool tip from Eastwood.
Hey, I'm Kev Elliott, tech editor for Street Roller Magazine and Classic Trucks Magazine, and today we're going to be using Eastwood's 17-piece heavy-duty hole punch kit. It comes with this depth gauge, so you can actually measure the distance from the edge of the panel to where you want to punch the hole. It features 7 different dies, male and female, from 3/32 of an inch up to 9/32 of an inch. It'll punch 14-gauge mild steel, as well as aluminum, brass, copper, and even plastic. We're going to be using it today on this 56 Ford F100 pickup that we fabricated new inner wheel housings for. We'll punch holes in the lips of those panels so we can bolt them through the sides of the pickup bed. So I've removed the wheel housing from the truck, and I've marked the outer lip equidistantly so I can punch the holes to mount it and bolt it through the bed sides. I'm using the 9/32 die, which will give me clearance for a 1/4 inch bolt. I set the depth gauge using the tool provided so that the die is halfway across the lip of the fender. All that's left now is to line up the die with my marks and punch it. So here's our lip that we just punched the holes in, and this will face the bed side. Once we've trimmed out this section, you can clamp this on here. We can reach inside here and we can mark through each of our holes that we just punched. That tells us where to drill the holes in the bed side. And we can bolt the two together. Well, these little pieces that you take out with the punch, you can use them to fill trim holes if you're de-trimming a car. It can be used to make holes for bolting pieces together. It can also be used to make holes so you can plug weld steel together. And that's it for the 17-piece hole punch kit. To see this and more of Eastwood's great tools, visit eastwood.com.
Hey, I'm Tony Angelo. You've probably seen me host Hot Rod Garage. I'm actually here today to talk about the Eastwood Abrasive Blast Cabinet. This thing is pretty cool. It's got a large loading door, it's got a vacuum port on the back, it's got a light, and it's got a large window for you to see what you're doing. Sandblasters are really cool. You can use them to clean rust, corrosion, scale, or grime off of parts that would take you forever to do by yourself. The one thing about them you have to remember is you're going to want to vary the media depending on what you're cleaning. If you're cleaning a soft aluminum intake manifold like this, you would use crushed walnut shells or maybe even glass oxide. Since I'm going to be cleaning up some steel bits today, I'm going to use aluminum oxide, the most abrasive thing we have here. Here's a good tip. It's really much better to use one of these things with a shop vac than without. If you use it with a shop vac, it'll suck all of the airborne media out of the air and it'll be much easier to see while you're using your sandblaster. If not, it's gonna kind of turn into a hazy fog in here really quickly and you won't be able to see what you're doing. Now, there's not a lot of technique to this thing. It's really just point and shoot. So here we go. All right, the Eastwood Abrasive Blast Cabinet did a good job of cleaning the rust and scale off the side of the metal. It looks great. It's a pretty cool little unit. You can find it and other tools at eastwood.com. We may not do much right around here, but our timing every once in a while is perfect. So we've come back with a couple of those great Eastwood tool tips to show you Jeffrey Lutz, who has just pulled around the corner in his turbocharged small block Honda Civic.
This is 434 cubic inches, twin turbo, makes 1,100 to the tire. The car weighs 2,200 pounds. This is really its first outing. And without expecting it, because he was trying to drive the thing soft with a soft tune-up, the thing did go into the 7s, was 780s on the test and tune. He has not done that in drag week competition. Let's see what he does now. We know that his dad is out of competition. The 69 Camaro Pro Mod is no longer running drag week, unfortunately, but father and son made a deal before they hit the road. Said, if I break, you keep going. If you break, I keep going. And this is gonna be followed by the Chevette. I wanna see this side by side.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's gonna be like an old fuel altered race with these two things going down the track.
So Lutz, after rendering or aiding his dad as much as possible, that situation became hopeless. He abandoned ship, made it to the racetrack in his own car, and in a nick of time is heading down the track in this Honda Civic. Will he go 18s again? Will he go in the 7s again? He's going to visit there and spool the turbos first, and we'll find out. Going to back the thing out here before he goes down the track. He would not get the turbos to light off, apparently. 1191.3, 114 miles an hour. Certainly not what he was wanting to have happen up there, but they're going to back the Honda out. He will have some time. Not a lot, obviously, but, you know, they got a few minutes to wrench on this thing.
Now, we close the lanes at 2, but we do say that we'll run them out. So if he can get this thing fixed post-haste, you will see it go down track. If they end up having to do a big job on it and it's going to take 15 or 20 minutes, then that's not going to happen. There actually is a timed countdown. I'd have to refer to the rules to see exactly how that works. But once you're called to lanes, you have a certain amount of time to actually be in the burnout box and in the beams. In the meantime, Chevette guy. Turbo, big block Chevy in the Chevette. Think when he goes on dates, he tells the girls he has a vet?
He might. I know where he drives this thing. He drives it like where Larry Nance used to drive his old Pro Stock car with his head banging off the back glass. He sits in this thing way, way back. As you can imagine with the big block, I'm sure the firewall has been relocated to with some rather interesting proportions. But the driving position here is literally where the hatchback trunk would normally be. He's looking for a 7-second slip. He got one yesterday, but he's got 2 in the 18s today. It'd be a market improvement if he can go in the 790s. Short time's identical. 8th mile speed's a little bit better. And he goes down 798 with a 6 at 172 miles an hour in the Chevette.
His very last Hail Mary pass, and he's working on it. He is going to try to run 7s every single day at Drag Week. I can feel it in my bones. That thing is awesome.
I can feel it elsewhere in my body.
I'm glad I cannot feel it in your bones.
798.6 at 172 miles an hour. And to continue the freak parade, here comes the Stretchy truck of Nick Pluniak out of the Buffalo, New York area. It is a big block, and it is twin turbos, and it is mounted midships. Be right behind the cab, between your rear axle and the back of the extended cab. Pluniak also taking advantage of the relocated extended leg driving position. Move back a little bit in there. He pulls third gear in that truck right about the 8th mile. The very long Stretchy truck goes 895 with a 2 at 154 miles per hour.
8 minutes left. 8 minutes left. Keith and Lonnie, I'm going to tell you that we got a situation down here where Jeffrey Lutz is sitting just behind the burnout box, obviously with something wrong with the car. We have said that we will run people out in lanes if they are in line by 2, which he is. It's 154 right now. They're working on the thing really hard, but we are going to need you to look at the rules and go find out what the situation is on how far past 2 we're going to let him run.
In the meantime, the lanes have remained open and will remain open until we get the word. So Lonnie Grimm has said, once you report to the lanes and are told to fire and proceed to the water box, you have 5 minutes to make that call. So when we get to the point where there is an official call made and they point to Jeffrey and say you have to get fired up into the water box, they will start a 5-minute clock on it. We haven't gotten there yet, but we might.
Yeah, we still have 5 minutes to go before we even close the lane.
Right.
So he's got some time down there. One thing we don't like to see is a racer in a 7-second car like this rushing to get something done and doing anything unsafe. We like those guys take a breather and get this thing done right. We're all excited to see it go down the track. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
NOS is proud to be the official nitrous system of Drag Week. Be sure to use your coupon to get 1 free bottle fill-up this week, compliments of NOS, and be sure to discuss your setup with NOS technical representative Monty Smith this week. Monty is a racer himself, a chassis expert, as well as one of the world's foremost experts in tuning nitrous. Monty will be cruising the pits looking to assist you with your setup. Compliments of NOS, the undisputed leader in nitrous.
Here's something really cool, and this is why you got to check out our live feed the whole rest of the week. We've got our guy Ryan Foss down there with the camera right inside that Honda watching what these guys are doing. Up close and personal coverage on the live feed. Once again, this is far from a camera on sticks operation. We got 4 cameras out here switching different angles. Looks virtually like TV quality, if not better. Depends on what TV you're watching.
Trying to kind of get a handle on what they're doing in there as we were looking at our monitor here, trying to see exactly what was going on inside the car. Two of them in the passenger side there, and they are down.
I can't tell if he has a laptop open or if they're working on some
No, they
wiring.
do. There is a laptop open there.
There you go.
The laptop open, and you can see a pretty pensive moment there for those of you watching the live scene. You can see Jeffrey's kind of trying to figure out, get his head kind of put down, and he's in a moment of consideration here, trying to figure out what move to make. You know what's funny? This scene would have played out itself 20 years ago. It would have been a guy standing over a box full of jets probably trying to figure out what was going on. It was not the,
That's at least
you know, there's frustration there. You can see him kind of shaking his head. He's kind of whacking through there a couple times. A little bit of human drama here is the way it always plays out at drag racing.
Stretched out. I can't go any further.
It's up to 60 foot. Let's go. We're in the lanes. Let's go pull the G8 in there. Leave the line pull out.
Hold on, let's go. Let's go. I'm not touching it. Yeah.
Staying wide open on it, that's all. Hey, he's coming back around too.
Over to, you still got it going under there. I'm trying.
Okay, it's in. See what's there.
Relay
So what's going on over here? I don't know. I don't really have time to talk though.
Anything you can tell us?
Not at the moment. Wish I could tell you something, but I'd have to figure it out first.
All right, so basically what looks to be 1 minute left on the clock, our artificial clock, the best thing that can happen right now for Jeffrey is for people to run into the staging lanes. So Jeffrey is working on that car. If there's a bunch of cars in the staging lanes trying to run, it buys him some time. So again, the best possible thing that can happen for Jeffrey Lutz right now is an influx in this last minute of people wanting to come in the staging lanes and make a run down the racetrack. It would buy him just a few more minutes to figure out whatever it is they're working on down there. Obviously something they're in the fuel system, I'd have to guess, or ignition system with that laptop out.
Yeah, we have said we will close lanes at 2 and we will run out people in lanes. So once again, if you have a drag week car and want to pull into lanes, you could buy a little bit more time for Jeffrey right here. We're just about to hear the call from Lonnie that we have shut down lanes.
Reminiscent of the Larry Larson situation last year in Noble, Oklahoma, finishing the process of getting the truck ready as it was literally rolling up the staging lanes. And once again, it will likely be Lonnie Grimm, and as Keith Turk is now in the staging lane area, kind of taking a look at things down there. He is working his way over towards the Jeffrey Lutz operation, where work is continuing. A bunch of heads and shoulders inside that car trying to get it to cooperate.
Well, I believe we have Lonnie right there potentially starting the clock on his phone. I would think that we would run Stretchy truck out, but we'll see what happens here. Lonnie is our race director as far as lanes and running goes, and so what he says stands.
And he is typing into his Google machine right now. Okay, he has just announced the staging lanes are closed.
Staging lanes are now closed is what Lonnie's doing on his phone there. He doesn't have his timer started yet. Staging lanes are closed. If you are in lanes, we will run you. Otherwise, we're going to be done for the day. So we got a few more cars going down. Hopefully one of them is going to be Jeffrey Lutz in this Honda Civic that he has thrashed so hard to get to drag week over several years.
So the word from Lonnie is he has given Jeffrey 5 minutes before he has to begin suiting up. So he has 5 minutes before he has to start putting the fire suit on to get ready to run down the racetrack, which to me would make it 2:06 when that has to happen. So meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have the Stretchy truck waiting patiently. We'll see if Pluniak is pulled around or if we're going to wait to see what happens here with Jeffrey.
If you're a fan of our Roadkill show on YouTube, you can catch an episode where we took a Chevy Monza and we actually supercharged it, so to speak, with 5 leaf blowers in the trunk. And we did all of that at Lutz's shop. And I think that Monza is still sitting there. It's really unclear whether it belongs to the Lutzes or whether it belongs to us, honestly. And I have not informed our accounting department of that situation, but you might want to go back and look at that episode. It's a really fun episode of Roadkill on YouTube.
It was fun that you guys shot that out of the East Coast Timing Association out there at the Ohio Mile. And what's funny is when I was driving home that weekend, Lutz had one of his guys from the shop drive the car back. And so we were just driving down the highway, and all of a sudden we saw it, and the kid was absolutely tooling on the thing. I mean, he was beating it like a rented mule.
Oh, I can't believe he'd do that to our equipment.
Yeah, I mean,
that thing's a precision machine.
That 140 horsepower small block that made like 150 with the blowers on it, you know?
Well, to be fair, the engine that's in it currently is a loaner that we got from one of Lutz's friends, because I think we hurt the 305 that was in that pile. Oh, I see Jeffrey suiting up. This is good news. Good news.
No, it's not good news, according to the guy shaking his head in the front of the car.
Just get that thing down the track and stay in competition. Put down some good numbers the rest of the week. You can do it.
It's the most encouraging you've ever been to anybody in your entire life. That was verging on the inspirational.
Now, there is a rule here at Drag Week. All he has to do is break the beams to stay in competition. Although, you know what? Technically, did he break the beams when he came up earlier?
We'd have to look and see if he recorded a reaction time on the run log.
Yeah, we'd have to go look at the instant replay on that deal. If you break the beams, you get a time of 20 seconds, which effectively knocks you out of being able to win anything. But a lot of people want to just keep going for the personal achievement of it. So we'd love to see this thing get into the beams and at least break them. I'd love to see a fantastic run out of the car, but I'd also really like to see Jeffrey finish up the week on his own.
I'm coming. You're putting the truck in the water box. Hey, I don't mean 30 seconds from now.
They're putting the windows and stuff up on the thing. I mean, it looks like it does look like they're going to make an attempt. It doesn't look like he's just going to go up and stage it, as they wouldn't be, you know, going through the rigmarole, putting the windows up and all the other stuff. So
I'm turning that freaking alternator off.
So Nick Pluniak is going to come up first in the Stretchy truck, after being directed to do so by race official Lonnie Grimm.
He did tell him to suit up. He has not yet told him to actually pull to the starting line. So we'll see what sort of flexibility Lonnie is going to give him here within the limits of the rules.
The turning radius of the QE2, I believe, with this pickup truck here. This is not something you're going to navigate through a very tight drive-through situation.
You know, I'm not sure I've ever followed this thing on the highway during Drag Week. I think that would be a sight to see. People must freak out at this thing.
Yeah, people must really lose it. Ooh.
Jumped up on the busted tire loose.
Yeah, the thing doesn't sound too healthy either at the top end. Goes 963 at 146 miles an hour. Not the effort he was looking for. Kind of slowed down. It went an 8-second pass earlier in the day. That 963 certainly not the number he wanted to close his afternoon off with. And speaking of closing out the afternoon, the final car of the second day of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors, is in the water box right now. And it is Jeffrey Lutz. Sounds like he's doing a clean burnout. Sounds like he's doing a nice clean burnout. A day of intense stress with his dad's car falling out of competition. He hustles to the racetrack, will become the final car at his only pass of the day to go down the course. And that was preceded by a whole bunch of key tapping and head-scratching decision-making up here by the starting line.
Once again, if he just breaks the beam, he stays in competition. If he rolls down the track and pulls off another 7-second pass like he had done at our test and tune, that's going to be heroic.
Nope. Yeah, you could tell the thing just does not want to wind up on the starting line for him. Busted tires loose a little bit there. 110 in the 8th mile, and Jeffrey Lutz going to scrap his way down. 10:17.8 at 153.58 miles an hour. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out today to Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis, this historic racetrack, seeing yet another day of interesting history made with a couple of the fastest street cars in America making their runs down here and a lot of really fun stuff happening. The whole traveling circus heads to Union Grove, Wisconsin this afternoon, and mostly tonight, as history has shown. That's kind of how this works. We can leave at any time we want. We're not going to get to the hotel before midnight. It just doesn't never works that way. It's going to be an adventure this afternoon, as it always is. We'll be back here tomorrow morning to bring you all the updates, the news, who's in, who's out, and the outs are continuing to roll in. Tony Sanchez in that really cool Javelin reports that he has broken the case on his automatic transmission. So unless he has another transmission laying around, that might be doomsday for him as well. So there's going to be a lot more of that going on tonight. HotRod.com is going to have up to the minute, up to the hour information on all this stuff that's going on. They're throwing updates from the road. Everything else that's been happening throughout the day and throughout the evening. Look for a bunch of content and photos coming there. What else is there to say?
You want to stick also with Hot Rod social media. They're Hot Rod Magazine or the Hot Rod Mag on Facebook and Hot Rod Magazine on Twitter and on Instagram, because you'll be getting updates on stuff as the staff sees it at the side of the road throughout the evening. And of course, come back tomorrow and make sure to see this live feed. It's brought to you by Eastwood, which we really appreciate. This is a cool deal. Once again, shout out to the video staff. Those guys work way harder than we do. They've done a fantastic job, and we will see you again tomorrow, right?
Absolutely. I'm Brian Loans. That's David Freiberger. We're signing off here from Indy. Join us tomorrow morning from Union Grove. Union Grove. Wherever the hell we're going. Yeah, Maple Grove, wherever we're going tomorrow. The Great Lakes Dragway in Union Grove, Wisconsin. It's going to be a great day of drag racing at a historic facility, and one that's a lot different looking than this. So tune in to see what it looks like and how it's going to shake out. Thanks for watching Drag Week 2015. We'll see you in the morning. Bam!